One day, a golden tree sprouted in this world. The name of this tree was Yggdrasil. It grew rapidly, covering the entire world, and among countless cultures, it created a new world based on games. The new world that Yggdrasil created was called the Labyrinth, although people also referred to it as the Game of God. However, not everyone could become players in the Game of God. In an underground area, a structure was taking shape. At the end of that day's shift, the boss told everyone to go home after storing their equipment, warning that anyone who tried to keep the equipment would be buried alive. A young man who was storing his equipment was embraced and congratulated for his work. The old man who hugged him claimed to have something, trying to sell it to the young man. In his hand there was a data chip, which he asserted was less risky than powder or liquid since it was data-based. However, the young man did not want to listen to the old man, pushing him away and leaving. Seeing the boy's reaction, the old man became irritated by the way the young man acted arrogantly, even though he was just another stranger, like him. After leaving the underground area, the protagonist appeared near the city, where the great Yggdrasil reached the skies, taller than any building in the city. Emerging from the underground, he went to a small house with a sign that read Random Box. When he pulled the door to enter, excited and irritated shouts could be heard from inside. Upon entering, he found various slot machines and other gaming machines, where some people were having fun or feeling frustrated. The young man sat down on one of the benches, receiving a welcome from the machine that could give him everything in existence. The Random Box, a legalized gambling game for those seeking fortune. The machine emitted a blue glow, attracting the player. Looking at the prize of the day, an account creation permit, the young man wished he could win it, as it would be his only chance, his only hope. The machine asked if the young man would like to make 10 random box draws. Without hesitation, his finger moved to the draw button. The first item was drawn as a box seemed to fall from the stars. The first item of rank N was revealed, a toothbrush. The young man took the first item from the draw and tossed it into a pile of useless things. 2 more items of rank N were drawn, and after that, a prize of rank R. While throwing the useless items into the trash pile, the protagonist wondered if items of rank SR, the super rare, and SSR, the super special rare, really existed, as he only obtained normal rank, rank N, and rare rank, rank R. The young man had played this draw so many times that he had lost count. At that moment, the last of the 10 draws he bought arrived. This was his last chance. At that instant, he thought of his loved one in the hospital, his mother. Before the young man, a golden glow, different from the previous ones, appeared in the machine when he made the draw. The special glow changed colors, like the stars of a galaxy. The young man was left speechless, wondering if he had obtained an item of rank SR. The random box descended like a meteor on the screen. Its rainbow color was finally revealed. To the young man's happiness, it was an SSR rank box. The boy began to tremble upon seeing the item he had never expected, a miracle he had never dared to dream of. His trembling hands held the prize card, his long-awaited, his last hope. The account creation permit was an item from the Labyrinth of Yggdrasil, which was based on numerous games. It was the only means to access this world, as it was necessary to create an avatar for a gaming account. Although avatars were virtual bodies that did not exist in reality, they were the only means to bring items from the labyrinth into the real world. Such virtual items changed society, and humanity came to rely entirely on Yggdrasil. In this era, those who led society were the players, who received fame, money, and power, a privilege that few had. The protagonist was excited, as now he could receive such privileges by being able to create an account. He could finally become a player. He hurried out of the gaming house, wanting to run to the central zone to register. However, suddenly, his world turned dark. When he regained consciousness, the young man was on the ground, his mind clouded. He gritted his teeth, wondering why he was on the floor. Looking up, he came face to face with a baseball bat. A group of mobsters had found the young man who had won the SSR rank item, ready to turn his luck into misfortune. The thug carrying the baseball bat stole the young man's account creation permit, handing it over to his boss. The boss looked at the card, revealing that he had never thought he would see such an item outside of auctions. The young man raised his hand, clutching the pants of the mob boss, trying to get his card back, but he was too weak to do so. Seeing the boy's action, the thug made a disgusted face and ordered his henchmen to remove the young man from his presence. Even on the ground, the young man was forced by the thugs. He was thrown away, and with their feet, the thugs tried to prevent him from getting close to their boss. Despite what he suffered, the young man struggled, pulling at the boss's pants, trying to retrieve his account creation permit. However, before he could do anything, the thug grabbed him by the hair, asking if he had forgotten what it was like to live as a nobody. He stared at the boy, stating that anything good taken from their store should have a fee. However, he claimed that this would be fair. The thug placed his finger on the boy's forehead, transferring 30,000 points to him, a pittance that would only be enough for one draw. The thug shook his head, telling him to use the points for whatever he wanted. He asked if the young man had received what he wanted, as he himself had received. Tired of the boy, he shoved his face into the ground, telling him to go away. Despite all this, the boy did not give up. He raised his hand, trying to grab the thug. Seeing the boy's persistence, the thug clicked his tongue, irritated by how he clung to him like a leech. At that moment, one of the henchmen alerted the boss that it was starting to rain. The thug left the young man behind, fleeing from the rain while calling his henchmen to grab something nice to eat and celebrate. However, before they left, one of the henchmen noticed that the boy was still getting up. The mob boss was surprised. Looking at the young man, he was incredulous that he was still standing after all that. Even though he had gotten up, the young man was receiving various alerts that his vital signs were declining, urging him to go to an emergency room immediately. The young man ignored the warnings, walking with his last strength. Seeing this, the mob boss snapped his fingers, wondering if he hadn't hit him hard enough. However, the young man was not heading towards the mobsters. To the group's surprise, he was heading towards the store with the draw machines, impressing even the thugs with his willpower. Seeing the young man walking towards the store, they mocked him, claiming that if he won something good again, they would make another trade with him. But one of the henchmen was worried that the young man might lose his life. But the boss didn't care, as long as it didn't affect business. As his vital signs declined, the young man struggled to move forward. He felt pain. It was hard to breathe, and at this point he could barely hear anything. Upon entering the store, everything he saw was blurred, spinning in his mind. Ignoring the stairs, he continued walking towards one of the draw machines. When he reached the machine that had welcomed him, the young man collapsed to the floor, his strength drained. With the last trace of his strength, he struggled, stretching his trembling arm to make one last draw. His finger slowly approached the button, and as his consciousness faded, he pressed it for the draw, pleading for this trashy life to change. A sudden glow emanated from Yggdrasil. Even the mob boss had to cover his eyes to avoid being blinded by the bright light. That light fell upon the young man, who had just lost consciousness, as dice filled his body. A red condition emergency was detected by the system, initiating safety measures. A forced character conversion was initiated. The Yggdrasil system was compelled to start, and a window for character name selection appeared before the young man who had lost everything, left with only one last hope. The protagonist found himself facing a judgment. His handcuffed hands made no sense. He was being accused of leaking confidential information from a guild and was being expelled. Despite the complaints and the absurdity that Ryuki was suffering, his grievances went unheard. A voice delivered the verdict. All accusations were accepted and the defendant's rank was being revoked. Ryuki heard a familiar voice. It was mocking him for now becoming a nobody. Faced with the duo laughing at his suffering, the protagonist didn't understand what was happening. He hadn't done anything wrong. All he needed was to earn money for his mother's surgery. However, the voice claimed it was too late. As he suffered within this nightmare, a voice awakened the protagonist. He looked around, wondering where he was, what that infinite blue place was. While questioning if he was in the afterlife, a small being approached him. "Master, please enter your character's name." The protagonist was startled by the little robot flying towards him. He quickly recoiled on the ground that seemed like an illusory sea, asking, "Why do you have a flying vacuum cleaner?" The flying vacuum robot didn't like being called that, claiming to be the random box of the Yggdrasil system. The lucky box congratulated Ryuki for obtaining the first and only UR rank item in existence, the ultra-rare rank. The protagonist was surprised to hear he had won a U rank item, as he believed there were only N, R, SR, and SSR ranks. The lucky box revealed where Ryuki was. "You're in a place between reality and Yggdrasil, and the reason you need a name is to complete the conversion necessary to access the game labyrinth." The protagonist was astonished, as he thought he needed an avatar and a game account to make the conversion. Igon explained that this was a limitation of human technology, but it didn't apply to him. Due to the critical state of the young man's life, it had to intervene, converting his body to connect him to Yggdrasil. The little robot brought up the character name selection tab again, asking the protagonist to fill it in. The protagonist still hadn't understood what was happening or if he was dreaming, but if this was a real opportunity, he wouldn't give up. Entering his name, Ryuki, into the system, a blinding light engulfed the protagonist, completing the settings. From there, the transfer to the game labyrinth began. The light enveloped the protagonist completely as the connection was established. When he opened his eyes, Ryuki was incredulous. A fantasy world with lakes, mountains, and forests lay before him. He had been transferred to the world of Fantasm. The protagonist felt the wind against his hair, along with the hard ground beneath his feet. This place was very different from what he had seen in the simulations. He was enchanted by the labyrinth, the game he had dreamed of entering for so long. However, the protagonist's enchantment was replaced by fear. A group of armed skeletons was advancing to attack him. One skeleton swung its sword, and Ryuki barely managed to dodge after jumping back. The protagonist ran frantically, asking, "What's happening? This isn't on the tutorial map. Why was I thrown into a hunting ground from the start?" As he ran, he analyzed the information of one skeleton, level 1 monster. While running, he also tried to open his stats window, but the lucky box appeared, asking him to stop with the senseless actions. The protagonist argued with the robot, asking why he didn't even have starting equipment since he was a player after the conversion. However, the robot stated that he wasn't a player linked to a specific labyrinth game. Therefore, the systems of that or other labyrinth games did not apply to him. The robot explained briefly that levels, stats, skills, or anything else from the Fantasm world system wouldn't be applied to him. The protagonist was shocked to hear this. He was basically useless. The robot was offended by Ryuki's aggression, claiming that he was of a much higher caliber than mere labyrinth games, as everything the young man wanted could be obtained from a random box draw. The Yigan system was shown to the protagonist. Various rewards could be obtained by completing certain missions. Additionally, some achievements had also been completed, such as opening the Yigan system, which he had just done, and entering the labyrinth world to access the Phantasm world. While running, the protagonist used the 106 tickets obtained by completing the 2 initial achievements. As lucky boxes fell from the sky, the protagonist hoped to receive a weapon or at least something useful. Surrounded by a glow, a staff appeared. The protagonist quickly grabbed the staff, now confident to face those bone creatures. However, his confidence was shattered, just like what he was holding, as the staff was actually a toilet brush. The protagonist looked at the broken toilet brush in his hands, disappointed. Anger consumed him again as he continued to flee, complaining to the Yigan system robot. The protagonist made another draw, and a rank N wig fell onto the bald skull of one of the skeletons. As useless items fell around him, the protagonist kept running. In a moment of distraction, the robot warned him to be careful. However, the warning came too late. Ryuki fell from a small slope, landing on his back on the ground. The skeletons showed no fear, jumping from above to attack him. The protagonist made one more draw, hoping something good would come out this time. The light shone, causing Ryuki's eyes to widen as he saw something useful. He held the short sword in front of his body, defending himself from the sword of the wig-wearing skeleton. Finally receiving a decent weapon, the protagonist felt more confident. He stood up to attack the skeletons, trying to turn the tide of the battle. The protagonist's sword was swift. However, as he thought one strike would be enough to finish off the skeletons, he missed his attack. The wig-wearing skeleton struck Ryuki's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth as he realized his attack had failed. He wondered what the hell had happened, as skeletons should be defeated with 2 short sword strikes. While the protagonist complained, the Yigan robot reminded him that he couldn't use the labyrinth game system, so even combat systems like hit points were examples of this. The protagonist was furious to hear such information explained only now. He had arrived at this labyrinth thinking it was a miracle, but now it seemed he would fail in a senseless way. He refused to let that happen. As he made new draws, he returned to attacking the skeleton. The protagonist's sword attack hit the skeleton, defeating it with just one blow. He was surprised by the result of his attack, as there was an effect behind it. Looking back, he saw the box he had received, astonished to have obtained a skill from a random box. The protagonist had received the SR rank skill Parry, a skill that could deflect attacks, as well as the SR rank skill Sword Mastery. Seeing that Ryuki was surprised, Yigan stated that his random box was not tied to system limitations, so if it was an item that could be drawn, there was a chance of obtaining it. While listening to the explanation, the protagonist was surprised and opened a gap for a skeleton to attack. But before the skeleton could execute its attack, the protagonist moved his sword, defeating it with a strike by combining his attack with the parry skill. A new skeleton approached, but Ryuki was already confident to defeat it. With a vertical strike, the protagonist split the monster in 2, using sword mastery. The protagonist was incredulous to see that he was using skills that didn't exist in the labyrinth game system. Ignoring the laws and restrictions of the labyrinth was impressive. With this, he could even unbalance the equilibrium of the Yggdrasil labyrinth games. While the protagonist marveled at the Yigan system, the robot called out to him, "My goodness, I knew you had this luck, master, but someone who obtained a UR rank item is truly on another level. You got an SSR rank item on your first day." Seeing the rainbow-colored box appear, the protagonist began to smile. He walked over to the box that was opening, intending to seize this chance that had appeared to him like a miracle. He decided he could no longer be surprised by how many miracles might happen, for if this could save him, even from the skeletons that were attacking him now, he would use this gacha system as much as he wanted. World of Fantasm, the masterpiece of Gacha, a major game development company, and the most popular maze game that all players must visit. In this world, the protagonist was defeating skeleton after skeleton, receiving drops from them, such as a magic stone. After defeating several skeletons, he stopped to rest a bit and also to do some draws. Since he could not receive what was part of the game systems, the experience points were converted into random box points, or RP. With the explanation given by the robot, the protagonist observed what he could spend the points on, discovering that a box spin cost 150 points, which meant he needed to defeat 15 skeletons to make a draw. While thinking about the draw, he remembered the item he had obtained in the last box, the SSR rank item, wondering if something so absurd could really exist. The robot was surprised that Ryuki did not believe what was right in front of him. However, the protagonist decided to seal that item for now. To the robot's surprise, Ryuki knew that if he used that item, he could take down a certain bastard, like his entire guild combined, but he should save such power for the right moment. The protagonist opened his information, analyzing that he could improve his skills if he spent 700 points. He was excited because this meant he only needed to keep hunting as the game continued to send enemies his way. As he had said, several new skeletons had appeared in the forest ahead. The protagonist decided to speed things up because during a farm, time was everything. He no longer feared the skeletons, charging at several of them at once, and so he spent 2 days hunting. A strong explosion occurred within the forest of the world of Fantasm. This was already the third day for Ryuki in this world. In front of the protagonist were some daily missions, easy ones like defeating some monsters, opening a random box, acquiring some monster drops, and completing the 3 previous missions. He was calculating because in the world where time ran 10 times faster than the outside, it took him 7 hours to obtain 1,500 RP. The robot Egon was also impressed with Ryuki's perseverance in obtaining 1,500 points, enough for 10 draws. He was excited for the protagonist to choose the 10 random box draws, but the protagonist ignored him. Instead, he leveled up his sword mastery and parry skills. The little robot was outraged, asking if the protagonist was crazy for spending precious points on skills. The protagonist questioned what the rate was for each draw, and heard that an SSR item had a 0.3% chance of being drawn, while the SR had 2.7%. Hearing this made the protagonist angry, showing all the useless items he had received after spending all his tickets, stating that the Yigon system should be ashamed of this. The two discussed a bit about the protagonist buying tickets with the RP obtained, but he insisted that the tickets earned through missions were enough for the random boxes. Setting that aside, the robot showed curiosity about how long Ryuki would remain in the forest, since it was the tutorial area, and the experience from the defeated monsters was no longer that good. However, Ryuki was convinced that it was not yet time to leave, as he still needed weapons and wanted to increase his skill levels. When it came to the world of Fantasm, the protagonist knew more than anyone else, and he intended to take advantage of his previously acquired knowledge. The starting forest was no exception. It was a great starting zone for primary hunts. However, once the player left it, he could not return. Therefore, Ryuki intended to grow as much as he could before moving on to another area. The protagonist revealed to the robot Egon that he needed to see how far he could fight without levels or stat amplifiers, also reminding that he would soon receive a guaranteed SR rank prize ticket as a login bonus. Finally, on the 4th day, the protagonist received such a ticket. Hunting all this time made his current progress slower, but he had made progress nonetheless. Checking his equipped skills, both sword mastery and parry had reached level 3. Upon reaching this level, he hit the limit. Going beyond would just be a waste of time. With the decision to leave made, the robot Egon was happy, as this would be the time when Ryuki would roll the tickets. He was excited for the protagonist to use the bonus ticket he obtained after 7 days. In the end, it would all depend on luck. The protagonist was almost sure that nothing good would come from a guaranteed SR grade ticket. However, only when he opened the golden box would he have his answer. Before opening the golden box, the protagonist asked the robot if the obtained item would be from the world of Fantasm, and Egon confirmed that as long as it was from this world, anything could appear. The protagonist opened the box, obtaining the gunblade. It was a pistol with a blade attached to it. With the energy from Islander, it could be used both as a sword and a pistol. The protagonist obtained an item from the story of this world. He was sure that if such a thing were revealed, it would cause chaos among the public. The first thing Ryuki decided to do was to test the blade of the sword. With a simple cut, a tree was sliced in half, falling without warning. Ryuki was impressed. Even considering the sword mastery he possessed, that sword was excessively strong. The short sword he had before was incomparable next to it. Suddenly, a doubt came to the protagonist's mind, and he asked Egon what would happen if he were defeated by a monster, since he had been converted into a body within the games. Egon revealed that if this happened, he would be taken back to Yggdrasil, being resurrected. However, such a thing would hurt a lot. The protagonist was okay with that, as long as such a thing didn't happen. Changing the subject, he instructed the robot to use all the remaining tickets, as he had already used the highest grade one, since he needed to increase his combat power with something even if it was just a little. Sighing, although he was a robot, Egon agreed to use the tickets. After all the tickets were used, the protagonist equipped everything useful he had obtained. A set of leather armor covered important parts of his body, with a metal shoulder pad on the right side. To the robot, the protagonist looked quite decent now. Hearing the ragged compliment irritated Ryuki. "Shut up! Who do you think made me appear in a hunting field without even a tutorial?" With the blame for the difficulties faced being thrown at him, the robot tried to defend himself, stating that at least he was in the starting zone. Tired of so much talking, the protagonist instructed the robot to start recording every second of the time he spent playing in this world, as he would make it worth watching. The robot received the command, asking the protagonist what the name of the video file would be. Ryuki didn't have a decided name, but while walking, he thought of one. An unknown escapes the abyss. Egon's curiosity didn't cease, asking what the goal for the video would be. To this question, Ryuki quickly replied, "The more precise the source, the better the labyrinth of Yggdrasil becomes." However, most of Racha's games are mass-produced, so they tend to be terrible. And this main game is no different. For example, the initial maps with bosses meant for high-level content. As the protagonist explained, he arrived at the first boss mentioned, a large armored warrior, often much bigger than him. The boss monster was called the Chaos Black Knight. He had been a knight blessed by the god of chaos, waiting for the strong ones in the Demon Lord's tower. The protagonist received a mission from Egon's system, defeat the boss monster. Seeing that the mission would give him a guaranteed SR rank ticket, the protagonist got excited. The knight, noticing the presence of an enemy, unleashed his dark energy. "I am the knight of the Demon Lord. At the end of the void, I await the strong. Prove your strength." As he spoke, the Chaos Black Knight attacked the protagonist. Sparks flew as Ryuki used the gunblade to block the boss monster's strike. Using the parry skill at level 3, the protagonist managed to dodge the monster's attack. Just as the protagonist had tried to test, succeeding with the parry allowed him to ignore the difference in attack power and level between him and the monster. After receiving the attack from the Chaos Black Knight, the protagonist prepared to attack for the first time. His attack with the gunblade fell upon the knight's armor but didn't cause significant damage. The protagonist was surprised to realize that his attack hadn't worked. He had thought he would be able to ignore the monster's defense without the system's corrections, but it seemed that was not the case. While the protagonist dodged an attack, Egon praised him for managing to overcome the defense modifiers of the world of Fantasm. Hearing this, which contradicted his thoughts, the protagonist asked how that happened, as he hadn't noticed anything. The robot seemed irritated. "Master, are you an idiot? Think more rationally. How would a metal armor fare against such a weak sword?" The protagonist realized that this made sense. He had only focused on the elements of a game system and forgot that the labyrinth was not just based on games. He confronted the Chaos Black Knight again, remembering that normal games would be influenced by the system, but he was not. Preparing to advance, the protagonist understood what he needed to do. He should be realistic and aim for the weak points. Seeing the human approach, the Chaos Black Knight tried to stab him with his sword. The protagonist used the gunblade to deflect the monster boss's sword while advancing. When his sword was very close to the body of the Chaos Black Knight, he used the revolver. With a loud explosion, the protagonist hit the Chaos Black Knight, causing his arm to fall off. With one arm less, the Chaos Black Knight roared in rage. The protagonist felt excited to realize he had thought correctly. Hit points were part of the system of this world, but as a player of Yggdrasil, he could deal direct damage to the bodies of monsters. A strike to a vital point could defeat any monster with a single attack, without the need for a critical hit. Amidst the protagonist's confidence, an alert shout came from Egon's robot. However, the protagonist was slow and was hit in the shoulder. He gritted his teeth, wondering if he had been struck by a sword, surprised that the Chaos Black Knight shouldn't have a ranged attack. To his shock, what attacked him was the arm he had severed from the Chaos Black Knight. With a large sword in one hand, the Chaos Black Knight prepared to attack. "Who dares to challenge the Lord of Shadows will taste the fragments of oblivion." From the wound and the arm on the ground, the Chaos Black Knight launched several pointed energies at the protagonist, creating a pincer attack. The protagonist quickly ran, dodging the Chaos Black Knight's ranged attacks. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had miscalculated the battle. The Chaos Black Knight was a final stage boss that couldn't be defeated without specific tutorial items. Moreover, this was a one-way path, leading away from the respawn point, and anyone defeated wouldn't be able to face the Chaos Black Knight again. Even at higher levels, no one could return to try to defeat the boss. No one would have a second chance. Facing so many attacks, the protagonist gritted his teeth, as there were too many for him to defend against using parry. In Yagon's robot's eyes, the protagonist was hit. One of the energies passed through his defense, distracting him. After the first, several other energies struck the protagonist without him realizing it. Old memories flooded the protagonist's mind. In a time when he was a specialist analyst for the Lindsa Guild, he was furious to discover that his strategy guide had failed once again. In front of him, a man in a suit asked if his strategy wasn't based on a location already conquered by Lynfell. However, the protagonist asserted that his strategy was much more efficient than before, and they needed to use it if they wanted to stay ahead of other guilds. The man, however, interrupted the protagonist, using the argument that he wasn't even a player or had an impressive ranking. Throwing back the paper with the strategy, the man asked when Ryuki had become someone superior to the Lindsa Guild. The man warned that no further answers would be given, a decision made by the ace of the guild, Lynfell. The protagonist could do nothing but grit his teeth, as he couldn't question the decision of someone so powerful. Back at his desk, he could do nothing but curse internally, observing that everyone in the guild was just kissing Lynfell's feet. However, he tried to calm himself, remembering that he needed to think about the costs of his mother's surgery. He wanted to improve his guide so that the guild would approve him. While lost in thought, someone approached him, catching his attention with a whisper. Seeing the protagonist jump in surprise, a woman with white hair apologized. She thought he looked tired, so perhaps he might want some coffee. The protagonist accepted the coffee, thanking Cynthia, the researcher from the Lindsa Guild, for bringing it. Cynthia asked if what Ryuki was analyzing was the guide that continued to be rejected by the guild, despite him having worked tirelessly on it to the point of exhaustion. She approached him, asking if he wanted help. The protagonist seized the opportunity to show her the business plan. He explained that this was the final part of the guide, although he needed some information, asking her to make the request for him. With a friendly smile, Cynthia agreed to help, stating she would do her best. With the request made to his co-worker, the protagonist visited his mother in the hospital to tell her that the surgery had been scheduled. Although his mother was worried about the costs, Ryuki stated that his guide had finally been approved, leaving his mother surprised and proud. Although he explained that all of this was thanks to Cynthia, they embraced. His mother held back tears, praising how hard her son had worked for this. Ryuki reassured his mother, stating that everything would be fine now, as hard work brings good luck. However, hard work could also bring betrayal. Ryuki's happiness turned to despair when he was expelled from the guild, accused of leaking confidential information. The protagonist thought this was ridiculous, but the man at the center of the table stated that they had already made their decision. The man at the center said that Ryuki had been discreet, and that no one would have noticed if it weren't for Cynthia and Lynfell's accusation. The protagonist was surprised to hear Cynthia's name. In a corner of the table, the woman was next to a blonde man who complained about them wasting his precious time. The man was none other than Lynfell Darius, the vice leader of the Lindsa Guild. Lynfell looked at the protagonist and asked if he was the one responsible for bothering him with an insistent guide. Seeing the protagonist's shocked expression, Lynfell mocked his pathetic look, commenting that he was ruining the mood. Lynfell embraced Cynthia, stating that she had already spent too much time with Ryuki and that now he would keep his promise and take care of her. The two stood up to celebrate their achievement, and as they passed by Ryuki, Lynfell left a message. You should know your place. What use is an analyst who can't even analyze properly? I heard you were talking about me behind my back. Sending guide after guide without knowing your place makes it seem like you've forgotten your position, haven't you? Leaving the room and hugging Cynthia, Lynfell laughed as he continued to mock. But still, I congratulate you. This is the moment when your insignificant life comes to an end. Isn't it, you rankless idiot? With the end of the trial, everything was taken from Ryuki, including his rank, which was revoked. From that moment on, nothing was left for him. Money, status, honor, family, not even his name. Now, facing the attacks of the Chaos Black Knight, the protagonist was holding back its blows with his own hands. Seeing the human persist against his attacks, the knight increased the pressure he exerted. The protagonist held his gunblade in one hand, while the other hand restrained the energy that was in his stomach. The Chaos Knight raised his sword, ready for the next attack. No matter how much strength you still have, You cannot escape the blessing of the Lord of Darkness. The powerful sword cut through the air, heading towards the protagonist. With the attack coming his way, Ryuki wondered if this would be the end, if everything would finish here like this, if this was, in some way, different from his miserable life. Facing the attack of the Black Knight, he remembered his mother, Cynthia's fake smile, and he swore he would make everyone who caused him harm pay. In that moment, Ryuki's sword moved quickly, cutting through the energy that was restraining him. Gritting his teeth, he made the decision to escape that situation. His feet moved swiftly. With a leap, he reached the helmet of the Chaos Black Knight, and before the boss monster could react, Ryuki's sword was faster. Through the eye-opening of the helmet, the protagonist executed his thrust. He remembered the couple who had made his life miserable. Bringing the Chaos Black Knight down to the ground, he unleashed his deepest feelings. "I won't let any of them go unpunished. I will end them." With the gunblade in hand and over the Black Knight, Ryuki unleashed all his hatred. Upon defeating the boss monster, a battle report appeared for him. 15,000 experience points had been obtained, converted into RP. Additionally, a Black Knight gem was acquired. The mission to defeat the boss monster was completed, rewarding him with tickets. In his last moments, the Black Knight left a message for the protagonist. "Oh, strong one, overcome forgetfulness, go beyond." Ryuki struggled to respond. "I don't need to hear that. I will move on." With the end of the battle, the Black Knight transformed into shadows and disappeared. Throughout the fight, the protagonist had been recorded. A blonde man who watched the video asked when it was published. A suited man nearby stated that the video had been published a few hours ago and asked if he should contact the video's creator. However, someone said it wouldn't be necessary, as they recognized the face of that young man. They instructed the man to just prepare a car. Adjusting his jacket, the blonde man, Gabriel Darius, asked the employee where Lynfell was. There was a hot topic on IgTube, the video channel about Yggdrasil and the labyrinth. As a dubious post, the video from the user Ryu71017 was drawing more and more attention, as the method the young man used to fight seemed to be an unknown concept. Viewers were surprised to see the battle against the Chaos Black Knight, even questioning whether it was the real monster. The one-on-one battle with the bugged tutorial monster was hard to believe. Seeing the gunblade and the young man's parry skill, those watching wondered if this was really the world of Phantasm. However, many didn't believe it was truly the parry skill, assuming it was something different. Many thought the video looked fake, but some believed it was real since the Black Knight had indeed been defeated. What drew the most attention was the damage level that made no sense for someone in the tutorial. Viewers thought that if it wasn't a system error, nothing else could explain what had happened. The young man seemed to have no cooldown time on his abilities, which many blamed as a game error. Even though the continuous use of skills seemed like a time-related error, many were incredulous at the young man's reaction time fighting the Black Knight. People in front of the screen where the video was being broadcast had many questions but no answers, except that the player Ryu71017 was impressive. This was also the impression of Laguna, an analyst with 2 years of experience in the Lindsa Guild. The analyst, who considered herself a professional, couldn't understand that video. Taking down the total health points of the boss monster with just 2 hits was beyond expectations. Laguna believed he must have definitely used some system error and brought the matter up, asking if they shouldn't try to contact the player on behalf of the guild. However, Laguna's senior stated that this would be impossible. The analyst was in doubt, but the one with the most doubts was that senior, seeing the unforgettable face of the young man in the video, not believing it could really be him. In a room, Lynfell was upside down on the couch, asking who Ryuki was. In response to Gabriel's question, he claimed he didn't remember such a name. However, Gabriel explained that this was an analyst who had worked in the guild 3 years ago and used to create very solid strategy guides. He was the one Lynfell had requested to be expelled from the guild, to be turned into a nobody. Grabbing a bottle of drink, Lynfell didn't want to discuss the matter, stating that many people had faced such a fate and that he couldn't remember them all. Gabriel claimed he had seen a video of Ryuki defeating a Chaos Black Knight. However, Lynfell said he had also seen the video and that it was probably a monster error or something like that. Nevertheless, Gabriel reminded Lynfell that he was the one who had expelled the young man, trying to make him remember the implications of that. Hearing his brother's complaints, Lynfell, already drunk, got irritated. "Come on, brother! When did we become cowards to the point of caring about trash like this? Should we really waste our time thinking about these losers?" With Lynfell being so inflexible, Gabriel sighed silently. The leader of the Lindsa Guild left the room, and while adjusting his glasses, he was questioned by a subordinate about what they should do. Thinking that the young man was intentionally provoking them, they decided to treat it as a trap and handle the situation with caution. Gabriel then instructed his subordinate to find out what Ryuki had been doing since he was expelled. Leaving his brother with his drinking, Gabriel told himself that there was no need to rush into any action. Gathering information and responding when they were ready would be the best course of action. As he left the building, he glanced back and saw his foolish brother at the window, wondering if he would do something reckless again. Back to the protagonist's situation, the Yigan robot analyzed that his physical condition had been recovered to almost 90%, allowing him to move more easily now. The protagonist sighed, commenting on the pain he had felt. The robot then revealed all the internal damages Ryuki had suffered. Organs, muscles, fractures, every pain was real, which even made the robot worry about Ryuki's mental health, considering how much he had faced. However, the protagonist was unfazed, stating that he would get used to it, as he would experience pain hundreds of times, or even more. After conversing with the robot, the protagonist continued walking, heading towards the edge of the forest, where he spotted a small village in the distance. He was ready to say goodbye to the tutorial. As he prepared to leave, the protagonist remembered the main content of the game, which revolved around the Demon Tower. The tower, located dozens of kilometers away, behind several mountains, would not be a place he could access anytime soon. First, he would need to prove his skills in the various dungeons around the tower. While the protagonist walked, the Yigan robot expressed concern about the video being published so openly, as it basically alerted enemies to his presence. The protagonist acknowledged that it was risky, but knew that his enemies wouldn't act so quickly, believing it had merely been a mistake, something quite common to happen. Hearing Ryuki compare the UR rank system to a simple error, the robot clicked his tongue. The protagonist noted that even if his enemies wanted to act, they would likely gather information first, thinking the video was a trap, especially since he had openly revealed his grudge against the Lindsa guild. However, he knew that unlike Lynfell, the guild leader was more cautious. Curiously, the Yigan robot asked if what Ryuki really wanted to do was create confusion by revealing information first. The protagonist confirmed his plan, stating that it wouldn't be bad to gain a little attention. The more attention he received, the more limited his enemy's options would be. As they walked, the protagonist asked if, should the conversion work as the robot said, he could hide his real body in the game world whenever he wanted. The robot confirmed this, impressed that Ryuki was taking advantage of the UR rank system's resources. The protagonist believed he had the means to take down Lynfell Darius. All he needed to do was lure him in. This would be easy, as once his presence became annoying enough, the guy would definitely take some action. The protagonist was confident that once Lynfell was provoked enough and sought him out, that would be the perfect moment to strike. However, before anything else, the Yigan robot wanted to do something interesting, roll some random box tickets. He pointed out that Ryuki already had 20 Yigan tickets, in addition to 2 guaranteed SR tier tickets and a total of 15,000 RP points. The robot was eager for the young man to draw from the random boxes. However, the protagonist wanted to reach the city first, reminding the robot that he needed to leave the labyrinth every 10 days to protect his physical body. The robot explained that Ryuki's body and avatar were technologically distinct. The avatar remained in the same place, so there were risks. However, now that his body had been directly converted into the game, he no longer needed to worry about low-level issues. The robot explained that, although the conversion had been forced in an emergency situation, it should still go out from time to time. However, what it should do now was to draw random boxes. Before the box-obsessed robot could get what it wanted, the protagonist executed the conversion, returning to the real world. Looking around and seeing that he was back in the random box store, he realized he had returned to the point from which he had departed. Seeing that the protagonist did not want to draw random boxes at that moment, the robot simulated crying on its mini-screen. The protagonist simply ignored the drama, observing his own body, which had been badly injured but was now perfectly healed. His actions made the robot wonder if he still did not understand the greatness of the UR rank system. The robot then changed the subject, bringing up something more important. It asked if it should block the cameras around the store. As the protagonist was surprised to hear about the cameras, a door opened. Through the door, a group of bandits entered, just because he was there. The leader of the bandits and his more than 10 subordinates looked at Ryuki maliciously. With a baseball bat, the leader asked where he had been hiding all day. The protagonist remembered what that group had done to him some time ago, and hatred arose in his gaze. The bandit leader claimed he had seen Ryuki on the cameras, which is why they rushed to find him. While the man chattered, the protagonist threw a chair at one of the windows and quickly fled. As he ran, the robot followed him, asking why he was escaping. In response, the protagonist questioned why he should fight more than 10 guys at once. Understanding Ryuki's actions, the Yigan robot stated that it would guide him through a safe escape route. The robot instructed him to turn right and go 20 meters before turning left. Following the directions given by the robot, the protagonist threatened it, stating that it better be right. However, when Ryuki realized where the robot had taken him, it was too late. In front of him was a large wall, as that was a dead-end street. The protagonist punched the robot, which was just an illusion, angry for having trusted it. However, the robot stated that there was a reason for all of that. At that moment, the group of bandits found the protagonist, irritated that he had made them run so much. The bandit leader was interested in discovering what valuable item Ryuki had obtained, since he had disappeared in such a mysterious way the night before. He extended his hand, telling Ryuki to hand over whatever he had if he wanted to stay alive. The protagonist became irritated, realizing that what the bandits wanted was Igon from the beginning. He ordered the robot to restart the conversion, but before that, the robot stated that there was an abandoned wooden sword near him. The protagonist looked at the piece of wood and asked if the robot was talking about that junk. The Yigon robot explained that, unfortunately, Ryuki did not possess any special item he could use in the real world, so it had identified the shortest path to find a sword. That was the reason the robot had taken him to a dead-end alley. The protagonist obeyed the robot, picking up the piece of wood, even though he knew it was basically trash. Suddenly, the piece of wood began to shine. Seeing Ryuki with a piece of wood in his hand, the bandit leader smiled, asking if he was going to face them with that. Not wanting to prolong things, he ordered his henchmen to attack. The first bandit charged with an iron rod full of confidence and said, "No matter how strong you attack, unknown, you are nothing." However, before the bandit finished his attack, the protagonist struck his hand hard, sending the rod flying away. The protagonist delivered a second blow, making the bandit's cheek look more like jelly. With just 2 hits, he disarmed and defeated the bandit with ease. This alerted the other bandits and their leader. Irritated to see his henchmen defeated, the bandit leader ordered everyone to attack at once. Seeing all the bandits charging, the protagonist smiled. Even though it wasn't a game, his skills could be activated. Lucky or not, using his abilities in the real world made everything much more interesting. Although the boss had ordered the attack, the thugs were afraid to advance, questioning whether the boss was not just hot-headed, messing with the wrong person. Hearing this made the thug leader grit his teeth. "What are you afraid of? Dealing with a single unknown? An unknown is still an unknown. Get him!" The thug leader was confident he could handle this arrogant unknown who dared to challenge him and seize the big prize he believed he deserved. He, from the Black Cobra, the ruler of that area, wanted to be above any unknown. However, the thug leader was shocked by what he saw. His expression changed when the situation worsened, and his jaw dropped more than ever. The protagonist had already dealt with most of the thugs, ready to confront a bald man begging for mercy. But Ryuki was not willing to be merciful. "Is this all you have to show, you fools?" The moment Ryuki grabbed the wooden sword, he felt the same sensation as when he used abilities in the game world. The transformation he underwent was different from that of normal players. The protagonist's own body was transformed. It was not just an avatar created. So the stronger he was in the game world, the stronger he would be in the real world. The protagonist faced the thug leader, who was hiding behind his henchmen. "All of you who remain have one thing in common. When you stole my account creation ticket yesterday, each of you touched me at least once." The protagonist had left these guys for last, and seeing how they provoked him, they moved forward with their bats and pipes. However, with quick strikes, Ryuki hit them before their attacks could touch his body. Dealing with the henchmen, the protagonist saved the leader for last. He thanked the thug for all the help he had given him the day before. Trying to push the protagonist away, the thug leader began swinging the baseball bat in the air. However, Ryuki easily thwarted this attempt, striking the bat with his own wooden sword, using the parry skill. The protagonist questioned whether the leader would stop, asking if he wouldn't seek revenge on the subordinates who had been knocked out. Seeing the boy provoke him, the thug ran to grab his bat. However, a wooden sword pinned his hand, preventing him from moving it. The thug began to scream in pain, and calmly Ryuki asked what was wrong. The thug didn't want to give up. With the hand that was free, he prepared to punch. "I am Luga of the Black Cobra." But before his punch could land, a wooden sword struck him. The thug fell backward to the ground in front of the protagonist. In that situation, he wondered if the thug was feeling the same as he had felt the night before. He laughed and mocked the thug, saying that the toothless mouth suited him. As the thug begged, Ryuki sighed. "That account creation ticket you stole from me was the only hope I found amid despair. Now all of you need to know what it's like to lose all hope too." The thug began to cry, trying to warn that an unknown could not mess with a bronze rank and get away with it. But with a wicked smile, the protagonist stated that he would make sure he couldn't tell anyone what had happened. As tears began to flood his eyes, the thug leader stammered, begging to be spared. However, no plea could stop Ryuki's wooden sword. After the protagonist dealt with the thugs and left, Egon's robot asked why he didn't finish them off, since there was a high possibility they would try to take revenge. The protagonist stated that it would be easy to do this, but they would remain silent for some time, as he had shown enough strength to ensure that. The robot then realized that the protagonist, who was lying in a house as dirty as a basement, was exploiting humanity's weakness of fear and violence. Retorting, the protagonist asked if the robot hadn't also done something to them. Egon's robot confirmed, revealing that it had interfered with the seed in their bodies to manipulate their visual perception. The protagonist was surprised to hear what the robot had done, but it was revealed that this only worked when the target was mentally shaken. The robot explained that the thugs would see Ryuki as a terrible monster, an unfathomable being inducing paralyzing fear. The protagonist sighed, asserting that they needed to hide the robot's presence even more, as exposing it would throw the entire world into chaos. While speaking, Ryuki picked up a pocket knife. He was analyzing whether objects only needed to be recognized as swords for their abilities to be activated. It was as if fencing techniques flowed instinctively when he touched these items. The protagonist got up, twirling the knife while stating that a small weapon was much more convenient than carrying a long sword around. The protagonist had a question, wanting Egon to clarify. However, before he could ask, the robot stated that since it existed outside of Yggdrasil, its real body wouldn't age faster due to the time in the labyrinth. Receiving the answer before asking the question, the protagonist sighed. The robot demonstrated the superiority of the U-rank system. Its rating was worthy, as it didn't have simple flaws like that. The protagonist decided to move. The next day, he found the thug leader in a restaurant on the street. Spinning the knife between his fingers, the protagonist expressed how impressed he was to see the thug had already healed quickly with the help of modern technology. Although he was still bandaged and in a sling, the thug smiled, confirming it. Hearing this made the protagonist ask if the treatment had not been covered thanks to his account creation ticket. Upon hearing the question and seeing the knife, the thug grew frightened, stating that he would return all the money, asking for just a little more time. Ryuki frightened the thug even more by asking why he should wait. He reminded the thug that his life was spared only because he wanted it to be. Understanding the meaning behind the young man's words, the toothless thug stammered a bit, affirming that he understood. With everything settled and grabbing a bag, the protagonist stated that they could leave. The two headed to the red light district, an area where most buildings were either destroyed or at least had cracks in the walls. Thug Luga led the protagonist to a building where a madman was writhing in front. Without the madman noticing, Luga pushed him out of the way so they could pass. The place they were heading to was the store Pao Para Toda Obra, Jushin Guang. The protagonist was surprised to see such a random location, but Luga stated that most illegal transactions happened there. The protagonist entered the place, discovering that this was where the thug had also sold his account creation ticket. Inside the store, the seller, dressed differently, noticed the presence of a customer and welcomed him. The protagonist stared at the man, who had the voice of an old man with an interrogative look, asking if he was the owner of the store. The man, who looked more like a puppet, introduced himself as Shizuki, the owner of Jushin Guang. Quickly, the robot warned the protagonist that this person was not human, and that he was evaluating his basic information in real time. The protagonist was surprised. He noticed something strange about the voice of that person. But what really intrigued him was that complete cybernetic bodies had been banned. The cyborg store owner was taken aback by the protagonist's sharp comment, but considered it nonsense to talk about laws in an illegal market. Changing the subject, he asked Ryuki what business he brought. The protagonist got straight to the point, asking what had happened to his account creation ticket. Shizuki was surprised, asking what he was talking about. At that moment, Luga entered the store looking awkward. Seeing Luga enter, Shizuki understood what had happened. However, he stated that account creation tickets were popular and valuable, and unfortunately, his had already been sold. He wanted to know if that was the only reason Ryuki had come there, but as the protagonist grabbed his bag, he denied it. The protagonist held the bag, stating that he wanted to make an offer, if that was something that could be done in that place. The cyborg smiled, asserting that at Jushin Guang they traded everything, even humans. Shizuki opened the backpack, intrigued, to discover what the young man had to offer. Seeing the red spheres and realizing what they were, Shizuki was astonished. The bag in front of the cyborg was filled with mana stones. Shizuki asked Ryuki if he didn't know the value of a mana stone. In response to the question, the protagonist asked if the cyborg was underestimating him just because he was a stranger, thinking he didn't know something so basic. In reality, there were two main types of items in the game labyrinth: those that could not manifest in reality, the common items, and those that could, the special items. Mana stones were also special items. Just like ether, the current source of energy extracted from them. The higher the grade of the mana stone, the purer the energy extracted. The energy that elevated the social status of players. The cyborg thought it made no sense to sell such items through illegal means instead of selling them through the normal method. The protagonist revealed that he had obtained the mana stones on his own, so selling them openly would be complicated. Observing a purple mana stone, Shizuki thought it made no sense for a stranger to get their hands on mana stones. Thinking about a few things, Shizuki surprised Luga by sending him away. The bandit tried to question whether he should leave, wanting to ask the protagonist, but Ryuki simply told him to go. The iron door closed behind Luga, who was expelled from the store. The cyborg snapped his fingers, causing a screen to start appearing. He revealed that at first he thought the young man was just a thief who got lucky stealing mana stones, which wouldn't be illogical to think of a stranger. However, recently, logic had been redefined. The protagonist was curious, not understanding what Shizuki meant, but the screen created by the cyborg showed a video of a person fighting against a black knight. Upon showing the video, the store owner revealed his surprise at realizing that the star of the viral video had entered his store. He welcomed player Ryu 7017. Shizuki warned the protagonist that if he wanted to keep his identity hidden, he should be more cautious, especially when carrying mana stones like that purple one, the mana stone of the Chaos Black Knight, coming from the world of Fantasm, which was clearly shown in the evaluation app. He was the only person who had managed to defeat the creature trapped in the tutorial area, thanks to a bug. Shizuki was curious to know why Ryu had come to his store, especially with those mana stones. The protagonist shrugged, confirming his identity. He thanked for the warning, but stated he was there to look for something, asking if they could get straight to business. The cyborg was surprised to hear that he was looking for an item from an illegal dealer. The protagonist stated that he was looking for a mod, asking if he had any of them. The seller was surprised, asking if he was sure he was looking for such an item, and if he knew what they were. Of course, the protagonist knew. This was an app that artificially altered elements of the game Labyrinth. Even a stranger like him knew things like that. However, Shizuki stated that he shouldn't know that, as most mods had been discarded due to severe limitations and critical bugs. The protagonist ignored the cyborg's statement and, while looking at some shelves, asked if he wasn't a seller from the underworld, because if he was, he should have some hidden. The protagonist stated that all he needed was a mod that reduced the difficulty of the labyrinth. The side effects didn't matter as long as the main effect worked. Shizuki asked if Ryuki hadn't seen the person who was outside. Remembering the crazy man, the protagonist asked what he had. Shizuki revealed that the man was a mod user. He once came to the store looking for a mod that removed pain because he wanted to test sensory controls. However, the results were horrible. While his sensitivity to pain decreased, his other senses became sharper. He was mentally destroyed after deleting the mod, unable to recover. That was what mods did. Caused disappearance, suffocation, loss of mind, spontaneous combustion, and many other things. Shizuki advised the protagonist to give up, as mods were so dangerous that the authorities intervened, banning their development and destroying all of them. However, Shizuki stated that there were still some hidden mods that Ryuki could obtain. The protagonist countered the store owner, stating that he had a poor view of people. Adjusting his glasses, Shizuki asked what he meant. The protagonist approached the cyborg and asked if he thought he was just a normal player, even being able to defeat the Chaos Black Knight alone. He revealed how people were already calling him cheater. The protagonist pointed at the cyborg, stating that it didn't matter how they had called him. He would use everything necessary, including what was in the store collecting dust. With Ryuki's finger on his forehead, Shizuki asked if he really thought he could handle the discarded mods. In response, the protagonist asked if the cyborg didn't want to see what would happen. Since Ryuki was insisting, Shizuki snapped his fingers. A small box with some CDs appeared. The cyborg stated that some of the mods he had managed to save were there. He insisted that if Ryuki was truly capable of using the mods, he could start with those. The protagonist knew that the mods were risky, but he had his reasons for wanting to use them. The robot began to analyze the CDs. The first was a triple attack modifier and was classified as a failure, just an inflated number with no real effects. The second CD was a modifier to see a second into the future. The robot stated that such a concept was good, but the actual implementation was a failure. It would only hinder vision in a battle. The third CD modified all characters to look beautiful. This would be technically possible as long as one could manipulate visuals like an illusion, but it shouldn't matter. The fourth CD was a modifier that increased all abilities by 20%. It would be very exhausting for the brain and body, and the multiplier wouldn't be so great. The The fifth CD was a modifier that increased sensitivity by 3,000 times. However, the problem was that sensitivity to pain increased more than all other senses. The protagonist had expected so much from the mods, but all so far had been useless. The last mod surprised the protagonist, a probability manipulator. The robot praised the creator of the mod, as it could manipulate events with probabilities in favor of the player. This would make each occurrence within Yggdrasil up to 0.5% more advantageous, and with the performance reduction of an avatar, the probability could be increased by about 1% for Ryuki. Having between 0.5 and 1% of advantage might not seem very noticeable, but if small improvements in luck were applied to random boxes, it could be something interesting. The protagonist stated that he had already made a decision. He would take 3 of the mods. Seeing the protagonist pick up the probability manipulator, the luck-obsessed robot got excited. Upon seeing the protagonist take 3 mods, Shizuki smiled, realizing he wasn't just talking, but actually picking up items that could be useful from a pile of junk. The protagonist was surprised to hear that everything there was junk. The cyborg apologized, stating that he didn't want to mess with him. He had just received a request from another customer to test some mods. Hearing about the request, the protagonist asked if he knew the creator of the mods or something like that. However, Shizuki was mysterious, stating that he would find out soon. As an apology, Shizuki stated that he would give Ryuki a special price. He could use the items wisely, as long as they had never seen the light of day. The Yigon system came into action. Checking Ryuki's 13-digit user code, it asked if he would like to install the external app, as the installation was irreversible and could only be done once. The protagonist approved the installation of the 3 mods he had chosen. While the installation was being done, the cyborg Shizuki approached, asking to ask one more question. He wanted to know what Ryuki intended to do with the mods if he was really capable of using their power. In response to the question, the protagonist smiled. Even at night, the great tree of Yggdrasil illuminated the city with its splendor. Cyborg Shizuki was sitting inside his store, his user deep in thought. Suddenly, the cyborg began to laugh, as if he had heard the most interesting thing of his life. He remembered the young man who pointed to the skies, and while citing the ranks, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and even the so-called kings in the diamond rank, none of them matter. I will knock down all that trash in my way and rise to the top of this world. Shizuki couldn't help but laugh, stating that watching this would be interesting. He looked forward to seeing the young man more often, his new unknown friend. A large village was surrounded by high walls in the world of Fantasm. Along with the protagonist, who was looking at his user card, the Yigon robot revealed it was worried that they might get into trouble because Ryuki was a stranger, but unexpectedly, things became simple. The protagonist questioned the robot if he really thought anyone would think that a stranger would be in the game labyrinth. Changing the subject, he showed that he was impressed with the village. The protagonist walked through an open-air market, where on all sides stalls sold the most random things, from food to plants and weapons. Merchants tried to sell their products while children ran around excitedly. The protagonist observed how the village had been set up to have a classic medieval fantasy look, being quite peaceful. The robot didn't want to know about the village and asked when the protagonist would spin the random boxes, as he had already accumulated a huge amount of tickets and points. The protagonist told the Gacha addict to calm down a bit, as he could only make the draws in a secluded place. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something. Yigon also noticed that people were looking at them with strange expressions. He asked Ryuki if he had done something. The protagonist revealed that NPCs usually didn't like players because they didn't treat them like people. Players tended to act as they pleased in this virtual world, not caring about how it looked. Thanks to idiots like that, everything was ruined for everyone. Suddenly, a shout of "thief" was heard. In front of the protagonist, a person was thrown onto some boxes, falling to the ground. A man grabbed the young man in blue clothes, asking how he dared to try to rob him. The young man apologized, stating that he was hungry. However, the NPC dragged him away. The protagonist watched the small commotion, wondering what was happening. He then realized that the young NPC was wearing different clothes from the others. At that moment, Yigon analyzed the NPC and stated that he was a resident of the labyrinth game called Space Alien, a Yggdrasil labyrinth that had been closed 3 months ago. A closed labyrinth game meant that the game itself had been deleted from existence. Therefore, the residents had likely migrated to other labyrinth games to survive. The protagonist then realized why it was so noisy. He looked around and saw other characters from Space Alien, commenting that adapting to a different world wasn't something that happened overnight. Yigon stated that Yggdrasil would cut off labyrinth games that proved to be worthless, even if the game was World of Phantasm. Hearing this, the protagonist decided to hurry, because even if the game collapsed, as long as he destroyed Lynfell and the Lindsa guild before that, everything would be fine. The first thing the protagonist did upon arriving in the city was to rent a room at an inn. Entering the room with Ryuki, the robot asked if the long-awaited moment for the draws had arrived. However, the protagonist discouraged the robot by stating that he first wanted to check the mods. The robot opened some information, impressed that a cheap trick actually worked, as the probability of the random boxes had increased slightly. The protagonist analyzed the change in draw probabilities. The chances of normal rank items had decreased to compensate for the increases that occurred in the other rarities. The SSR box had more than tripled, going to a 1% chance. This increase made a significant difference. The protagonist told Egon that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Egon was extremely excited, revealing that Ryuki had 40 Egon tickets, 2 guaranteed SR rank tickets, and 15,000 RP points. He hoped that with this amount, Ryuki could at least get 1 SSR rank item. With a glow that illuminated the entire inn room, the Egon robot first used the 40 normal tickets. The protagonist was incredulous at the result of the draw. He had obtained a huge pile of random items, all junk. The protagonist fell to his knees. Beside him, the Egon robot was also incredulous. Both couldn't believe that even with 40 draws, they had not obtained anything above the rare rank. The protagonist blamed the probability modifier, calling it junk. Seeing the number of toothbrushes they had obtained, the robot joked, asking if they should open a pharmacy. The protagonist got irritated with the joke, grabbing the robot. "Listen here, tin can. Do you want me to turn you into scrap?" The robot panicked, as everything it had said was just to cheer Ryuki up. To distract the protagonist, Egon made the rest of the draws. A glow caught the protagonist's attention as he watched the random boxes falling from the sky. Seeing the rainbow-colored box, he became extremely excited. "SSR rank, I knew I could count on you. Probability mod, you are a god." Watching Ryuki win good items, the system robot huffed, commenting that he was just using cheats again. A skill was obtained from a golden SR rank box, and another was obtained from the rainbow SSR rank box, instant steps and intuition, respectively. Intuition was a passive skill that increased the player's instincts. When maximized, it would allow the user to have glimpses of the essence of the world. Instant steps was a fast movement skill, but intuition still intrigued him. The protagonist decided to equip the intuition skill first. He felt no difference and questioned whether this skill should really be on the same level as the SSR item he had drawn earlier. To see if the skill was truly strong, he decided to evolve it first to check how many points would be needed for the next level, discovering that it would cost 7,000 RP. The high cost startled the protagonist, who asked what kind of outrageous requirement that was. He had spent only about 2,000 points to evolve other skills to level 3, but this one required more than triple, just for one level. The robot advised that it would be unwise to spend points on a skill he didn't even know what it did, suggesting that the protagonist use the points to try for another SSR item. However, the protagonist shattered Egon's expectations by deciding to invest all his RP into leveling up the skill. Seeing this happen, the robot nearly had a meltdown, even without having a heart. Upon realizing that the random boxes would no longer be drawn, the protagonist evolved his sword mastery to level 4, as well as his parry skill. He also evolved instant steps to level 2, allowing him to move instantly for 14 meters, with a cooldown of 16 seconds. Ryuki was left with almost 9,000 RP points, and sword mastery required 8,400 to evolve to level 5. With another 8,400, sword mastery would reach the maximum level in Egon's system, but putting all his remaining points into that skill seemed excessive. Seeing the protagonist's indecision, the Egon robot tried once again to convince him to draw random boxes. However, the protagonist broke Egon's circuit heart by deciding to evolve sword mastery to level 5. With sword mastery at its maximum level, Egon fried his systems while lying on the bed. The protagonist analyzed the skill he had maximized, discovering that it was now eligible for a rank upgrade. He smiled mischievously upon understanding why the skill required so many points to evolve to the last level. Without a second thought, he initiated the rank upgrade for sword mastery. A golden glow like the Yggdrasil tree appeared in front of Ryuki, surprising him. Above the protagonist, a golden stone appeared. Seeing that, the protagonist quickly requested an explanation from Egon. However, the robot was on the floor with its metal heart broken. From the floating stone, numerous golden feathers began to fall. A notification from Egon's system appeared for the protagonist. He had achieved an accomplishment, received 15 tickets for evolving a skill to the maximum level and for upgrading its rank. The sword mastery skill, which previously had a blue icon, evolved to a golden icon. The skill was upgraded to SR plus rank. The skill now offered various new buffs that enhanced all abilities when equipping a sword, in addition to providing a sword aura. The protagonist had never seen anything like this before. Now the rank of his skill had risen from SR to SR+. Most players couldn't even have the sword mastery skill, but now he had unlocked this ability to a higher level. The protagonist raised his hands high, laughing maniacally, while the Yigan robot lay on the floor, melancholic, realizing the difference in emotions between him and his master. The protagonist told the robot to stop the drama and get up, because what was important was about to begin. Following the protagonist, Igon asked where they were going. Ryuki revealed that they were heading to a nearby dungeon where Lynfell had set the record for the fastest clear time. Hearing this, the robot understood that Ryuki was trying to steal the first-place record in the dungeon. The protagonist stated that if this was a dungeon that Lynfell had completed, he knew the place better than anyone, and there was no way he would lose to an idiot. A group was preparing to enter a dungeon in a cave. The leader, with a large axe on his back, was asking the other 4 members to stay alert, checking with everyone to see if they were forgetting anything. At that moment, they were surprised to see a person walking past them alone. The man with the axe tried to stop the protagonist, asking if he was attempting to enter the dungeon alone without a team, claiming it would be dangerous. However, the protagonist ignored them, heading toward the portal. "Of course I know." The man with the axe wondered what was wrong with that crazy young man, realizing he had a face he didn't recognize. At that moment, a teammate simply stated that he should let the crazy guy be, as people said this dungeon had been acting strangely lately, and no one had managed to conquer it in the last 3 months. Hearing this, the man with the axe was surprised, but felt he couldn't do anything. The dungeon the protagonist had entered was called Witch's Hideout, a dark dungeon where it was hard to see ahead. The protagonist warned the robot that their goal would be to beat Lynfell's record. Recovering his gunblade, he smiled and instructed to start the timer. As the protagonist walked through the dungeon, he was watched by a witch through a crystal ball. "You who dared to invade this place once again, you filthy intruder? Do you think I'm playing here? With those dirty feet of yours, how dare you contaminate my sacred realm?" Inside a small room filled with books, scrolls, and potions, along with a cauldron by the fireplace, the witch cursed the newest intruder. She placed her hands on the crystal ball, planning what she would do with Ryuki. "Do not fear yet, for invaders' judgment is the only fate that awaits them. I will tear him apart myself, rip him into pieces with my own hands, and offer him as a sacrifice." The protagonist received a Yigan ticket as a reward for his first entry into a dungeon. Ignoring this, he focused on walking, although it was difficult due to the darkness. He knew that the layout of the dungeon changed randomly each time. He would have to check the structures with his own eyes. He remembered that Lynfell's cleaning time had been 17.5 hours, but he couldn't recall the other times. The Yigan system responded, showing that the second place had cleaned the dungeon in 8 minutes longer than Lynfell, and the third team had taken just over 19 hours. Discovering that the second place had taken only 8 minutes more surprised the protagonist. The robot was impressed by the difference between the second and third places, which was over an hour. A player who could be on par with Lynfell, the one named Asaya from the Gai's Guild, the protagonist should remember this person. Walking through the dungeon, the protagonist revealed that they were almost at their destination. Suddenly, Ryuki looked up and saw on the cave ceiling hundreds of pairs of red eyes watching him, all belonging to giant bats. As if the poor visibility in the cave and the cramped space weren't enough, these troublesome creatures attacked players in groups, causing infection debuffs with their bites. However, for Ryuki, this was an old story. He pulled out an item from his inventory, ready to use it. To the robot's surprise, the protagonist threw a glass tube with 2 wires into the cave where the bats were. The protagonist covered his ears, revealing that this was his strategy. Without warning, a light exploded, transforming the entire cave into a white glow. When the protagonist removed his hands from his ears, he revealed to Igon that it was a sound bomb. Using it would be effective, as giant bats were sensitive to sound. The robot cursed the protagonist for not warning him as he almost went deaf. Hearing this, the protagonist joked, claiming he didn't know that vacuum cleaners had ears. Walking through the dungeon, he attacked the bats that had survived. Seeing the protagonist walk so slowly, Igon asked if he wasn't going too slow if he wanted to break a record. But Ryuki asserted that dungeon cleans were always a long game. The key was to discover patterns and tricks. The only thing different was that no one had managed to clean this dungeon in the last 3 months. Upon hearing about the time without achievements in the dungeon, the robot became curious if this was really strange. Ryuki frowned, revealing that this used to be a low-level dungeon. When Lynfell cleaned it, it was almost treated like a tutorial dungeon, so this fact was anything but normal. The robot, Igon, understood what the protagonist meant, but changing the subject, questioned if they were going the right way. The protagonist affirmed that they were indeed going the right way, remembering that patterns and tricks were important. However, the robot thought they were just going in circles. While looking for a way to go, the protagonist asked Egon if he knew how many strategy guides he had written when he was an analyst, revealing that he had simulated this dungeon thousands of times. However, the robot stated that he had seen the same place dozens of times, and that it wasn't shameful to admit he was lost. Arriving at a fork in the road, the protagonist pointed out that the entrance was different, telling the robot to look closely. Ryuki showed a curved groove and a stalactite, revealing that until now they had only seen straight grooves. Looking closely, the robot noticed a small detail in the stalactite on the right side. The protagonist revealed that this change occurred when a person passed through that section for the 32nd time. This was proof that the escape route was open. The robot was surprised to discover that the protagonist had memorized the path using such a brute force method. Ignoring the chatty robot, the protagonist analyzed a few more walls. Ryuki stated that this place was designated as a maze initially, which is why the structures changed in real time. Originally, the purpose was to find the true route using a specific class skill. In the past, his guild had a team member with this skill during a raid. However, before this strategy was discovered, people memorized every element of the map clearly, allowing them to reach the next area in about 5 minutes. Discovering that Ryuki had memorized every small difference in the dungeon, the robot was even more shocked. This was a method that no ordinary player would dare to use. It was impressive that Ryuki was using this just to clean the dungeon alone. The robot felt pity for the protagonist, thinking he was completely crazy. However, Ryuki heard everything and told Egon to clean the floor. The protagonist analyzed that he was close to exiting the maze section, being about 30 minutes behind Lynfell's mark. It seemed he had spent more time than he thought. Additionally, there was still an unknown mystery, the one that had prevented players from cleaning the dungeon for the last 3 months. The witch in the lair had been watching the protagonist all along. "So, intruder, you passed through the maze? But this false hope will throw you into an abyss of despair the moment you exit the maze. My instant annihilation magic will send you to hell." Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist was stepping into a trap. When the protagonist stepped on the trap, the witch was already eager for the new material for her sacrifice to arrive. A dark energy was released when the trap was activated, attacking the protagonist, who was startled. The dark energy disappeared, giving way to darkness again. Next to the protagonist, the robot asked what had happened. The protagonist replied that he didn't know, that he wasn't sure, but felt as if they shouldn't go any further. Thinking there might be something ahead, the protagonist pulled a cloth doll from his inventory. He then threw the doll from the dark area of the cave into the illuminated area. Before the doll could advance a few meters, a strong dark energy consumed it entirely, turning it to ash. The protagonist realized what those black flames were: instant annihilation magic. This was a trap that shouldn't appear until much later when he reached the tower. He couldn't understand why this magic was there. With a quick analysis, Egon stated that the dungeon specifications had been changed for unknown reasons and recommended that they retreat. The protagonist gritted his teeth at the brutal trap he encountered early in the dungeon. Looking back, he wondered if he really had no other choice but to go back. Suddenly, the protagonist had a spark of insight. A passage in one of the corners should lead to a dead end, but he felt that if he went that way, everything would be fine. First, he noticed the trap, and now he had this perception. Smiling, he wondered if these hunches could be caused by a certain skill that was proving to be a cheat: intuition. Watching the protagonist, the old witch smiled. "Aren't you a lucky bastard? You survived by inches, but it will only be a matter of time. No matter where you go in this endless maze, you won't escape the curse of the end of life. Tormented by fear until your final moment, you will remain forever trapped in this maze." While the witch tried to curse the protagonist, she didn't realize that he had passed through a secret passage. She jumped from her chair, wondering where the boy had disappeared right before her eyes. Quickly changing her view in the crystal ball, she found him again. She was impressed to see that he was in the central hall, a place quite distant from where he had been moments before. She cursed the clever little rat who had managed to escape the first trap. However, seeing him surrounded by many other traps, she delighted in thinking that this would be the place where he would take his last breath. Suddenly, before the witch's eyes, the young man disappeared again, startling her. The witch punched the table upon seeing the young man vanish once more. She began to search for him hurriedly. Finally, she found him in the old laboratory, wondering how he had ended up on the opposite side of the central hall. The witch felt relieved, as that was the place with the most curses, thinking that no matter how many tricks the young man used, he wouldn't escape. But against the witch's expectations, with several jumps, Ryuki dodged the traps one by one. The witch began to feel desperate, trying to understand how the boy had evaded all the traps. This was impossible for her to believe, let alone how he had disappeared again. She continued to search for him, changing the image in the crystal ball until she found him in the underground storage. With all her accumulated anger, the witch decided to activate all the traps at once. A strong dark energy, along with flames of darkness, covered all the passages and rooms of the dungeon. Watching the flames and the crystal ball, the witch sighed, believing she had gotten rid of the little intruding bug. Suddenly, a voice emerged along with a large explosion behind the witch. "What a pity that the materials are damaged, but I can still use them." The witch was startled upon hearing a voice behind her, claiming he had found the boss room. Next to the protagonist, the robot tried to make him disable such a broken ability, if he still had any consciousness left. The protagonist had knocked down a wall, entering the witch's room while arguing with the robot Egon. Seeing the boy cleaning wax from his ear, the witch was frightened, asking how on earth he had managed to get there. The protagonist smiled at the question. "Well, I can't waste my time explaining the details, so let's skip that part. It's time to end this. Dungeon boss of the witch's hideout, the Witch of Solitude, Serial." The protagonist drew his gun blade, which was strapped to his back, and pointed the sword gun at the witch. "Let me call you a name that suits you better, glitched bug." The mechanical witch, faced with the young man who had arrived so quickly at her hideout, had no reaction to what he called her. The witch, with mechanical spider legs, still couldn't believe it, asking how the boy had evaded all the traps. The protagonist gritted his teeth maniacally, stating that he had already lost patience with those damned chaotic paths and the traps scattered everywhere. Next to the protagonist, Egon was a bit startled by his villainous tone. The protagonist was irritated. He had a lot to do still, but now he had found a bug in the dungeon. He knew he could revive, but dealing with the pain from the traps was another story. He wondered if he should wait until the bug was fixed to try again. However, he realized he needed to act now. He needed to cement his position before the guild made a move. The robot Egon performed a scan, revealing to the protagonist that there was more than just a few traps. It would be difficult to decipher all the locations, so it would be better to retreat and regroup. At the moment Egon was explaining this to Ryuki, dark flames began to emerge. The protagonist quickly jumped out of the room, dodging the witch's attack. The robot was surprised by the sudden jump, asking if Ryuki was okay. Seeing that the protagonist was fine, the robot seemed shocked by his risky maneuver, questioning if he had started taking risks since his last gacha spin failure. However, the protagonist contradicted Egon's words, stating that he was wrong. Demonstrating his intuition skill, the protagonist claimed that he had actually hit the jackpot. Inside her lair, the witch observed the protagonist and, realizing he had the intuition skill, understood why he could detect danger and even sense bugs in space. Turning back to face the witch, the protagonist stated that he hadn't even evolved the skill yet, but it was already good, asking how he couldn't have high hopes. The robot warned that the skill was impressive, but it was still based on human senses, so it would eventually hit a limit. Changing the subject, since he already knew that, he got into a battle stance, stating that the most important thing now was to survive. Suddenly, the witch in front of the protagonist began to glitch. Her data seemed to be corrupted as she kept repeating the word intruder. Suddenly, dozens of curses were created by the witch. She attacked Ryuki with all of them at once. The protagonist felt the curses approaching, dodging as an explosion occurred. He realized that like a bug, a curse was going to hit his face, but he ducked to evade it. Facing the boss monster, which seemed to be completely out of standards, he realized he couldn't drag the situation out any longer. As the witch didn't seem to have any specific pattern, he should attack now. The protagonist used his newly evolved skill, Level 3 Instant Steps. Charging at the witch, he drew her attention, using the Sword Mastery skill, increasing his proficiency and gaining several buffs. Before the boss monster, he admitted that she was dangerous, but he would finish this quickly. As he received the attack, the witch seemed to look to the skies, joyful at being freed, no longer bound to anything. The protagonist split the boss monster in two. The mechanical spider legs stayed with him, while the rest of the witch was thrown far away. Defeating the witch with a single blow made Ryuki think it had been easier than he had thought. However, at that moment, several errors began to occur. A strong energy surged around the mechanical legs, forcing Ryuki to retreat. The protagonist looked at that power, wondering what the hell was happening. Suddenly, from the mechanical legs, the witch began to reconstruct herself, screaming in pain. The robot Egon alerted the protagonist that the witch was regenerating and multiplying. The witch must be the center of the dungeon's bug. The protagonist gritted his teeth, incredulous that the upper body of the witch could be regenerated. Seeing the witch standing and attacking again, the protagonist wondered if normal attacks wouldn't work. The witch launched various attacks, which Ryuki managed to dodge with quick movements. He knew he couldn't lose focus on his intuition skill. If he stopped for even a moment, it would be the end for him. The witch tried to predict where the protagonist was fleeing, but he jumped back, letting the attack pass in front of him. While dodging the endless attacks, the protagonist sought help from Egon, asking if he had any ideas. The robot sighed, stating that he had thought this might happen, so he had adjusted the specifications of the universal evaluation mode. Claiming that now Ryuki could evaluate monsters too, he told him to be grateful. With the command from robot Egon, the protagonist activated the universal evaluation mode. Before the protagonist appeared the information about the boss monster. All the information about the boss monster, including its classification, infinite regeneration, or traps, was bugged. However, there was something different about the boss monster. The witch's wings were not being recognized. The protagonist advanced, dodging various attacks created by the Witch of Solitude. His goal was to get closer to her wings. Approaching, the protagonist tried to evaluate them. He managed to evaluate the witch's wings, and among the information, he discovered that they came from the world of Space Alien. The protagonist remembered that this was the maze game that had been forced to shut down 3 months ago. Finally, he realized what was happening. The emergence of wings on the witch caused the appearance of the bug. Watching the fight from above, seeing the witch trying to bombard Ryuki with attacks, Robot Egon began to go crazy. In this situation, where even a small touch could mean the end, he saw Ryuki smiling. He followed the protagonist, asking if he had gone insane. The protagonist explained why he was reacting this way. On the path to the pinnacle of humanity, do you think mere flames can stop me? The witch became even more irritated that her attacks were missing him. She raised her arms, gathering a large amount of energy into a dark sphere. The protagonist watched that attack being charged, knowing that even a mere touch from it could end him. While threatening the intruder, the Witch of Solitude sent the dark energy sphere towards him. The powerful attack fell in the room, causing a massive evil explosion. The witch was confident that she had eliminated all spaces from which the intruder could escape. However, before she realized it, the sword of her target was already behind her. You are like this dungeon. That is not your original power, so you can't control it properly. Even if you cover the entire area, weaknesses will appear, like the gaps in a bugged dungeon. The witch began to tremble as she realized that the intruder was holding her wings behind her. Touching the wings directly, the protagonist could tell they were the cause of the problem. The witch began to stutter, claiming that those wings had given her freedom. The protagonist became curious upon hearing this, giving the witch the opportunity to tell her story. I've been following my original role here for a long time without questioning, just continuing. After I got these wings, I was freed from that magic. My wings gave me this. The protagonist smiled, stating that they were similar in wanting to escape their circumstances. Hearing this, the witch was surprised. The protagonist decided to share about himself, affirming that he also had difficulties escaping his trash world. Upon realizing their similarities, the witch became more excited, asking if the young man understood her feelings, trying to convince him to spare her and join forces with her. However, the protagonist's words interrupted her. So, for the sake of my glory, I will crush your freedom. The protagonist ripped one of the witch's mechanical wings off, much to her despair. Holding the witch's wing, he activated an SSR rank skill. As he destroyed the witch's wings, the entire scene changed. The boss monster returned to normal, and its information displayed the items she could drop. In front of the protagonist, the witch, now much more normal, executed her standard speech. Intruder who infiltrated my hideout, before my magic, you must kneel before me, Serial. While the witch was speaking, the protagonist attacked her. With a quick strike, the protagonist defeated her. Even though she was returning to normal, nothing had changed. He would still defeat her so that he could reach even greater heights. After defeating the witch, the protagonist collected his reward. Besides the various completed quests, he received 500 RP points, along with Serial's magic stone and the witch's heart. Although the original monster had been easier to defeat than when under the bug's effect, the protagonist was upset by the low amount of points gained, compared to the Black Knight, who had given him 15,000 points. Egon's robot teased the protagonist's frustration, as even the RNG of the gods could fail sometimes. The protagonist wasn't expecting much anyway, just wanting to secure the SR rank ticket and beat Lynfell's record time. Outside the dungeon, the team that Ryuki had encountered earlier was resting after failing again in their attack on the dungeon. A young girl wondered why they kept being defeated. One of the team members blamed her for always getting lost. As the group argued, and the leader tried to calm them down, the protagonist emerged from the cave. The team leader had just managed to calm his group, advising them to cooperate with another team for a new attack. At that moment, he noticed the presence of the young man he had met earlier. The girl from the group was amazed by the young man who alone lasted 7 hours inside the dungeon, while the team leader asked if Ryuki was ready to give up and go home. The protagonist ignored the group, calmly continuing on his way, which led them to think he had gone mad by falling into reality. However, at that moment, a notification appeared for the group, an update in the dungeon. The leader of that group was surprised as the update was specifically about its conquest rank. In first place, with a conquest time of just over 7 hours, was the guildless player named Ryuki. The group was shocked to see in person the player who conquered the dungeon alone, reducing the conquest time by more than 10 hours. They couldn't believe that someone would break Lynfell's solo record, let alone by such a large margin. Suddenly, a knife flew toward the protagonist. A warrior from that group ordered Ryuki to stop and recount all the tricks he had used to get through the dungeon. He threatened the protagonist to reveal how he had achieved the impossible feat of reducing the conquest time by more than 10 hours, all by himself. The protagonist sighed, stating that there was a bug in the dungeon and that he had used it to reduce the conquest time. Hearing Ryuki's words, the group became angry, questioning how he could break a record with something like that, accusing him of breaking a record without any skill, but by using cheats. The man with the knife pointed it at the protagonist, claiming he should be ashamed for using a bug. Seeing the group's reaction, the protagonist remained calm, wondering if they were idiots. He then left the group behind, warning that he had fixed the bug, and that instead of worrying about him, they should focus on clearing the dungeon themselves. The man with the knife attacked the protagonist, irritated that he was trying to teach them a lesson. However, Ryuki skillfully moved aside, dodging the attack. Seizing the moment, he counterattacked, hitting him squarely. The protagonist then left the angry man behind, walking away as if nothing had happened. The man forced himself to stand, threatening the protagonist, but a hand touched his shoulder, calming him down. The group leader stated that his companion was unaware that he would be unable to defeat the opponent, but found it ridiculous. He didn't want to lose to a dirty person who used cheats and bugs. However, his insistence irritated the group leader. "Wake up, you idiot. He not only used the bug, he fixed it. Don't you understand?" The group then understood what such words meant. Not only had the young man faced the bug, but he had also fixed it. This sounded even more unbelievable. The group leader had a feeling that this player seemed familiar to him, trying to remember where he had seen him. The White Lake, a snowy lake surrounded by mountains and forests. The Red Spider Forest, as the name suggested, was a forest infested with monsters. And lastly, the ancestral ruins of the gods, a mystical place where pieces of land floated. While eating, the protagonist explained to Igon's robot that these were the most famous dungeons where Lynfell Darius's team had set records. There was one more dungeon, but these 3 were enough for him to tackle. The robot was curious, asking why he wouldn't attack that last one. Ryuki explained that another guild had set a new record for that dungeon 2 years ago, the team of player Asura from the Gai's guild. Just like the record in the witch's hideout that he had seen earlier, the cleaning time there was suspiciously close to what Ryuki had predicted in his strategy while he was part of his old guild. This made him a bit irritated. The protagonist stood up confidently, stating that he would first attack the 3 mentioned dungeons, asking Igon if they should erase Lynfell's name from the records forever. Inside the Demon God Tower, a group of players was facing some monsters. The leader, Lynfell, commanded the group to collect the loot after defeating the monsters, asking if they wanted to work overtime. Suddenly, Lynfell was surprised by a notification. A video showed an octopus monster being attacked. Curiously, this was the monster from the White Lake. However, another thing surprised Lynfell. The video continued with monsters from the Red Spider Forest. Lynfell became irritated with what he realized was happening. Sending the group to collect the loot on their own, he watched the video from the ancestral ruins of the gods and informed the group that he would go to a certain place first. Lynfell lay down on a couch. While watching the videos, he realized that this player was deliberately trying to break all his records, clearly trying to provoke a fight. Sitting up, he wondered if the player thought he was hot stuff. Thinking of the name Ryuki, mentioned by his brother, he strained to remember someone with that name but could not recall, questioning whether he really knew anyone by that name. Suddenly, a man burst into the room shouting, "Lynfell, I bring great news!" Surprising Lynfell Darius, the man stated that the player who was breaking all his records was live streaming. In the Lindsa Guild's analysis room, there was an analyst named Ragna. She had some information about the best monthly rankings, but what she was seeing in the dungeon attack videos was beyond expectations. She couldn't believe that Ryuki had destroyed 4 dungeons in one day and published the videos of the record-breaking runs. As expected, The response to this was explosive on social media, with over 1 million views. She thought it was natural for people to expect a follow-up video after the hunt for the Black Knight. There were definitely items and abilities that people still hadn't discovered, but the strategy shown by Ryuki in the video required complete mastery of each element of the dungeon. The most shocking part had been the clearing of the witch's hideout. No one had been able to conquer that dungeon in the last 3 months, yet the player, Ryu 7017, completed it as if it were child's play. He had cleared it alone from that horrible hole full of monsters. Many people claimed the videos were fake, but it was clear that the witch's hideout had indeed been conquered. Ragna knew that this required incredible analytical skill, which made her wonder if there was another guild supporting Ryuki. She became worried, as this would cause a hell of a stir. These videos were on another level compared to the Black Knight incident. In an empty room, the protagonist held a cell phone while talking to Egon, stating that everything he had published so far paled in comparison to what he was about to publish. Egon asked if the protagonist's plan wasn't different from the previous provocations, as from now on, the Lindsa guild would clearly see him as an enemy. Although the protagonist claimed he wasn't worried about that, Egon asked if it wouldn't be better to strengthen himself first. The protagonist knew Egon was right, but if he dragged this out, he would be giving the guild time to respond. He couldn't stop now after having come this far. For Ryuki, time seemed to have frozen since what happened 3 years ago. Everything had stopped, and only 2 things remained in his mind: despair and hatred. These were the 2 things that kept him alive for so long. The protagonist then began the live stream, while people from various parts of the game, including members of the Lindsa guild, watched him. Hello viewers, this is Ryu 7017, known for posting videos escaping from the depths of the sea. My name in the Labyrinth game is Ryuki. I apologize, but today's video is not about dungeon clears. From now on, I will be revealing the truth that I know about every... Ragna was surprised by the protagonist's appearance. He looked much more ordinary than she had expected. As she watched, she was taken aback by Ryuki's words. First of all, many people must be curious as to why the title of the video is Unknown. To be clear, I am an unknown in the literal sense. From inside the room, where there was only a camera, the protagonist continued his broadcast. I know it's hard to believe that an unknown without an account could enter the game labyrinth. Many of you might find this hard to swallow. After all, to get an account, you need to be silver rank or higher, pass the relevance exam, or get a recommendation from a guild. Hearing what Ryuki was saying, many viewers were skeptical that he could truly be an unknown, thinking it might just be a way to attract attention. However, Ryuki assured everyone that he was absolutely an unknown at rock bottom, and that the way he got an account could be described as luck. This fact didn't matter, whether they believed him or suspected it was a lie. As the protagonist continued his broadcast, many comments flooded the screen. Lynfell was also watching the stream from his couch while Ryuki stated that he didn't care what they said, as the broadcast wouldn't be about him, but about why he had become an unknown, because he had been framed for something. The protagonist set that topic aside, knowing he wasn't there to talk about himself and that no one would believe him. He then revealed the reason for making the video. I know you're watching, Lynfell, and you two bastards of the Lindsa Guild. Do you all remember? The pathetic look on my face when I fell into the abyss, I fell into hell, and now I'm back. So wait a little longer, because now it's your turn. In a data room, a man in a trench coat connected with others in a voice call, commenting that an enemy of the Lindsa Guild had now appeared. The person with the initial H expressed surprise at the video, which didn't seem like a joke at all. Alongside them, a person with the initial V asked their companions if Ryuki was the guy they had talked about before, as they had heard that the boy was now under surveillance. The man in the trench coat affirmed to his companions that Ryuki seemed to have worked for Lindsa before falling to the status of unknown. The details had been erased, but that was what could be said. VoiceVi commented that Gabriel must have been involved in this. Since Ryuki seemed to have something against Lynfell, he probably deleted all records that could harm the guild. VoiceV added that Lynfell Darius was an important candidate, so they should keep an eye on him. However, the other voice commented that everyone seemed pathetic in their eyes, which led the man in the trench coat to ask what they should do, as Lindsa wouldn't be able to ignore Ryu 7017 now. Voice H stated that they would prefer to stay out of it for now, asking what the three could decide. Voice V confirmed the idea, stating that they would also just watch as they had their own matters to deal with. The man in the trench coat thought for a moment, concluding that they should just continue with surveillance. However, he asked if he could act at his own discretion. Yet the two voices didn't want to get involved. Asking when the man needed to ask for permission, they disconnected, leaving him alone. Agreeing that he usually didn't ask permission from anyone, he affirmed to himself that he would do as he pleased. whatever his soul approved of the most. Elsewhere, a press conference was taking place. The leader of the Liz Guild was being questioned about the recent hot topic, player Ryu 7017. They wanted to know what the relationship was between the player and the Lindsa Guild. Gabriel, alongside his brother, stated that it was true that Ryu had once been part of the guild, but due to an internal incident, he was expelled and now had no connections with them. The reporter stated that there were allegations that the Lindsa Guild had falsely accused the player, asking if this was true. However, with a scowl on his face, Gabriel affirmed that this was completely unfounded. The reporter continued with questions, stating that there were various suspicions circulating as well, including malicious actions against other players, as well as rumors of collusion with Latia, the developer of World of Fantasm, supposedly to control the pace of content consumption in this world. The rumors said that Lindsa was regulating dungeon clears and item acquisitions. The reporter wanted to hear from the guild leader what he had to say about such allegations. Patiently, Gabriel stated that these were just rumors that did not reflect the truth, nothing more than attempts to bring down Lindsa. He also claimed that he had already contacted associates of Ryu 7017, having knowledge of their information, and that soon everything would return to its rightful place. He assured that they would use the law against Ryuki for spreading such rumors. Gabriel's interview was viewed by many people, including in underground shops. The owner of one of these shops, upon noticing the arrival of the protagonist, was surprised by the presence of the hot topic of the moment worldwide, impressed that a celebrity would come to his shop, Jushin Guang. Removing his hood, the protagonist stated that he didn't care at all about that. Changing the subject, he asked why the body the shop owner was using didn't match his old voice at all. The shop owner, who was now using a doll with a female body, long hair, and a beautiful purple dress, stated that he liked his own voice, one of the advantages of a full-body prosthesis. The protagonist was no longer interested in the shop owner, asking him to show him more modifiers. Sighing at the protagonist's coldness, the shop owner expressed sadness that those Ryuki had seen last time had been the last ones. Hearing this, the protagonist became irritated, remembering that the shopkeeper had claimed last time that there was a request to test those looking for mods. He asked if that didn't mean the shop owner had a connection with the creator of the mods. Shizuki was surprised, asking the protagonist if he wanted to deal directly with the creator of the mods. Ryuki returned the question, asking who he was to refuse if the test was still ongoing. The doll then put its hand inside its dress to retrieve something. Pulling out a CD, it stated that the creator had said to deliver that to someone looking for their mods. If he could use such a mod correctly, the creators would find him. Hearing Shizuki's words and realizing it wasn't a creator but a group, Ryuki commented that this seemed to be a big deal. As the protagonist held the CD, Egon scanned it. That mod was called Eyes of the Mind. It interacted with the visual system to obtain various information. However, it had much higher specifications compared to the mods previously installed, which meant high risks. The protagonist didn't care about the risks. He just didn't like the feeling of being tested. Changing the subject, the protagonist grabbed the bag on his shoulder, which caught the shopkeeper's attention, who was curious to know what was inside it. The protagonist then showed the high-level magic stones from the bosses he had collected in the dungeons. Throwing the bag on the floor, he asked the excited shop owner if he would calculate the value, including the bonus modifier. Thanking him for the magic stones with a big smile, the shopkeeper stated that he would make sure Ryuki was properly compensated, asking him to return to the shop in the future. After leaving the shop, the protagonist analyzed the payments for the magic stones and the revenue generated by YouTube, commenting to Egon that the amount was good. Hearing about the money, the robot asked if the protagonist was going to try some random boxes, but the protagonist replied that there was still one more person he needed to find first. This left the robot startled, incredulous that his master was meeting two people in the same day, something very different from the antisocial person he had known. A man waved to the protagonist upon seeing him, commenting with a smile that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. As the protagonist turned to look at the man, the robot was surprised, asking since when he had friends and commenting that he had judged him wrongly. The man approached the protagonist, asking how he was and even making physical contact, which startled Egon's robot. The protagonist recalled some memories of when he was friends with that person, remembering how excited they would get about the Yggdrasil tree and the good relationships they had when they studied together. With a reserved expression, he greeted Garcia, commenting that it had indeed been a long time. Garcia felt a bit uncomfortable under the gaze, but asked if they could talk for a bit. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly but suppressed his feelings, stating that he didn't mind having a conversation. As the two walked, Garcia gestured with his hand behind his back. While they continued down the street chatting, several men in suits, armed and hidden, were scattered around the corners, waiting. They were not only at the corners, but also on top of the buildings, watching the duo walk together, ready to act. Next to the protagonist, Garcia put on a false smile, claiming he wanted to apologize properly after all this time. He suggested that they go to a more private place, as someone might recognize Ryuki. In response, the protagonist gave a mischievous smile and accepted the invitation, stating that there were many curious eyes around them. Inside a cafe, Garcia lowered his head to the protagonist, apologizing for what happened 3 years ago. In response to his words, the protagonist, however, asked if he thought apologizing had any meaning. Garcia tried to reaffirm that he was very sorry, but the protagonist confronted him, asking exactly what he was apologizing for. Garcia stated that he had a plan to help Ryuki return to the bronze rank, which piqued the protagonist's curiosity, asking if that was really possible. As Garcia began to explain his plan, the protagonist's mind drifted back to the past. Ryuki remembered the day he ran to find his friend. On that rainy night, he was desperate, as there was only a week left before his mother's surgery, and he only had his friend to ask for help. He pleaded with Garcia to at least lend him the necessary amount for his mother's surgery, promising to pay him back later. However, Garcia did the worst thing he could. He pushed Ryuki away, even disgusted to be touched by him. His eyes were filled with hatred for someone who, at that moment, was a stranger, leaving him lying on the ground, the one who once believed to be his friend. Soaked by the rain, Ryuki knew he needed to get the money for his mother's surgery, but what he received was only the despair of losing her. Garcia's words still echoed in his mind. He had thrown the hospital bill amounts, the surgery costs, and the treatment expenses in Ryuki's face, everything the stranger could not afford. Knowing all the costs, Garcia abandoned him, not even wanting to be in the same place as that stranger. Those words hammered in Ryuki's mind as he experienced the loss of his mother, creating a scar in his heart. Now, in the cafe, facing the false friend, he sighed with his head down. "Garcia, I'll give you a little advice since we were friends. No one would believe this ridiculous performance." As he finished speaking, the protagonist snapped his fingers. A tab with the developer information for the GameSpace alien appeared. In front of it, the protagonist stated that he had easily discovered whom Garcia was affiliated with, Activity, one of Latia's subsidiaries. He questioned Garcia about what help he could offer when he had been constantly failing in the maze lately. Garcia became desperate upon being discovered. However, Ryuki simply stood up, turning his back on him. "Your trick might have worked in the past, but I don't need your help now." Before Ryuki could leave, Garcia knelt down with a card in hand, threatening to deliver all the information he had about him to Lindsa. He smiled, stating that Ryuki should know, since he had already worked there, about the guildmaster Lindsa and the older brother of Lynfell, Darius. The protagonist gritted his teeth, remembering Gabriel. One day the two had met, with Gabriel impressed by the guide created by Ryuki, even though he was a novice. Gabriel, before his brother, was the ace of the Lindsa guild, the absolute leader, known as the Frost Serpent. Garcia showed the card to Ryuki, asking if he knew how terrible Gabriel was, claiming it would be smart to sit down and listen while he still considered him human. The protagonist turned to face Garcia. This made Garcia think the protagonist was going to take his card to discuss business later. He began to talk about the proposal he had to make, but at that moment, Ryuki grabbed the card and destroyed it, to Garcia's surprise. Garcia was shocked to see the card being destroyed, but the protagonist simply told him to be quiet, as he didn't want to hear any more nonsense from him. Garcia became furious. He had come there to help a worthless person, but he couldn't believe he was being treated this way. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife, and questioning how Ryuki dared to despise him, lunged forward. However, before Garcia could move, the protagonist grabbed him. He easily lifted Garcia, asking if he had forgotten that this trash was dangerous. The protagonist stared at his ex-friend, asking if he still wanted to live. He threw Garcia onto the table, knocking over all the coffee and delivering a heavy blow to him. As he left the cafe, the protagonist warned that they would never see each other again. At that moment, Garcia activated a hidden communicator, reporting that an emergency had occurred and that the target was escaping. Instantly, several armed individuals appeared in front of the cafe, aiming at Ryuki to subdue him. One man ordered him to surrender peacefully, but before he could finish speaking, his weapon was already taken from his hand. In the next instant, the man was thrown away by Ryuki, who seized the opportunity to flee. The armed group was startled, looking around for the target. However, the protagonist quickly ran, jumping onto one of the buildings. Although the group tried to find him thanks to his skill in instant steps, Ryuki managed to escape. Seeing the ambush attempt, the protagonist blamed Gabriel Darius. This was a much more aggressive approach than he had expected. Egon, who was with the protagonist, detected that his stress levels were rising and asked if something was bothering him. However, the protagonist denied it, stating that things were becoming clearer, especially regarding what he needed to do next. Thus, he decided to return to the world of Phantasm. That night, Gabriel met with Garcia, expressing his disappointment. Gabriel said he had trusted him and asked how he had repaid such trust. Garcia knelt on the ground, apologizing for disappointing Gabriel, but claiming he had information about Ryuki. However, all Garcia began to talk about were just basic information, which irritated Gabriel. The more you talk, the more disappointed I become. Do you think I don't already know the basic information about someone who has worked for Lindsa? I didn't come here to hear useless details. Garcia became desperate, trying to release any information. Stating that Ryuki had probably obtained his account creation ticket from the random boxes. He asked Gabriel for another chance to investigate properly. However, Gabriel stated that there was already a record of an account creation ticket being drawn, but all had already been auctioned, and there were no terminals in the area where Ryuki supposedly lived. Gabriel revealed that he believed Ryuki had a benefactor, which is why he was waiting for information about his associates. Garcia gritted his teeth in despair. He knew that Ryuki had been a stranger for years, wondering how he could know his associates. Gabriel stood up to leave. He thought he had wasted his time talking to a worthless person who had even betrayed a stranger for his own benefit. Garcia was stunned to be associated with a stranger. He stood up in anger while holding his knife. In a fit of madness, he tried to attack Gabriel for belittling him. However, before he could do that, a hand reached him first. Gabriel had quickly moved behind him, throwing him to the ground. Frowning with anger, he asked how a bronze dared to attack a gold. This was a great offense, reminding Garcia that there were many people around. Gabriel said there was no hope for him to escape. After pushing Garcia to the ground, Gabriel stated that normally such a transgression would receive a lethal sentence, but he would be merciful. At that moment, he declared what he would do. Garcia, I sentence you to become a stranger. Gabriel's guards held Garcia, who in his desperation begged for another chance, just one more. He didn't want to become a stranger. Gabriel, however, ignored him. He thought of Ryuki. Back then, he believed the young man would at most be a good analyst, but nothing more. He didn't compare to Lynfell, so the choice was obvious. But something seemed to have made him special. Gabriel was willing to do anything to uncover the secrets of Ryuki's account, by any means necessary. The large village in the game world of Phantasm was calm as always, until a lightning bolt struck one of the streets. The lightning brought Ryuki back to the village. That had been the effect of the transfer stone, an item that allowed someone to travel to a village they had previously visited. Along with him was Egon, who again asked when he would open the random boxes. Egon followed the protagonist, asking why he continued walking without opening the boxes. The protagonist revealed that the number of players online in a village was important, not just the size of the village. If there were few players, or if the number was beyond the limit, it wouldn't be good. He revealed that he wanted witnesses for what was about to happen soon. The protagonist remembered how the number of spectators had rapidly increased since he revealed his true face. With so much attention, it would be hard to ignore him, so Lindsa would soon take action. And that was the protagonist's target, the best guild in World of Phantasm, and Lindsa's ace, Lynfell. Removing the helmet from his head, the protagonist stated that they would set a trap. Egon, beside him, celebrated the plan, ready to start. After the protagonist removed his helmet, some people began to point at him, recognizing him. Ryuki stretched in the middle of an open area, intentionally drawing attention. He was easily recognized as the stranger everyone was talking about. The protagonist was observing a piece of information, the number of tickets and RP points he had. He had earned them through login bonuses, daily missions, and dungeon achievements. He had accumulated quite a bit by that moment. Determined, the protagonist made 10 common draws in that open area. Several random items fell to the ground, but Ryuki didn't see a single SR-ranked item or a rainbow box. Egon was also upset, as this was beyond his control. However, he stated that if the draws failed, he would be with Ryuki to laugh or cry wholeheartedly. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist told Egon to use all the next tickets. Just as the protagonist requested, the tickets were used. A shower of normal and rare-ranked items fell in front of him, but no interesting items appeared. Ryuki seemed like someone soulless. An SR-ranked item had a 3.6% chance of appearing. He expected that after so many draws, he would have at least gotten one or two. However, Egon urged him not to give up. No matter how bad the world was, it was still worth trying one more time. The protagonist, however, sat on the ground, his hopes fading. But with a wicked smile, he pulled out 5 guaranteed SR-ranked item tickets. Seeing the tickets, Egon also became excited, as Ryuki had always succeeded with these tickets. The protagonist used the first ticket, opening the first random box. From it, he obtained the Phoenix Feather. an SR-ranked necklace made from a phoenix feather, an item that allowed him to revive once. Analyzing the item's effect, the protagonist didn't find it so bad. It would be useful if he lost a battle from a single attack. He then moved on to the second ticket. From the golden box, he wished to obtain a weapon or a skill. However, what Ryuki obtained left him perplexed. He got a magical toothbrush of SR rank. Igon tried to minimize the loss of the item, commenting that after so many toothbrushes, he had finally obtained a supreme toothbrush. The protagonist held the magical toothbrush, unable to believe it was real, wondering if there could be something hidden inside the toothbrush. However, Igon stated that it received such rank because of the star symbol in its name, marking it as an item he could use in the outside world. The protagonist asked if there was any more information about the toothbrush. Igon revealed that if he used it constantly, it would prevent him from getting cavities, and that it didn't require electricity to function. The protagonist was irritated by Igon's explanation. This only proved that the item was trash. The protagonist clicked his tongue. He wondered if using all the remaining tickets at once would increase the chance of getting a good item. Determined, he used the remaining 3 tickets, hoping they would give him something good, like a weapon. The first box that was opened shocked the protagonist, just like the other 2. From the 3 SR-ranked ticket boxes, he obtained 3 gun swords, the same sword he already possessed. As the protagonist knelt in despair over his bad luck, several people around him were watching. The protagonist was incredulous. He had never thought his tickets would end up this way. At that moment, one of the people nearby wondered what Ryuki was doing, and a man beside him asked if they should report to the Lindsa guild. Seeing Ryuki's situation, Igon stated that he would share some good news with him, which surprised him. As the protagonist stood up, Igon said that he had unlocked a combination system after drawing so many SR-ranked items. He stated that there were several other blocked systems. Although he couldn't reveal the conditions to unlock them, Ryuki could challenge himself to that task. The protagonist confronted the robot, asking why he had laughed earlier, which embarrassed the robot, claiming he couldn't resist seeing his despair. That comment made Ryuki joke that he would turn Igon into a rusty can in the future. Returning to the important topic, the protagonist asked how the combination system worked. A notification then appeared in front of him, informing that combined skills guaranteed new abilities. As for items, he could dismantle them to obtain random box points, or evolve items according to their combination recipes. The protagonist analyzed the recipe for the gun sword. 20 normal swords yielded a rare weapon. 5 rare swords produced a gun sword, which could be strengthened to a higher rank. The protagonist received the SR-ranked gun sword. Its red hue transformed into gold. Upon receiving the item, he asked Igon if there was a limit to how many times he could combine an item. At that moment, Igon showed a recipe. By combining 2 more gun swords, he would receive a rainbow-grade item. The protagonist raised the golden gun sword in his hand, wishing to combine them. A glow enveloped the protagonist's weapon, transforming it into a broad sword with a large revolver. The sword was transformed into a gun sword in the IG form. With his new weapon, the protagonist smiled maniacally, which made Igon worry about his mental health. The protagonist decided to move forward and adjust the remaining skills as well, starting with upgrading the parry skill. He evolved the skill to level 5 and then transformed it into an SR plus ranked skill, a skill marked with a star that could be used in the real world. However, the protagonist discovered that he could combine the Yggdrasil version of the parry skill with the Yggdrasil version of sword mastery. A notification appeared with 3 skill options resulting from the fusion: Sword Saint and Celestial Sword, both being SR plus skills, and God of the Sword, a double SR skill. With the randomized possibility, the protagonist became irritated with Igon. However, the robot didn't care. He stated that with skill combinations, the protagonist could improve current skills or obtain new ones, asking Ryuki if he didn't want to try to obtain the double transcendent skill. The protagonist asked what the chance of obtaining such a transcendent grade was, but Igon frustrated him by saying it would only be 2%. The protagonist no longer cared and decided to try anyway. In the fusion attempt, he obtained the Sword Saint skill. This skill qualified the user as a legendary Sword Saint, with Sword Mastery level 3, Parry level 3, and Sword Energy level 1, granting additional experience for each defeated enemy. Ryuki thought it was a shame not to have obtained the double plus skill, but this wasn't a bad skill. It seemed exactly like a combination of the 2 previous skills. However, he was curious as to why the skill levels had decreased, which made him frustrated to hear from Igon that this was also random. The protagonist smiled after a sigh, accepting the situation. He then asked Igon if he would just stand there, questioning whether they should test this skill. However, at that moment, an assassin approached the protagonist, asking if he was Ryu 7017. The protagonist wasn't scared, and asked if Lindsa had sent the assassin. However, the man stated that he was the one asking questions. The protagonist commented, surprised, about the man drawing a sword in the middle of the city, as it should be a PK-free zone, but he was taken aback when the assassin swung his sword, spilling his blood. The protagonist bent over, blood dripping to the ground. The assassin demonstrated his superiority by asking if he was really concerned with such meaningless settings. He pointed his sword at Ryuki, asserting that the PK rules only meant players couldn't eliminate each other, but pain could still be inflicted. The protagonist remembered that this was the preferred method of the Lindsa Guild, as the sensation within the game was real. With a hand on his neck, the protagonist asked why the assassin bothered wearing a mask if he was from Lindsa, questioning why he hadn't attacked as soon as he declared war on the guild. At that moment, the assassin attacked again, striking Ryuki from behind. Behind the protagonist, he whispered, telling him not to expect peace while in the labyrinth game from then on, for wherever he was, they would be there. After being hit, the protagonist began to laugh, even on the ground, which surprised the assassin. The protagonist stared at him, asking if it didn't sound hilarious, since the world of Fantasm was practically owned by Lindsa, allowing him to act with such impunity. The assassin frowned, telling him to laugh as much as he wanted, for soon the laughter would turn into screams. The assassin attacked again, but this time his strike failed. Ryuki used instant steps to move. In the next instant, the protagonist was already holding the gunblade, attacking the enemy. The protagonist smiled while attacking. 3 times. That was the number of times you attacked me first. That should be enough to activate the scenario of a player being attacked by an evil guild, right? The assassin was frightened, asking what Ryuki meant by that. However, the protagonist gave him an appropriate response with a swing of his sword. Now it's my turn to attack. In front of the entire audience, the assassin began to scream. He pleaded for Ryuki to stop, but he didn't heed the plea. The protagonist asked the assassin why he was pretending to be weak now, having just said he would follow him to the end. The protagonist looked at the assassin with a sneering gaze, questioning if he was feeling pain, the same pain he had felt earlier. He warned that, in the world of Fantasm, defense reduced both damage to health points and pain, but his attacks didn't follow that system. The assassin was desperate. He tried to log out of the game, but couldn't. Next to the protagonist, Egon informed him that the signal allowing players to exit the game had been blocked some time ago. The protagonist showed a maniacal look, recalling what the assassin had said about the PK zone. Everything he would experience would be endless pain. The protagonist began to spin his sword while the assassin screamed. Hearing those sounds, he stated that the assassin should already be familiar with them, as they were exactly what he and his people had caused for so long. At that moment, Egon alerted the protagonist about a certain presence. Before Ryuki could react, he was surrounded by several assassins. Their leader approached the protagonist, stating that he would get straight to the point. He ordered Ryuki to abandon the world of Fantasm, advising him to stop playing the game entirely. That way the matter would be settled. The protagonist smiled at the assassin's generosity, who acted as if he were doing him a great favor. However, he questioned whether they hadn't been the ones who provoked him first. In that instant, the protagonist drew a second sword, striking the assassin below his feet again. The leader of the assassins looked at his subordinate, commenting that Ryuki was being very ruthless, surprised that he hadn't heard that he was so dangerous. The protagonist ordered the assassin to back off, but he stated that wasn't an option. He looked at the protagonist's sword, expressing curiosity about it, since that gun sword certainly didn't exist in the world of Fantasm, asking how he had brought it into that world. The protagonist smiled and told the assassin to take off his mask, and then he would explain. However, he stated that wouldn't happen. The leader concluded that this was a bug, asserting that if Ryuki had quietly enjoyed himself, things could have been handled more peacefully. But, unfortunately, he had chosen to cause unnecessary trouble. As the assassin's eyes turned red, he warned Ryuki that his plans to escape ended there. At that moment, dozens of assassins charged at the protagonist. However, Ryuki's face displayed a smile as he moved agilely. He easily dodged the sword, surprising the leader of the assassins, who joined the attack, wanting to know how far he would go. But at that moment, Ryuki used the Yggdrasil sword saint skill, passing through the assassin and striking him with a powerful blow. The assassin, whose sword was broken, couldn't believe that a player who hadn't even reached the tower was using aura, as that skill consumed a lot of mana. Using such a technique at such a low level seemed senseless. He wondered if Ryuki was really a beginner player taking advantage of a bug. Another assassin moved to the protagonist's back, trying to attack him while mocking his weak aura. However, Ryuki raised the gunblade, defending himself and asking if he really thought he had used aura. With a second attack, the protagonist struck the one who had tried to attack him, sending him flying away. The assassins couldn't believe what was happening. Their target had broken their auras. The leader wondered if this could be a skill from another labyrinth game, like the parry skill. At that moment, the protagonist asked the leader if he had realized the situation he was in. The longer they stayed, the worse it would be for his group. With a smile, he asserted that his skill didn't consume mana. Such a comment left the assassins bewildered. The protagonist, however, stated that if they attacked him, it would only benefit him, as it would give him more practice time. He couldn't practice only with monsters, but also against real targets. While the leader of the assassins was in shock, the gunblade quickly approached him. The entire audience in the square was stunned by what was happening. Among the group of astonished people, there was, however, a person with white hair and a hood, watching closely what was occurring. On the ground, one of the assassins looked at the arm that was no longer attached to his body, trembling. Seeing the situation, the leader quickly alerted his companions not to let Ryuki hit them, as he could ignore defense. Immediately, the group of assassins regrouped, each exchanging their weapons for those of their classes: spear, staff, hammer, dual swords, all possible types. The protagonist was impressed with their performance, but warned that if they were revealing their signature weapons, it no longer made sense to hide their skills. The warning was directed specifically at the dual swordsman Cassius. He imagined that with Cassius's great chivalry, there should be a fan club at least as large as Lynfell's, asking if his current actions didn't ruin his image. Cassius became irritated by the comment. He unleashed a lightning skill, intending to immobilize the protagonist. Suddenly, several golden chains shot up from the ground, wrapping around Ryuki's body to immobilize him. Cassius ordered his companions not to use close-range attacks, and with the command, various skills from different weapons were unleashed. A set of long-range attack skills was released, flying towards the protagonist. Since Cassius had already analyzed the properties of the parry skill, he knew that if the attack wasn't physical, the target wouldn't be able to block it. The protagonist watched carefully as each of the attacks approached, and combined, they would fall upon him mercilessly. Amidst the chains falling within the smoke raised by the attacks, Ryuki's voice could be heard. As expected of an SR rank, it shows the value of your class. The protagonist was looking at his gunblade, excited. Next to him, Egon commented that the aura sword had an effect that cut through space. It could deal damage even if the target didn't have a physical body. Swinging the sword, the protagonist revealed his disappointment, as he had thought he would need to be more cautious with long-range attacks, but he only had to swing the sword to end them. Cassius was shocked by what he saw, and quickly ordered all units to regroup. But before they could do so, a hole appeared in his chest. Cassius fell to the ground after the attack, surprising his companions. The protagonist was curious, asking if that was the first time Cassius had raised a bullet. To him, it didn't seem like a great achievement to take down a boss with just one attack. Cassius's subordinates were desperate. They believed that the gunblade in front of them was not part of World of Phantasm. The protagonist held the gunblade, showing its drum releasing smoke, which surprised the group of assassins. Against a large monster or a number of enemies, the gunblade served as a crowd controller, but against humans, it would be a different story. Weapons do not exist in World of Phantasm. No matter how much strength Lindsa had, they were not equipped to deal with them. Pointing the gunblade at the group, the protagonist asked why they were hesitating. He stated that since they had come this far, they should at least be prepared for this. Ready to shoot again, the protagonist asked if his words were not true. Several explosions were heard from the gunblade. In a completely distant room, a small being watched the video of the battle. He did not understand what the hell that was, whether it was a bug or even if it could be called a bug. For this being, which resembled a teddy bear, things seemed to be getting even more interesting. Egon was accompanying the protagonist. He stated that the opponents relied on evasion and blocking based on their statistics, which meant their movements were useless. This contrasted with Ryuki's combat style, which was prepared to go all the way, no matter the cost. The various assassins fell to the ground, suffering from the pain of the attacks. The protagonist watched them as Egon warned that the skill had blocked the game's exit in the area, so the damned ones would not escape the pain. The protagonist crouched, commenting that since they were highly ranked in the Lindsa Guild, they should have some kind of mental safeguard. Suddenly, a snap occurred in the protagonist's mind when perception was activated. He quickly jumped to evade, and in the spot where he had been, a large attack fell, raising dust and stones. The protagonist felt on the ground, remembering the skill that had tried to hit him. It was a technique he had seen countless times in videos. It could only be obtained after mastering the spear. This was one of the few ranged attack skills in World of Phantasm. In the sky, a rain of attacks appeared, targeting where Ryuki was. It was the meteor shower skill. The protagonist quickly dodged the meteors while wondering if what he was thinking was really happening. At that moment, someone smiled, throwing a stone near Ryuki, activating the transfer stone skill. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The crowd was shocked by Ryuki's disappearance, wondering what had happened. Cassius looked in the direction where Ryuki had vanished, wondering if a certain group would be getting personally involved. Elsewhere, a large meteor fell from the sky as Ryuki ran to evade. He looked towards who was attacking him, easily recognizing them. Lynfell Darius spun his spear arrogantly. I prefer not to have spectators around for this. I can't exactly ignore all the noise this so-called love is making. Lynfell, the vice master of the Lindsa guild, wore a superior smile, asking Ryuki if he was ready to face the pain he had brought upon himself. The robot Egon warned the protagonist that his heart was racing. The protagonist was motionless. He had imagined this moment countless times in his mind, waiting for years for this instant. The protagonist wanted to ask Lynfell if he remembered him. Lynfell raised an eyebrow, stating that there were so many people he couldn't remember, which is why he had decided to confront this issue personally, hoping he might recall upon seeing him in person. But even so, no one came to mind. The protagonist was shocked by Lynfell's response, who asked if Ryuki was sure there was something against him. The protagonist was stunned. The guy had ruined his life but didn't remember anything. Lynfell placed a hand on his face, repeating Ryuki's name several times as if trying to remember him. Finally, Lynfell gave a manic smile, as if he had finally recalled, only to affirm that he had no idea. All the misfortune that had happened in Ryuki's life flooded his mind as Lynfell questioned whether he felt wronged, asking if he thought throwing a tantrum would change anything. Holding his spear while releasing a golden aura, Lynfell stated that Ryuki was merely blaming others for his own misery. The spear was pointed at the protagonist while its wielder asked him not to disappoint him too much. The protagonist extended his gunblade, warning that Lynfell need not worry, as he had no intention of holding back against someone like him. Wielding spear and sword, the two faced each other, keeping their distance. At that moment, the tip of the spear began to gather energy. Seeing this, the protagonist prepared to face the attack. Lynfell charged towards the protagonist, spear in hand while his other arm extended towards him. Ryuki was impressed by Lynfell's speed, gritting his teeth as he saw the spear approaching. The attack struck Ryuki, but the protagonist used a skill. Lynfell was impressed to see that he had deflected his attack. Beside the protagonist, a large trench appeared due to Lynfell's attack, who praised him for doing so, being a stranger. Holding the gunblade, the protagonist trembled slightly, impressed by the power behind Lynfell's attack. However, Lynfell would not stop there. He continued to attack Ryuki, who blocked the blows with his sword. The spear was wielded swiftly, intensifying the exchange of blows between the two. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he faced Lynfell. Just his normal attack strength was impressive, plus it was so fast that it made it difficult for Ryuki to use the parry, barely managing to deflect the attacks purely by instinct. With a more powerful strike, Lynfell made Ryuki stagger back several meters. As the protagonist caught his breath, Lynfell stated that he would need to reassess him. Spinning his spear, Lynfell commented that it would only be for pure entertainment, as nowadays games were purely about farming, but in the old days people played for fun. He resumed attacking Ryuki, now pressing him even more, claiming he would give some tips for free, coming from someone with real talent. Spinning his spear to prepare a new attack, Lynfell wished Ryuki would try his best to keep up with him. He used the meteor strike skill, lifting his spear above his head to attack the protagonist. The spear fell upon the gunblade, and with the massive shockwave, the ground cracked like an eggshell hitting the floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth, straining to defend against that power. The shockwave nearly made his wrists give way. However, Ryuki held his sword firm. The gunblade confronted Lynfell's spear, and at that moment, the protagonist used the parry skill. Thanks to the combination of parry with the swordmaster, the protagonist managed to push Lynfell's spear back. The protagonist smiled at the opportunity created by the parry skill, ready to attack. However, before he could, Lynfell moved first. The spear strike fell upon the protagonist, pushing him back. The protagonist was surprised by Lynfell's action. He had counterattacked even while off balance. Such counterattack strength was heavier than the Black Knight's blows. Lynfell was curious and interested in the parry skill used by Ryuki, as it could not be obtained in World of Phantasm. He then smiled, stating that he would start making things more difficult, asking if Ryuki could keep up with him. Lynfell advanced with his spear pointed forward, while Ryuki dodged. Lynfell's speed increased with each moment, while the protagonist tried to analyze him. The parry skill should have a stunning effect, which led Ryuki to wonder if Lynfell had avoided the effect due to his own weapon. The protagonist continued to defend against the attacks while recalling the data he had reviewed when he was an analyst. Seeing Ryuki manage to defend himself longer than he expected, Lynfell warned that he would increase his speed again. Lynfell continued to swing his spear, which Ryuki remembered was a unique item called the Starlight Spear. The more attacks the user dealt, the faster they became. This showed that, even with the skills Intuition and Parry, Ryuki wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. At that moment, the protagonist launched his attack, pushing Lynfell back for the first time. The protagonist tried to force an opportunity to attack, aiming for a critical hit. However, he coughed as he was hit. Lynfell's spear was faster, piercing Ryuki, while Lynfell stated that if he had held out for 3 more seconds, he would have set a new record among his opponents. He pulled his spear back with a manic smile, claiming that this opponent wasn't worth remembering either. It had been a bit challenging, but nothing beyond that. Throwing Ryuki away, Lynfell stepped back, feeling like the victor of the battle. He gritted his teeth, showing signs of discouragement, and questioned Ryuki if he thought he could take him down with skills like the ones he possessed. He then looked at Ryuki on the ground, revealing that he wouldn't receive a fatal blow right there if he wanted, as that place was a PK-free zone, just like the village where he had fought against Cassius. The place might seem like empty ruins without NPCs, but the game's system still considered it a village. Lynfell approached Ryuki, stating that if he didn't want to suffer more, he should start talking. He wanted to know if there was anyone supporting Ryuki. The protagonist forced himself to get up, telling Lynfell to shut up and suggesting he ask Cynthia if he was so curious. Lynfell was surprised to hear Cynthia's name mentioned. He advanced towards the protagonist, grabbed his collar, and asked where Cynthia was. The protagonist began to smile mockingly, asking Lynfell if the woman had betrayed him too. Lynfell became furious, telling Ryuki to stop talking nonsense and answer. At that moment, the protagonist felt that his intuition skill had never been sharper. Seizing the moment, he pulled a grenade from his inventory, and while Lynfell continued asking where Cynthia was, the protagonist used the small light grenade. Lynfell was blinded by the sudden brightness, shielding his eyes, but quickly realized it was nothing serious. He asked Ryuki if he thought he could take him down with a toy like that. The protagonist began to laugh in response. "You think I would let someone manipulate me? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I need anyone's help to take down trash like you?" Lynfell became irritated, warning Ryuki that he would regret the choice he had made. However, holding his sword, the protagonist asked Lynfell, "You said you don't remember who I am, right? But from now on you will never forget, because now I will be attacking you with 50% of my strength." Hearing the boy say he would attack with 50% of his strength, Lynfell smiled, asking if he had the luxury to say that. Beside the protagonist, Egon understood his command, advising him not to regret it later. The protagonist smiled maniacally at Egon's words. "Regret? I've already discarded that useless emotion." Seeing Ryuki's arrogance, Lynfell attacked with his spear. The protagonist also moved. Reading Lynfell's attack with intuition, his goal was to buy time with parry, and then use his movement skill to get closer. That was Ryuki's intention. However, Lynfell attacked him with a kick. The protagonist was launched away by the attack, causing a massive explosion in one of the houses of the abandoned village. The protagonist spat out red liquid, surprised that Lynfell had changed his attack to a kick at the last second. In the next instant, a spear was before Ryuki's eye. Moving quickly, the protagonist pushed the spear aside, causing the stone behind him to be destroyed. The protagonist moved rapidly, distancing himself. Lynfell retrieved his spear, asking if Ryuki didn't feel lucky to be in a PK-free area. He thought it would be boring if everything ended quickly after so much effort. The protagonist gritted his teeth, clutching his injured right arm. If he had been any slower, he would have been severely hurt. Lynfell lazily placed the spear on his shoulders, stating that he would get scolded by the boss if they fought in the city, so there was no better place than this. The protagonist was irritated, telling Lynfell to shut up, and then used a movement skill. In the next moment, he teleported behind Lynfell to attack him. Lynfell smiled upon noticing the movement. With a simple arm motion, he threw the spear back, attacking Ryuki. Lynfell began to get excited. His spear shone with a bright purple light, and he asked Ryuki if he could withstand his next attack. Lynfell unleashed the meteor shower skill, using his spear as the meteor that would fall from the sky to hit the protagonist. Ryuki couldn't dodge the blow, nearly fainting in the process. Lynfell smiled maniacally, asking if Ryuki was getting slower, and if that was all he had after saying he would fight with 50% of his strength. He mocked Ryuki, who was getting up, warning that the protagonist should know this would be the result. He asked if he thought the leader of an elite guild would be a spoiled brat. He challenged the protagonist to try harder, asking if this wasn't the perfect time for his revenge. In the end, Lynfell became bored with the pathetic weakness of his opponent. He advanced, grabbing Ryuki by the collar and, with a swift motion, threw him into the air. A great power began to gather in Lynfell's spear as he looked at Ryuki in the air. Thinking about it, it would be a waste to finish you off right away. Maybe I should play with you a bit more, shouldn't I? Lynfell used the meteor shower skill, launching his spear at Ryuki and hitting the protagonist squarely as he fell back down. Turning his back on the spot where Ryuki fell, raising a huge cloud of dust, Lynfell sighed, disappointed. At that moment, Lynfell was surprised, as he received a message from his boss, his brother. Gabriel was telling him to stop fighting and return immediately. This made Lynfell click his tongue, irritated to know he would receive another complaint. However, at that moment, a voice commanded him to wait. Lynfell was surprised to hear Ryuki's voice again. He was sure that his previous attack should have broken Ryuki's armor. All the pain the target had felt should have left him in shock, or at least in a vegetative state. He looked at Ryuki, who was getting up, incredulous, as the pain from his attack couldn't be resisted just by willpower. Igon was aware of what was happening with Ryuki. The sensitivity control only adjusted the sensory input. At the minimum level of 50%, he would feel less pain, but his movements would also become slower. Igon questioned Ryuki if he was some kind of masochist who liked to feel pain on purpose, since the last attack should have caused serious problems. The protagonist got up, his eyes furious, and stated he had no choice. He needed to keep attacking back. Lynfell walked towards the protagonist, claiming he thought Ryuki had used some kind of glitch, but advising him to stay on the ground. The protagonist ignored Lynfell's words and asked if he was afraid of his brother. The question shocked Lynfell for a moment, and he asked what Ryuki had said. Seeing his reaction, the protagonist smiled and asked if he had stepped on Lynfell's toes. The protagonist stated that since Lynfell was alone, he had obviously made a solo move, which would make Gabriel furious now. While speaking, the protagonist pulled a rusty dagger from his inventory. Lynfell became irritated by the comment. Gathering power in his spear again, he revealed he was so desperate that he rushed, but in the end, he had achieved what he wanted. At that moment in the conversation, Lynfell was surprised. A dagger flew toward him, hitting him. Lynfell screamed from the pain of the attack. The protagonist seized the opportunity to get up, warning that he had underestimated Lynfell, mocking him for screaming from just a scratch. In the face of Lynfell's despair, the protagonist thought it was fitting, as it must have been the first time he felt pain like that. The protagonist warned that even though Lynfell's armor reduced both damage and pain, his attacks ignored that rule. Lynfell became desperate, cursing the protagonist while covering his wound. Seeing that Lynfell could still curse, the protagonist thought he was doing fine. He provoked Lynfell, calling him out and moving his finger, challenging him to stop screaming and attack. Lynfell became furious. His spear was imbued with great power as he charged at Ryuki, ignoring his own wound. The spear was fast, but with a horizontal movement, the protagonist deflected it to the side. Lynfell's attacks could no longer pressure Ryuki, leaving him desperate as he saw his movements being read. The protagonist took control of the fight, pressing Lynfell. During his time as an analyst, he had constantly studied Lynfell to improve his strategies, memorizing all his skills, habits, fighting style, and even the behaviors generated by his psychological profile. The protagonist continued to attack, inflicting a level of pain on Lynfell that he had never felt before. The moment Lynfell's concentration broke, Ryuki took control of the battle. Lynfell gritted his teeth. Pressured, he realized he needed to end the fight quickly. He managed to distance himself from the protagonist, gathering energy in his spear once more. However, now he had decided to put all his strength into this attack. Lynfell used several skill buffs. He increased his speed, attack power, applied a damage multiplier for the next hit, and a bonus on critical damage. He was ready to use his awakened skill, normally reserved for hunting monsters in the tower, now to penetrate Ryuki. With a sinister smile, he activated the skill Celestial Meteor Strike. The protagonist smiled upon seeing that Lynfell would use the Spear of Invincibility. He knew he just needed to endure this attack. As long as he stayed in the PK-free zone, he would be safe. He planned to use the terrain to dodge the blow and prepare for a counterattack. With this in mind, the protagonist moved, running to another area. Lynfell chased him down quickly. "Do you think you can dodge with such a slow pace?" But at that moment, a wooden doll hit Lynfell's face, followed by an old gear. Knowing he couldn't escape, Ryuki decided to minimize the damage of the attack and fall back as much as possible. The protagonist threw a barrage of trash at Lynfell to destabilize him. Cups, dolls, toothbrushes, everything he could find. Lynfell was irritated by this, asking if Ryuki really thought he could block his Celestial Meteor Strike with trash. Lynfell managed to get past the trash thrown at him, and with fury in his eyes, attacked the protagonist with the spear, ready to finish him off. The protagonist watched as the spear approached rapidly. In the next instant, a massive explosion occurred with Lynfell's attack. Lynfell stood tall, irritated by the little annoying rat he had been hunting. Ryuki lay in a large hole. Pointing the spear at him, Lynfell asked if he had managed to dodge a direct hit. He thought there was nothing left Ryuki could do to win. Despite his injuries, the protagonist stared at Lynfell, holding his spear. Lynfell was annoyed that Ryuki had dirtied his spear. However, when he tried to pull it back, he couldn't. The protagonist slowly got up, still holding the spear. Lynfell, what if I show you something quite fun? Lynfell was irritated by the nonsense Ryuki was saying, telling him to let go of the spear. The protagonist remembered the SSR skill he had obtained at the beginning of his journey, the same one he had used on the witch cereal's wings. In the dungeon video, he had said it was a skill, but in reality, it was neither a skill nor an item. Lynfell was surprised by what he saw happening to his spear. Ryuki held onto it with both hands, refusing to let go. With every tug from Ryuki, Lynfell became more desperate. He tried to store his weapon, but there was something wrong with the status window. The protagonist activated the SSR item he had obtained. Using the system's delete function to M in Lynfell's hands, the spear began to fragment, being deleted. The spear completely disappeared, leaving Lynfell desperate as the starlight faded away. It had also vanished from his inventory. Knowing this made him tremble with fear of losing such a unique item. He knew there was no concept of item destruction in this game, which made him wonder what was happening. He gritted his teeth, wondering if Ryuki had used some kind of illusion technique. He trusted this hunch. The boy must have been using some cheap trick. At that moment, Ryuki held his gunblade, firing while aiming. Lynfell placed his hand on his chest, feeling the pain of being hit. With the gunblade in hand, the protagonist stated that he had aimed for the heart, impressed that Lynfell had managed to react in time, as expected from an ace. Lynfell gritted his teeth, asking what Ryuki had done with his spear. Smiling, Ryuki asked if he didn't understand that the precious weapon he possessed was now worthless. Its data had been deleted. This was the power of Ryuki's ability. Deletion. The ability interfered with the system's authority, erasing the data from the labyrinth game. Not knowing exactly what tricks Ryuki was hiding, but believing he could resolve everything by defeating him, Lynfell drew another spear, though it was less powerful. Provoking Lynfell, the protagonist fled, challenging him to follow. Fury consumed Lynfell as he chased the protagonist. However, as Lynfell ran, a crack was heard. Before he could react, an explosion occurred beneath his feet, causing Ryuki to smile at the outcome. Lynfell managed to protect himself from the explosion, asking what had just happened. However, amidst the smoke, a new attack struck Lynfell, piercing his character. Lynfell leaned forward, covering his wound. In front of him, the protagonist advised him to be careful, as several mines had been planted across the field. Lynfell was incredulous at Ryuki's words, asking how he could know that location in the first place, but at that moment, a new mine was triggered. The protagonist felt the wind caused by the explosion and asked if Lynfell didn't know he also knew that place. With another bomb hitting him, Lynfell roared at the protagonist, "You damn bastard!" The protagonist smiled, pointing to his own brain. "I know every move you will make, from the moment you appeared to the moment you tried to take me down. Since I transmitted the declaration, I had everything planned. This is a place where idiots from the Lindsa guild like you like to play, isn't it?" Lynfell gritted his teeth, realizing he had been completely red. He had been lured to that place without even noticing. The protagonist revealed that he had planted some gifts earlier to deliver to Lynfell. He thanked the vice leader of the Lindsa guild for dancing in the palm of his hand. To return the favor, Ryuki stated he would make sure to play with him until the end. Lynfell gritted his teeth at the protagonist's words. "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard!" Lynfell charged at the protagonist. However, before he could reach his target, a new explosion occurred, launching everything into the air. Lynfell covered his face, protecting himself from the dust while cursing internally the rat who only knew how to hide and dodge. Suddenly, Lynfell noticed a silhouette ahead. He rushed forward, attacking the silhouette in an attempt to catch the protagonist. However, Lynfell was dumbfounded. The surprise was great when he discovered that what he had hit was a cloth dummy. Without Lynfell noticing, a hand grabbed his spear. The protagonist began counting down for the activation of the ability to delete items. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a shine, the spear in Lynfell's hand began to disappear. As the countdown reached 0, the spear shattered, transforming into memories for its former owner. The protagonist aimed the gunblade at Lynfell, who was still in shock. He remembered his starlight spear, realizing what had really happened to his precious item. However, amidst his surprise, the protagonist used the gunblade's ability. With the ignition, a large shot was fired. Hitting Lynfell squarely, the impact launched him against a rock on the other side of the empty field. The protagonist slowly walked toward Lynfell, who was on the ground. He swore that one day he would make Ryuki pay for what he had done. Then he tried to log out of the game. However, Lynfell's attempt failed, as if his exit was blocked. Lynfell was dumbfounded that he couldn't escape. He began to scream, asking why this was happening. At that moment, a new attack pierced through him, making him scream in despair. Lynfell couldn't log out of the game because Egon had disabled the logout feature. Watched by the robot, the protagonist taunted Lynfell, asking if he was trying to escape at a critical moment, questioning whether the ace of the Great Lindsa Guild was a bit shameless. The protagonist pushed Lynfell down to the ground, restraining his movements. Lynfell Darius, do you remember someone who worked as an analyst in the Lindsa Guild named Ryuki? The protagonist's gaze grew dark with Lynfell's response, which claimed he didn't remember anything like that, refusing to recall someone like him. However, the protagonist asked if he would continue to forget even if he were no longer a player. The protagonist reminded him that a person could only have one account. If someone lost their account for any reason, they would never be able to get another. He revealed to Lynfell that he was wondering if the deletion ability could also delete account data. He stated that if he did that, Lynfell would never forget him again. Faced with the threat, Lynfell begged Ryuki to stop, to take his hand off him. The protagonist looked at Lynfell with a blank expression, starting a countdown. Lynfell desperately screamed for Ryuki to stop, but the countdown continued. Sometime earlier, outside the game, Gabriel was in his office, asking his brother to gather information on Ryu Setamil and Daisesite. He warned Lynfell not to act recklessly, as this time was different. However, Lynfell did not want to listen. As the memory finished passing through his mind, Lynfell heard the countdown reach 0. He screamed in despair, but the data around him began to be erased. As if he had never existed in that world, Lynfell disappeared, leaving nothing behind except for Ryuki looking at the ground where he had been. Egon congratulated Ryuki for finishing his work. However, the protagonist stood up, gritting his teeth in anger. Finished? This is just the beginning. There's still much to avenge. Unbeknownst to the protagonist, someone was hiding behind a rock. The person with white hair and a hood drew a dagger, while Ryuki named those against whom he would seek revenge: the Lindsa Guild, Gabriel Darius, and another person. Taking advantage of Ryuki's back being turned, the hooded figure attacked him with a black dagger. The dagger approached the protagonist, who was surprised, wondering what this was now. Egon warned the protagonist to be careful, but it was too late. A system failure seemed to have occurred in the game's space, causing a complete shield. In the next moment, the protagonist found himself inside a cage of dark data. Egon was with him, asking if he was okay, but he stated that he didn't feel anything different. At that moment, a voice emerged behind the protagonist. "It's been a while, Ryuki." A hooded figure stepped through a portal, walking toward him. When the protagonist asked for the person's identity, the hooded figure revealed themselves to be Asura from the Gae's Guild. The protagonist was surprised to see someone of high rank. He had never seen her before, but felt an immense displeasure. The figure stated that her real name was Asura, but she had been known by another name. She then removed her hood, revealing her identity. "You probably know me better by another name. I never thought we would meet again, Ryuki." Before the protagonist stood one of the people who had caused his downfall, Cynthia. The protagonist stuttered upon seeing the woman before him, recalling the past. He couldn't believe Cynthia was there, right in front of him. Cynthia sighed upon hearing that name, stating that she had mentioned before that her name was now Asura. The protagonist ignored her, laughing maniacally. He stared at the woman in front of him. "I don't care what your name is. Because of your scheme, I was expelled from the guild, became a nobody, and lost everything. And yet here you are back again. There's only one reason I believe this is happening. You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Cynthia ignored Ryuki's manic eyes, stating that she had tried to find out for years what had happened to him, never thinking he could have become a player. The protagonist revealed that thinking about how to take her down, along with Lynfell and the bastards of Lindsa, had kept him alive day after day. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be alive as she expected. He glared at her with fury, demanding to know what she was doing there now, as he could barely hold back his urge to attack her. Cynthia scratched her head, stating that after 3 years, Ryuki had changed quite a bit. Getting straight to the point, she asked him to forget the idea of taking revenge on Lindsa. The protagonist thought she was joking, asking what she was talking about. Cynthia asserted that if Ryuki lived quietly, Lindsa would stop pursuing him. She urged him to think of his family, for the sake of his mother. At that moment, Cynthia remembered something, revealing that she had just discovered that Ryuki's mother had passed away, apologizing for bringing her up. The protagonist became even angrier upon hearing her speak. He tightened the grip on his gun blade. "You really don't want to live, do you? If that's the case, I'll grant your wish, right now." The protagonist lunged forward with his sword drawn, quickly aiming at Cynthia. The sword missed its mark, only grazing the woman's coat. Cynthia jumped back, and as she landed, she used a skill on her feet. Cynthia dodged Ryuki, running toward the dagger that was on the ground. Seeing her movement, the protagonist wondered if there was something special about the dagger. Cynthia hurriedly grabbed the dagger. However, at that moment, both the dagger and her hand flew away. The protagonist's strike was precise. He then moved behind her, preparing his next attack. Again, Ryuki's cut was accurate, aiming for Cynthia's neck. As the protagonist gritted his teeth in rage, Cynthia's voice sounded behind him. "I didn't know your hatred ran so deep." Cynthia's head began to disappear, as if the data was being teleported. Her head returned to her body as she stood up, commenting that it seemed defeating Lynfell wasn't just luck. She then warned that she was leaving. Seeing the woman's intention to flee, the protagonist fired with the revolver of the gunblade. The shot passed through Cynthia's character data, and she stated she wasn't there to fight, revealing she never imagined he would defeat Lynfell. At that moment, Igon, who was conducting analyses, informed the protagonist that the woman was not real. There was a significant data transmission when she touched the dagger. The protagonist was shocked by the news, and Igon commented, reminding him that although he had been called a bug, cheater, and much more, he was now face-to-face with a real cheater, an artificial bug. The protagonist no longer cared about Cynthia, as he couldn't deal with her at that moment. Upon leaving that area, Cynthia stated that taking down Lindsa was her job. She declared that she didn't know what tricks Ryuki had used, but asked if he would be able to handle Lynfell when he returned. Hearing Lynfell's name, the protagonist laughed. "I won't give up my revenge. I care little about the consequences." Upon hearing Ryuki's words, Cynthia asserted that he would regret it. However, he revealed something that would shock her. "You will never see Lynfell in the maze game again. I completely erased his account. He was even crying and screaming when it happened. So shut up and wait. Soon, you will meet the same fate as him." After leaving the area created by Cynthia, the protagonist sighed for having been caught in her trick. Whatever she had used had neutralized him. If Asura, or whatever name Cynthia was using now, had wanted to finish him off at that moment, she might have succeeded. However, what shocked Ryuki the most was that suspicious dagger. If he had known that touching it activated something, he would have avoided it at all costs, even though he felt no danger coming from it. The protagonist realized he needed information from a professional. What he needed now was an ally. He looked at the flying robot and asked if the connection was ready. Igon confirmed, starting to track data and connecting to a call. At that moment, the protagonist spoke to the person on the other end of the call that Igon had connected. "You can hear me, right, mod creator?" Hearing a voice speak to him, a bear trembled in fright. "So you put a backdoor in the Insight mod I bought from Shizuki's store. Did you think I wouldn't notice you hacking my view?" The bear was surprised to hear that he had been disconnected, realizing he needed to disconnect quickly. However, the protagonist seemed to read his thoughts. "No way. I suppose you saw how I blocked Cassius and Lynfell from disconnecting, right?" The bear grew nervous, apologizing and stating that he didn't want to cause any harm. However, the protagonist asserted that it didn't matter if he wanted to do harm or not. He had tested and spied on him. Obviously, this would bring a feeling of displeasure. The protagonist asked to confirm if the mod creator knew Shizuki, inviting him to meet in person. He instructed the creator to go to Shizuki's store the next day at 8 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, he would find him and destroy all of his data. With such a threat, the bear trembled in fear. He quickly affirmed that he would go, agreeing with the protagonist but asking to make a question. The bear stated that after Ryuki fought Lynfell, his signal had dropped for a moment, asking if that had been caused by him. The protagonist realized that the mod creator was talking about the moment he had encountered Cynthia. This showed that the bug created by her was indeed dangerous. He needed to catch her no matter what. The protagonist did not answer the mod creator's question. "Do you think you're in a position to ask anything? If you don't want to end up like Lynfell, just show up quietly. Understood?" On the night of the following day, the protagonist went to Shizuki's store. Not seeing anyone besides the seller, he became irritated for having come all the way there and the creator of the mods not showing up. He glared at the store owner's doll, asking if the transactions would be made or not. Shizuki was surprised, asking what Ryuki was talking about, since the creator of the mods was already there, and asked if he couldn't see him. The protagonist pressed Shizuki against the wall. "I didn't come here to joke with you. If he's a friend of yours or something like that and you're hiding him, then..." In the next moment, the protagonist heard a voice coming from a corner of the store. "I'm here." The protagonist looked at the stairs, seeing a teddy bear coming down. "Since this is our first time meeting face to face, it's a bit embarrassing, but I am the creator of the mods." Discovering that the creator was a teddy bear surprised the protagonist. Ryuki grabbed the teddy bear with one hand, questioning if it was trying to make a fool of him. The teddy bear began to scream in pain from Ryuki's grip, being crushed. The protagonist gritted his teeth at the teddy bear's actions, warning that his patience was running out. Suddenly, Shizuki's doll fell onto the table, as if it were unconscious. The protagonist looked at the doll, asking what had happened. The teddy bear in his hand gave him the answer, stating that showing instead of explaining would be quicker. It had briefly moved its consciousness. The teddy bear glowed purple as it spoke. The one speaking through this body is the creator of the mods, 5555. And at the same time, the one talking to you from this side is me, Shizuki. Now can you let me go? We're here to do business, right? The protagonist was surprised, as the tone and sound of the teddy bear's voice had changed to Shizuki's. This made him wonder why Shizuki's doll was lying next to him. Igon clarified the protagonist's doubt. They both seemed to actually be the same person. Apparently he used multiple bodies, being able to adjust his personality according to the body he assumed. The protagonist was astonished. The fact that someone could alter their own personality was insane. The teddy bear with Shizuki in its body congratulated the protagonist for his observation. He had figured out the situation immediately, just like when he first saw Shizuki. Changing the subject, the teddy bear congratulated Ryuki for defeating Lynfell. He seemed quite excited, especially about the last skill Ryuki had used. This was something he wanted to find out, where Ryuki had gotten that skill, along with all the information about it, limitations, usage amount, recharge, and cost. Hearing the voice change again, the protagonist assumed that the personality in the teddy bear was that of 5555. He crossed his arms, not wanting to answer and asking the teddy bear to explain first who he was. The teddy bear stated that Shizuki would explain that later, returning to the topic of the skill and warning that Ryuki should be careful when showing it. The protagonist thanked him for the tip, but warned that it was already too late. Next to him, Igon stated that the battle video had already been edited and published online. Hearing this, Ryuki relayed the message to the teddy bear. The teddy bear became extremely nervous upon hearing Ryuki, asking if he was crazy for publishing all the video content. This would make the whole Lindsa come after him now. However, Ryuki laughed upon hearing this, asserting that this was his plan, to make them tremble in fear before a stranger they so despised. The teddy bear sighed, realizing that talking to Ryuki was like talking to a wall. He then asked if Ryuki at least knew he was being followed. The protagonist was surprised by this, asking for an explanation, but the mod creator simply told him to ask Shizuki later. Behind the protagonist, Shizuki came back to life, laughing as he informed that 5555 didn't like to talk, unless it was about his specialty. Snapping his fingers, Shizuki's doll asked Ryuki to look at something. In front of the protagonist appeared a large hologram of the streets surrounding them. Seeing his surprise, Shizuki explained that this was a transmission of everything happening in a 100-meter radius around the store, quite useful for detecting those who might be targeting them. The hologram zoomed in, showing that about 50 meters away was a group from Black Snake. Seeing the group, the protagonist wondered if they were still hunting him. However, Shizuki stated that it was just a trap. The real enemies were others. Shizuki then pointed out some men in suits in a building. They belonged to Ironblood, but the protagonist was unfamiliar with this organization. Sighing, Shizuki revealed that it was a major crime syndicate that thrived on blood and violence in the underworld. Fortunately, it was unlikely that they were linked to Lindsa. The head of the group had to retire due to an incident some time ago, and there were rumors that Lindsa was behind it. Hearing the explanation, the protagonist understood that they wouldn't ally with those who had ruined them. He then returned to the topic he wanted, stating that Shizuki still hadn't said who they really were. At that moment, Shizuki opened a small secret passage in a shelf, stating that since they had been found, they should go to a better place, a place more suited for a conversation. The protagonist followed Shizuki through the underground passage, which was connected to the sewers. There, the owner of the doll stated that whether Shizuki or 5555, all his personalities had the same goal, and for that, he had sought allies to achieve that goal. Shizuki showed a passage in one of the walls, stating that they would go through there. Igon quickly scanned the area and confirmed to the protagonist that there was no danger in following that path. The protagonist followed Shizuki, and as he passed through the entrance, he came across a large base where several lifeless dolls were hanging. Shizuki revealed his storage, where he kept his goods and bodies, the place where he stored his finest creations. Igon followed the protagonist, looking at the dolls, impressed by the patterns of these creations. The protagonist, however, stated that he wasn't interested in those bodies. The most important thing was to know what he would call their creator. The Shizuki doll stated that he was Shizuki, and the hacker was called 5555, asking to be called that, although it was hard to understand with that explanation. Snapping his fingers to make a new screen appear, Shizuki stated that he would explain his plan before they continued. On the created screen, there was some information, a blank name, an estimated age between 20 and 30 years, and an estimated gender as female. Shizuki stated that, unfortunately, that was all he knew about his own identity. The protagonist was surprised, asking if she didn't know who she was, assuming that messing with her own personality might have caused some sort of separation. The Shizuki doll smiled, agreeing with his idea. He added the question of whether Ryuki had ever heard of the incident of the 707 explosions. This incident was publicly known as a plane crash with no survivors. However, in reality, there was one survivor, a charred figure that could not even be identified or communicated with. She had been torn apart in a lab until nothing was left, only to be transformed into a full-body android by a crazy guy. Hearing the story, Egon was shocked at how low humanity could sink. With the story told, the protagonist asked if Shizuki was the survivor. Shizuki pointed to his own head, stating that it would be more accurate to say that they were, since the incident had fused countless memories. Shizuki stated that he didn't know exactly if he could call this souls or minds, as he could control these personalities artificially. Therefore, all he could say was that he didn't know who he truly was. To clarify things, the protagonist asked what kind of deal she was trying to make. Shizuki threw a notebook to the protagonist. He caught the notebook, which was titled Gilda Lindsa Elatia. Shizuki then stated that he wanted to be part of his revenge. While the duo conversed underground, the video of the protagonist's fight against Cassius and Lynfell was going viral. People were impressed with the last part of that video. As Lynfell had been completely humiliated, he was now seen as worthless. One of the comments from viewers believed that the video looked more like a fabrication. An unknown person appeared, thinking they could win a lawsuit against the Lindsa Guild, a game that didn't allow deletions, yet deletions were happening. Although many thought the video was either fake or real, one person pointed out that Lynfell just needed to appear to prove the truth. But the curious thing was that the Lindsa Guild wasn't responding to anyone. As the comments on the video exploded, the most affected was in a room, drinking liters of alcohol on his sofa. Lynfell smashed a bottle against the wall to vent his rage. He continued trying to log into the Labyrinth games, but no data from his account could be found. He was going insane with the information that his account had disappeared. Shaking while holding a new bottle of drink, he muttered, "I am Lynfell. I am the ace of Lindsa. But my damn brother." Lynfell still remembered the moment he confronted his brother Gabriel, asking for another chance. However, Gabriel was already irritated that he had ignored his warning, seeking a fight for himself and even losing his account in the process. When questioned about what he expected, Lynfell stated that he had been caught off guard, asking Gabriel for a new account and asserting that he would follow whatever Gabriel said from that moment on. Lynfell began to scream and rage at his brother to vent his anger. There must be a way, be it seizing another player's account or obtaining an account creation pass. Gabriel ignored his brother's screams, calling him ignorant for not knowing something obvious, even after being an active player for so long. This made Gabriel ashamed to share the same blood as Lynfell. Gabriel stated that the rules said each person could only have one account. Once they lost their account, they could not create another. Calling some security guards, Gabriel told his brother that he had already wasted his own time, asking if he was now trying to waste his. Lynfell was desperate. He asked his brother if this would be the end for him, especially since even an unknown had become a player. Breaking free from the guards, he declared that he would take care of himself, leaving his brother's office, who merely watched him while adjusting his glasses. After walking for a while on the street, Lynfell was expelled from a supermarket. Now that he was no longer a powerful player, people were taking out all the messes he had created. On the ground, Lynfell cursed those people who previously couldn't even look him in the eye. In this moment of crisis, a man in a trench coat appeared behind him, wanting to confirm his identity. Lynfell scratched his head and told the man to leave, assuming he was there to ask for something, as he was not in the mood. The man laughed at Lynfell's response and, showing a photo, stated that he was there to help him, as it seemed Lynfell would need the strength of his group. Showing the photo of Ryuki, the same man who had gathered in a room on a call with two people to discuss Ryuki, asked Lynfell if he would be willing to hear an offer. Reading the manuscript delivered by Shizuki, the protagonist was astonished. The Lindsa Guild was intentionally delaying the progress of World of Fantasm. In return, the game developer Racha would be providing accommodations for the guild. The protagonist was no longer surprised to discover such information. Egon, on the other hand, sighed. He found the situation pathetic. With developers and administrators like these, the reason for the game's mess was clear. As he analyzed some orbs, Shizuki elaborated, "There is a pact between the Lindsa Guild and Racha. Isn't it ridiculous? A pact to intentionally delay progress in the game of God?" The protagonist caught a glimpse of who Shizuki was targeting, Racha Softwares. The protagonist felt a bit concerned. The world today was sustained thanks to the resources from the game of God. Perhaps it wasn't worth it to take down a large corporation that monopolized its development. However, for Shizuki, it was the opposite. It would be better if they were removed from the scene. Although they had initially led the development of the game of God, now they were just obstructing progress. Ryuki noticed a certain anger in Shizuki's voice, but the puppet quickly reminded him of the reason. Did you forget that I am a survivor of the 707 explosion incident? Do you remember that explosion? In fact, it was caused by a game item coming from Yggdrasil. Shizuki bringing up this subject again made the protagonist suspect that he was insinuating that Ratia Soft was behind the explosion. Although he wasn't 100% sure, Shizuki was almost certain that this was the case. The protagonist analyzed the information he had. If he went after the Lindsa Guild, he would eventually find Ratia too, but what was being proposed went beyond just destroying the Lindsa Guild. Trying to figure out how far the being with so many bodies would go, the protagonist asked if he was planning to erase World of Fantasm. Shizuki's response was clear. Do we really need such a bad game? Just because it provides more than half of society's resources? It doesn't make sense. Ratia's new maze games are nothing but trash. The only success that remains alive is World of Fantasm. And even the resources from this game are slowly becoming outdated. Society may be stable now, but what will happen in 5 or 10 years? Can Ratia manage to create a new success? Those incompetent idiots will continue to monopolize the development of the game of God. The protagonist remembered that the main content of World of Fantasm, the Demon God Tower, remained unconquered. Moreover, the Lindsa Guild had taken control and dominated the area. However, Wolya's idea was to destroy the entire platform at once. Egon also agreed to follow the plan. Let's do it, Master. This game of God is bad and cheesy. It's hard to tolerate this dry and lifeless tree. The protagonist decided that he would consider accepting the offer. Putting that aside, he startled Shizuki and asked if he remembered the reason he had come there. The protagonist smiled sinisterly as he said, "The mods. Hand them all over." As the protagonist exited the sewer, Egon finished checking all the mods delivered by Wolya, and one called the Disguise mod seemed to be the most useful. Although several analyses were necessary, the exchange for the mods seemed like a good deal. With that matter settled, he asked Egon if he had investigated the incident mentioned by Wolya. Egon finished analyzing the records about the incident, stating that there really was a survivor. However, there was no evidence that Wolya was that survivor. Therefore, it might be better to investigate Wolya separately. While the protagonist was talking to Egon, he lifted the manhole cover to look at the street, remembering that Wolya had said to go to the alleys near the Pleasure District Hotel, which was far enough to be considered safe. However, in front of the manhole, there was a person sitting, broken. The protagonist slowly emerged from the manhole, and as the seated person did not move, he wondered if the man was drunk, since he was at least breathing. As he got closer to the man, Ryuki was surprised. Egon also confirmed what Ryuki had perceived. That man had used digital drugs, something Ryuki had heard of before. The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering if the sale of these drugs was happening there precisely because of what they did in that district. At that moment, Ryuki heard a voice. "Over there!" Ryuki ran, hiding in an alley from the people approaching the drugged man, irritated that they were causing him trouble. A man in a lab coat approached the drunkard, followed by several security guards. Egon quickly analyzed them, warning Ryuki that they were wearing the same clothes as those who surrounded the Jushin store. The protagonist gritted his teeth while hiding, prepared to defend himself. He blamed Wolya for saying that this was a safe route, suspecting that he might be trying to harm him. Despite his suspicion, the group did not pursue Ryuki. Instead, the leader in the lab coat grabbed the drugged man. "Running away from this little camp after abandoning our things, huh? Quite impressive." The man struck the drunkard, throwing him to the ground. Adjusting his coat while the protagonist watched from hiding, the man ordered his guards to take the drugged man with them. He lit a cigar with the help of one of the guards, questioning if they had lost the target. The man lowered his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I will track him down as quickly as possible." The man took a few puffs from the cigar, relieving the pressure. "Wolya, always cautious. Well, fine. The client is still only asking for surveillance for now." Hearing that those men were after Wolya because of a client surprised the protagonist. The leader then ordered his guards to continue watching the Jushin for a while. The guard frowned, stating that watching the building wouldn't help at all in finding who they wanted, but the man placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, just do what you were told to do, at least until you can really do something. You understand what that means, right?" The man with the cigar gave a suggestive look to the guard, who quickly agreed. Listening to the entire dialogue between the man in the lab coat and the soldiers, Egon concluded that Wolya had not set a trap for them. It seemed that Ryuki was the one who had bad luck. The protagonist told the robot to be quiet. Surveillance was already a nuisance. He didn't want to do anything else that could cause problems, so he decided to take the busiest route possible, but chose to stop at a hotel. The way to the hotel seemed calm. Ryuki opened the door after swiping his card and entered quietly. Being exhausted, he lay down on the spacious bed. He had spent the entire long week in the game of God, to the point that he couldn't even remember the last time he lay down in the real world. Lying with his arms spread out on the bed, Ryuki waited for time to pass. Suddenly, a long, shining sword appeared, and to break the silence of the hotel room, a powerful strike hit the bed, splitting it in half. The protagonist jumped from the bed, dodging the attack, and grabbed a knife while using the holy sword skill. Ryuki managed to hit the intruder with a quick slash, not giving him a chance to dodge. Being struck, the intruder screamed in pain, but he managed to escape Ryuki's grasp by jumping out the window. The protagonist was excited to see the man flee. It seemed that he was using a special ability, an item from Yggdrasil. Not intending to let the man escape, the protagonist jumped through the broken window, chasing after him. The protagonist did not think the intruder had gone far. Moreover, if he followed the trail of blood, he would quickly find the enemy. Egon finished analyzing the abilities used by the intruder: invisibility, presence concealment, and a strike with an effect. All the items had been converted to reality. The protagonist was thrilled to have the intuition skill. Without it, he wouldn't have noticed the danger. The trail of blood turned a corner. Around, Ryuki did not perceive any traps or ambushes. The protagonist turned the corner where the intruder had fled, confident that he would catch him. Just as he expected, there was the man who had attacked him. "There's no point in running, it's going to be a waste of time. Why don't you reveal your identity? Who sent you? The Black Snake? Iron Blood?" Holding his sword, the camouflaged enemy faced the protagonist. In the next moment, the sword was raised and a blue energy enveloped it. The protagonist barely managed to dodge the next attack thanks to his intuition once again. Even from several meters away, the powerful strike nearly hit him. On the ground, where the energy of the attack struck, a large, smooth hole appeared. Egon praised the sword's attack, which seemed capable of cutting through anything in a single blow. The protagonist also found the sword impressive, but looking at the enemy, he thought that his fencing did not match the power of that attack. This made him question whether that weapon was not the enemy's main one. In the next moment, Ryuki teleported behind his enemy, grabbing the hand that wielded the sword. How about not lowering that annoying item first? With a quick strike, the protagonist hit the enemy's hand, making him drop the sword. The sword fell to the ground and the intruder screamed. At that moment, the man's camouflage began to fade, which made Ryuki curious to get a good look at his face. Upon discovering the man's identity, the protagonist sighed. "Well, look at that. The so-called acclaimed former ace of the guild is trying to act like an assassin? Isn't that embarrassing, Lynfell Darius?" Lynfell raged due to the wound on his hand, cursing Ryuki as a bastard. Lynfell gritted his teeth and jumped to grab his sword back. He wanted to attack Ryuki, but before he could do that, he was disarmed by a kick. With a blow to the chin, Lynfell was thrown backward. The protagonist picked up Lynfell's sword, analyzing it. "Isn't this an item from Yggdrasil? Where did you find this terrible thing?" "Well, I can't use the sword's abilities like you, the owner of this item. However, I think this piece of junk will be enough to finish you off." Lynfell gritted his teeth at the sight of Ryuki taking his sword. Seeing that he had no alternatives, he tried to flee. The protagonist sensed Lynfell's intention and quickly pursued him, not giving him that choice. Lynfell cursed Ryuki internally, wondering how that bastard had so much power. He followed a plan as he exited the alley and headed for the busy street. He thought that no matter how strong or famous Ryuki was, he was still a nobody. People quickly recognized Lynfell and were frightened by the wound on his hand. They looked at Ryuki, realizing he was carrying a sword, an item from Yggdrasil. One of the people quickly recognized him as Ryu 7017. Soon, people remembered that Ryuki had defeated Lynfell in World of Phantasm, surprised that they were fighting in real life. Lynfell let out a maniacal smile. "How dare a nobody try to tarnish a gold? That's a crime that goes beyond the worst of crimes." Lynfell began to shout, drawing the attention of those around. A nobody holding a sword is chasing a gold who is injured, and there are numerous spectators. The testimony of a nobody holds no legal weight. What are you going to do now? As Lynfell spoke, several people began recording the scene. At that moment, Ryuki dropped the sword on the ground, challenging Lynfell to arrest him. Lynfell was surprised, but Ryuki already knew how to get out of the situation unscathed. "According to you, if I, a nobody, attack you, a gold, it would be considered self-defense if you attacked me, right? If you eliminate me now, you'll be acquitted. Isn't that a golden opportunity?" Ryuki raised his arms in a sign of surrender, while countless people filmed him. At that moment, the protagonist provoked Lynfell. "Of course, you'll only attack me if you can. Lynfell gritted his teeth. Internally, he wondered what Ryuki was doing or if he had something planned. However, he dismissed those thoughts, believing that Ryuki was just bluffing. Determined to follow what Ryuki suggested, Lynfell resolved to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered, and to announce his resurrection proudly before the cameras. Lynfell picked up the sword from the ground and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The protagonist easily dodged the waves of attacks while mocking, "This attack is so careless and almost pathetic. I feel nothing receiving them." Lynfell grew increasingly irritated, swinging his sword and launching rays of light as ranged attacks. Numerous attacks were fired, causing several explosions. Dodging all the attacks from the start, Ryuki continued to mock. "You're not used to a sword, so you're missing everything. You should have brought your main weapon, the spear. Oh wait, you don't have any spears left, do you?" Lynfell was furious at the provocations, asking when Ryuki would stop dodging like a rat. At that moment, a closed fist approached him from below. Lynfell's chin took the hit and he fell backward. Looking at Lynfell, the protagonist continued, "You're mistaken. This isn't a duel. You should have called your brother. Oh, that's right, you were expelled, weren't you?" Lynfell placed his hand on the wound in his mouth. His eyes showed the fury he felt at Ryuki's audacity. Lynfell charged again. His frenzied attacks caused significant damage to the street as Ryuki dodged. Lynfell's desire to end Ryuki was strong. He was determined to do so. As Ryuki dodged, he ended up facing pieces of debris. Lynfell quickly saw this as an opportunity to attack. Lynfell mocked internally. "How dare he take his eyes off me? I will end this battle right now." The sword fell on Ryuki, but was blocked by a small knife. The sword in Lynfell's hands trembled as Ryuki confronted him. "You've gone too far, Lynfell. Not only did you create a mess in the city, but you also attacked innocent citizens. No matter what level of gold you are, this won't be ignored." Lynfell's eyes were red with hatred, as he confusedly asked what the hell Ryuki was talking about. He wondered when he had attacked citizens. At that moment, particles dispersed before Lynfell's eyes. The particles that disappeared behind Ryuki revealed that he was protecting a girl who had almost been hit by Lynfell's attack. Lynfell looked around and saw many injured people screaming, "Run! Hurry! Lynfell has gone mad! Ambulance! Call an ambulance! Dial 192! There are people hurt here too! When will the police arrive to arrest this lunatic?" When the barrier disappeared, Lynfell saw dozens of people fleeing from him, along with the destruction he had caused in the city. Lynfell fell into despair, asking multiple questions. You obstructed my vision? When did this happen? When did this absurdity start?" Lynfell seemed to have gone mad, but something he saw brought his mind back, leaving him wide-eyed. Some injured people were still filming, like a young man sitting on the ground. "Lynfell, you psychopathic bastard, it's all over for you. Does the Lindsa Guild really value a guy like you as their ace? Is that why they expelled you?" Lynfell became fearful of what could happen due to all the recordings. He begged them to stop filming, but heard a sarcastic voice behind him. "Did you think the media would be on your side? But since you swung your sword in front of the media, you'll end up being the one in the news." Lynfell completely lost it. He swung his sword, launching several attacks at Ryuki, but the blows went in different directions. Ordinary people ran, terrified, seeing Lynfell, who had gone mad and attacked them again. Lynfell's despair increased as he heard what people were saying. "No, this is a plan by that nobody, if I just catch him." At that moment, Lynfell felt as if a myriad of eyes were watching him. He felt an immense pressure when a voice echoed in his head. "Well, let me congratulate you, Lynfell. Your useless life ends at this moment." The owner of the voice, Ryuki, emerged amid the dust raised by the continuous attacks, bringing nightmares to Lynfell. "You still don't remember my name?" Lynfell finally recalled what he had thrown at Ryuki, along with Cynthia. At that moment, the name Ryu came to his mind. His eyes widened at the sight of Ryuki. On the televisions, the news exploded, showing the scene of destruction. Last night, an incident that plunged the city into fear occurred. Lynfell Darius, who was arrested as a suspect, claimed that this was a plan by Ryu 7017, but the police concluded, based on their analyses, that this incident was solely caused by Lynfell. The whereabouts of Ryu 7017, who was also seen, remain uncertain. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Lynfell's brother watched the news. Behind him, a secretary tried to warn him about a conference that was going to happen, but Gabriel interrupted with his words. A powerful dark aura radiated from him as he spoke. "From now on, we will mobilize the entire Lindsa Guild. We will spare no means or methods, even if we paralyze all of World of Phantasm. We will find him no matter what. I will deal with this with my own hands." Gabriel organized a press conference for an announcement. The camera flashes shone brightly as he began the Lindsa Guild's briefing. "Lynfell Darius has been expelled for internal issues, and at the time of the incident, he was no longer a member of our guild. Furthermore, we declare that this incident has no relation to the Lindsa Guild. Meanwhile, Lynfell, the brother Gabriel was talking about, was in custody. The first question for Gabriel arose. A reporter wanted to know if it was true that Lynfell's account had been deleted, as shown in the video. Another asked why the Lindsa Guild had attacked Ryu 7017. Gabriel answered the questions, stating that they had conducted investigations, and that Ryu had declared war on the Lindsa Guild. He mentioned that they had a theory that the power to forcibly delete data from games did not work only in World of Fantasm, but also in all games of the Labyrinth. Based on this, they considered Ryu a significant risk factor and were using all resources to subjugate him. Gabriel adjusted his glasses and asserted that the Lindsa Guild would protect the World of Fantasm from Ryu and his clutches. The video of the conference spread quickly. However, a month later, many were still incredulous that the Lindsa Guild had not captured Ryu. The guild's reputation was declining, as they had not only expelled Lynfell, but also failed to capture an unknown player. Many were curious about where Ryu was hiding. No videos had been published, and many wondered if the Lindsa Guild was fleeing in fear after promising to put all their efforts into this. Many people were discussing and mocking Lindsa, which made the guild employees irritated. Laguna was constantly banging on the keyboard, asking why they kept asking about Ryu and his videos. At that moment, a girl with red hair approached, asking what Laguna was doing, grumbling alone. Laguna was caught off guard by Visk. Congratulating her on her good work in clearing the dungeon, she asked about the guild leader. Visk scratched her head, annoyed by the question about Gabriel, and revealed that the leader had gone to meet that pig. She complained about how the guild had been making her work so much lately. Laguna also thought things had been making everyone busier lately. But for Visk, it wasn't just because the vice leader position was open. It was also because the closure of so many games forced them to work even harder in World of Fantasm. For Visk, Ryu was to blame for this. Lynfell had lost because he was careless with a bug. To her, it made no sense to mobilize a large number of people to capture a single enemy. She was already irritated, worrying Laguna by questioning why they were making such a fuss to catch an unknown player who had achieved victory due to a bug. Laguna became upset because she was an analyst. You don't understand. Ryu 7017 is on a completely different level than other players. His existence defies common sense. Visk mocked Laguna's words, asking where this amazing guy was now as he had started a fight, made everyone chase him, but remained hidden, making them go in circles, doing nothing but being a nuisance. Laguna tried to defend Ryu, stating that only he would know where he was. At that moment, a notification sound caught her attention. On the screen, a notification appeared that a new video had been published, leaving Laguna incredulous. Outside the city, where the great Yggdrasil tree covered all the buildings, some people were talking, asking if Ryu had still not been caught. These people were at the headquarters of the Razzia company. Gabriel knelt before the person who asked the question, apologizing. But the man with a mohawk was irritated, telling him to cut the apologies, as he had already told him to handle the matter in reality if he couldn't stop Ryu in the god game world. He questioned Gabriel if this was just an unknown player using a bug or cheat, belittling Gabriel for having trouble dealing. The businessman, adorned with jewels, sat in his gigantic chair, which was still smaller than him, questioning whether he had overestimated Gabriel's capabilities. This businessman was none other than the CEO of Razzia Soft, the platinum-ranked Duke, Stavero Razzia. Stavero revealed that he had heard that the mining resources and their chief positions in World of Fantasm had declined. This made him find the management of the Lindsa Guild even more disappointing. Gabriel was nearing the end of his patience while dealing with Stavero, but he still apologized, remaining kneeling. Stavero knew that this precious relic would soon be obsolete, but it would be inconvenient if World of Fantasm collapsed now, or at least before a certain thing was ready. With a superior smile, Stavero wanted to show Gabriel what he called the future of Razzia, or rather the masterpiece that would completely reshape the structure of the god game. Gabriel looked closely at what was about to emerge, but suddenly, he received a notification of a video. Throughout the city, people received the notification of a video. They were surprised and excited that the famous unknown was back. Many were curious to know why he had taken so long and whether he had fled out of fear of the Lindsa Guild. The title of the video was God Game Destroyed. Ryuki began by greeting the people. Hello viewers, this is Ryu or Ryuki. I recently watched the Lindsa Guild's conference, the one where the Lindsa Guild called me a societal enemy. For those who looked closely, the protagonist was in a completely square game. Both the trees and the clouds were square. In this setting, he continued to speak with a mischievous smile. It's so fun to be called a societal enemy, isn't it? Who is calling whom that? You don't need to chase me because I will end World of Phantasm soon. As Ryu spoke, the data in the square game he was in seemed to be corrupting. Today's video is a preview of what's to come. This is the game builder Bop Bop. It used to be a popular place, but now it's abandoned due to difficulty in adjustments and bug management. Normally, abandoned labyrinth games are closed by Yggdrasil. Closed labyrinths are not that uncommon, so in what cases are labyrinth games closed? Posing a question to the audience, Ryuki provided the answer. First, when the resources in the labyrinth game are exhausted, Yggdrasil values fun above all. So normally, games considered works of art have abundant resources to be mined. In contrast, the resources of World of Phantasm are declining exponentially. Limitations or inflation are starting to appear, and labyrinth games with exhausted resources are forced to close. After presenting the first point for a game to be closed, the protagonist revealed the second, when the number of users drops. If the number of users falls below a certain quota, the game will automatically close. This builder Bop Bop will be closed for that reason soon. The protagonist then reached the third case while looking up. Right on time. God Cube Bop Bop. This is the divine entity that creates the cubes in this labyrinth game. It is also the reason why this place has become trash. The protagonist materialized his sword and declared to the camera that he would destroy God Cube Bop Bop. Visk was watching the video, incredulous at the nonsense being said. Something like that couldn't even be found within the system. Laguna observed the weapon in Ryuki's hand, realizing it was the same one used in World of Phantasm. She wondered how he was using the weapon from a labyrinth game in another, as labyrinth players were limited to the systems of each game. At that moment, God Cube created a rain of pink cubes, known as soldier cubes. A gunblade sliced through the cubes quickly, as if they were pink butter. The protagonist continued his role as presenter for the video. Soldier cubes are not special. There are many of them, but they are weak and have simple attack patterns. Still, the reason this labyrinth game is failing is as follows. Endless attacks that destroy everything and make creation and construction impossible due to low adjustment difficulty. Ryuki used the soldier cubes as a trampoline to jump as high as possible, approaching God Cube. As he leaped above the cubes with his gunblade aimed at it, Ryuki asked, "What would happen if we destroyed the source of the problem?" The gunblade struck the giant flying pink heart. God Cube began to go crazy, not knowing what was happening. Ryuki then explained, "The final method to end a labyrinth game is when a severe and irreplaceable system failure occurs, making it impossible to maintain the labyrinth game itself." From the strike against God Cube, the protagonist used the SSR system ability to delete that object from the game. The power of the system spread through God Cube. Its heart shape began to crack as it went mad. The reign of soldier cubes continued, but a great wave of power engulfed its source. Returning to the ground, the protagonist explained in the video what would happen as he had deleted the system that managed builder Bop Bop. The labyrinth game would automatically close. At that moment, the various soldier cubes began to lose their pixels. Inside the Lindsa guild, Visk was screaming at the screen, incredulous. "No way! Did he really destroy a labyrinth game?" Laguna was dumbfounded as she replayed the ability that had deleted both the weapon and Lynfell's avatar. She couldn't believe that this ability could affect the labyrinth game itself. The protagonist opened his arms to say goodbye. "Thank you to everyone who watched the video until the end. You will see the same vision in World of Phantasm soon. I would like to correct the nonsense said by some high-ranking people who claim that if World of Phantasm disappears, the world will collapse. If the World of Phantasm falls, what will be ruined is not the world, but rather Rasha Soft, drenched in greed and laziness, and its Lindsa guild." At the moment Ryuki spoke those words, the entire Lindsa guild fell into despair, running back and forth to take measures to deal with the media, partners, and everything related to World of Phantasm. The protagonist pointed at the camera as he finished his speech. "I am not some enemy of society. My goal is just you." With that, his message was delivered, ending with a declaration to Lindsa and everyone behind it. In World of Phantasm, a group was blocking the Verdant Illusion dungeon. With a wanted poster in hand, the group leader analyzed who was in the dungeon. He and his guards examined each person's appearance before allowing them to enter. This time, the group was very irritated. It had been a month since they were being watched every time they approached the dungeon. A woman in the group was furious about having to endure this because of a guy named Ryuki, who kept hiding. The man in front of her agreed. He was furious with Lindsa, who was going too far just because they dominated the area. Behind the two, a helmeted warrior remained silent. It was the knight's turn to be checked. The guard with the poster ordered him to cooperate with the identification, removing all his equipment and placing it on the ground. Hearing the man, the knight drew a red gunblade, asking if he was referring to items like that. The man with the poster realized that the knight was Ryuki, thanks to his gunblade. Quickly, the guards surrounded him, ordering someone to contact headquarters. The protagonist removed the pieces of equipment that concealed his identity, smiling. It must be difficult to search for a single unknown person in broad daylight. Seeing Ryuki remove his helmet, Igon asked why he bothered to come disguised if he was going to make things so obvious. Ryuki revealed the reason. He was going to test his new skills and warm up before taking on the dungeon. With swift movements, Ryuki passed through the soldiers, defeating them in just one strike. Ryuki had used the sword draw skill, an SR-ranked ability that quickly unsheathed the sword, launching an attack. It also increased attack speed, attack power, and critical hit chance, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. At that moment, the protagonist switched swords, deciding to test it out. With quick movements, he defeated the second guard. The SR-ranked sword, the soul-cutting blade, dealt critical damage to spirit-type enemies. A guard with a large axe became irritated upon seeing his two colleagues being defeated. He attacked Ryuki from behind. However, the man was not fast enough. Ryuki struck back at him. Around Ryuki, several small dragons appeared in a golden color. Faced with Ryuki's powerful attacks, the guards were desperate, asking where he had been for the last month to acquire such overwhelmingly strong abilities. A month ago, Ryuki decided to leave World of Fantasm for a while, as the Lindsa Guild would be hunting him. In front of the protagonist was a world with an Asian landscape, both in its geography and its buildings. Igon was with him, confirming the reason he had come to that game. The protagonist revealed what he wanted to do: test if he could truly destroy a labyrinth game, and in the process, acquire some skills and items. Ryuki didn't want to rely solely on his destruction and deletion abilities to make a definitive decision. He went to the game Celestial Dragon Blade, produced by Gacha, a martial arts game. In this game, Ryuki sought power, defeating various enemies. He wanted enough strength to face the Lindsa Guild and Gacha soft without losing. Despite this, Ryuki faced several bosses in the game and lost. Ryuki lost multiple times to the same boss, being hit by blows that made him suffer. Repeatedly, he continued to lose to the final boss of Celestial Dragon Blade. The boss already recognized Ryuki when he appeared, greeting him with a laugh. "Haha! After all that suffering, you're back for more. You are quite annoying, aren't you? Let me show you the pinnacle of the path I have reached." The final boss, the Celestial Dragon Sword Demon, wore an elegant Taoist robe, and this time faced Ryuki in a bamboo forest. Ryuki punched the ground in irritation. Even as the last boss, he was far too difficult. This was why people had abandoned the game, leaving it empty. Since this was a failed game, there were no strategies or guides being published online, forcing Ryuki to try on his own. Igon approached happily, suggesting that Ryuki try a luck box and use all the RP points he had, as he needed to use every means necessary. However, once again, Ryuki insisted that those points would only be used to evolve skills. At that moment, the protagonist noticed a hint in Igon's last words and had an idea. The protagonist repeated the action. He returned to the Celestial Dragon Fortress, facing the final portal and the Path Demon. This demon was irritated. "Don't you realize it makes no sense to keep trying? The ignorant need to know their place." Ryuki quickly defeated the demon. He had defeated it so many times that he had memorized its lines. Thus, he moved to the next room. In that room, the boss was surprised to see Ryuki. With a playful smile, the protagonist faced the monster. "Old man, you talk a lot for your age, don't you? But enough talk, come on." The Taoist demon, who looked like all the others Ryuki had faced, became furious. He charged forward, consumed by rage. "How dare you, a little bug who barely survived, insult me? Let's see what you're made of." From the Taoist's sword, a powerful attack was launched, snaking toward the protagonist. Ryuki gritted his teeth, dodging the attacks, wondering how each blow from this boss could deal area damage from such a long distance. The Taoist approached the protagonist, reaching his back while raising the sword. "Was that all you had? That empty confidence?" The sword attack came down but was blocked by the gunblade. The Taoist was surprised to see his sword blocked, but prepared an even more powerful strike with the true power of the Celestial Dragon Sword. However, at that moment, a grenade appeared. With a loud explosion, flames engulfed the boss as Ryuki hid behind a rock. The Taoist was furious at seeing the disgusting bomb and charged at Ryuki again. However, along the path he took, a trail of grenades was launched. A series of explosions occurred. The flames rose and Ryuki retreated far away. The Taoist monster didn't seem so bad coming out of the smoke. "Do you think you can defeat me with mere toys?" However, at that moment, a different bomb appeared. Thinking it was a poison bomb, the Taoist cut it. That was when Ryuki put on a gas mask. It wasn't a poison bomb, but a bomb that would restrict the Taoist's sharp senses, which would be perfect. The Taoist quickly covered his nose. In fact, the bomb Ryuki had thrown was a mega stinky gas bomb. The Taoist swung his sword repeatedly, thinking that Ryuki was just playing with him. Ryuki also put on sports glasses and earplugs, as if he were going to sleep. After that, he launched several other grenades, like the light grenade. The Taoist boss didn't expect a light explosion. He injected dark energy into his sword, believing that even without sight or sound, he could defeat Ryuki. He used the skill Celestial Thunder to attack, even without vision. However, at that moment, a hole appeared in the boss's forehead. The boss fell. Looking at him, Egon wondered if Master Ryuki was really human. The protagonist, with the gunblade in hand, remembered that Egon had told him to go all out, not to hold back, and to use every possible means. Ryuki recalled what he had used: grenades, stinky bombs, light bombs, and weapons. There was no way the boss he faced could know how to counterattack, as he was from a martial arts world. Defeating the celestial demon, the protagonist received several rewards, such as RP points, an Armoria pill, and magic stones. Back in World of Phantasm, the people Ryuki was facing recognized the Dragon Chi skill, a skill from the now-closed Celestial Dragon Blade game. The protagonist no longer cared about anyone. Waving goodbye, he walked toward the dungeon, asking them to tell Gabriel he said hi. The boss monster, the Blood Tree Spirit Liganon, was known among players for using the surrounding field as if it were his own body. However, against Ryuki, this boss suffered. A shadow dragon summon appeared. Using its dark flame, it helped Ryuki defeat the monsters. The protagonist continued to be shocked. Despite having a very cute appearance, it was a terrible creature. However, Egon always knew it would be useful in battle. Leveling up all his skills, Ryuki affirmed that now his SSR and SR skills would also be useful. He also looked at the information for the Verdant Illusion dungeon. He had obtained first place in the dungeon clearing ranking, surpassing Acia Cynthia. Despite Egon praising the protagonist, he frowned at the list due to the hatred emanating from Acia. Believing he had nothing more to do there, the protagonist decided to leave. As they approached the portal, Egon tried to alert Ryuki about something, but the protagonist was already aware. He passed through the portal with a big smile on his face. This is truly a hellish illusion. In front of Ryuki, Gabriel was sitting on a rock while reading a book, waiting. Behind him, dozens or even hundreds of Lindsa guild members were prepared for battle. The protagonist glared at Gabriel with disdain. I heard you withdrew from the game for a while. Are you making your return, legendary Gabriel Darius? Egon had already expected this to happen, as Ryuki had appeared in Lindsa's territory causing a stir, but it was surprising to see such a large crowd just to catch Ryuki. The protagonist smiled at the sight of more than 100 people, questioning whether Lindsa had finally reached the end of the line. He asked if they had nothing better to do than hunt an unknown. Stowing the book in his inventory, Gabriel addressed the protagonist. Ryu 7017, no Ryuhui, I have a proposal for you. The protagonist was surprised, asking if he didn't mean to threaten him. Adjusting his glasses, Gabriel cut to the chase, inviting Ryu to join the Lindsa Guild. Not only will we revoke your status as unknown, but we will guarantee a gold rank position, a level that would be impossible to achieve in your lifetime. How about the position of heir to the master of the Lindsa Guild? Does that make sense to you? The protagonist gripped his sword, surprised at Gabriel trying everything to deceive him, offering to hand over the entire guild when his goal was to destroy it. With a smile, the protagonist raised the gunblade. My answer is go to hell. The shot from the gunblade was fired, but Gabriel seemed to teleport to Ryuki's side, already with a sword in hand. Gabriel's sword fell upon Ryuki, but the protagonist blocked it with the gunblade. Gabriel stared at the protagonist, revealing that he would share some interesting things to celebrate Ryuki's decision, mentioning the hospital where Ryu's mother had been admitted. Ryuki wondered why this bastard knew about his mother's affairs, but the next thing he heard shocked him. Gabriel claimed that his mother hadn't passed away from natural causes. Ryuki became furious. With a swift attack, he forced Gabriel to retreat, asking if Gabriel really wanted him to believe that. Gabriel smiled mockingly as he finished speaking. That's something you can verify for yourself. Either way, I've fulfilled my purpose here. Today I came to suggest and confirm skills and items that don't exist in the original dungeon system. Seeing them firsthand is truly intriguing. After that, Gabriel began to use a skill to leave. I'm going away for today. I'll be waiting for you at the top of the tower. The protagonist was irritated by Gabriel's attempt to escape. However, before he could do anything, Gabriel's flight ability was activated, creating wings on his back. Well, I'll be waiting for you there if you can get past all these players. At that moment, the hundreds of Lindsa Guild members advanced. Gabriel soared over his army while broadcasting a message. From this moment, I declare to all members of the Lindsa Guild, to whoever brings down Ryu 7017, I will offer the same proposal I offered him. Hearing this, the members of the Lindsa Guild became excited. Gabriel believed that no matter how powerful Ryu was, it would be impossible for just one person to face hundreds of opponents. He hoped that once they defeated him, they could uncover his secrets. However, at the moment Gabriel flew away, one of his guild members flew alongside him. A massive explosion engulfed the Lindsa guild. A powerful lightning attack was unleashed, covering the entire field where the players were. The barrel of the gunblade smoked as the attack retracted, and Ryuki began to speak. "Hey Gabriel, I think you got the wrong idea. Who said we're done here?" The gunblade in Ryuki's hand had changed. His revolver sword had turned completely silver due to a system skill, Limit Break. For 5 minutes, Ryuki was able to enhance his weapon with various functions. Some members of the Lindsa guild who had managed to survive couldn't understand how Ryuki had taken down hundreds with a single attack. Several guild members got back up. The mages united, creating spells to attack and subdue Ryuki with numbers. Quickly, the command to use long-range attacks was given. A large spell was formed in the sky. Everyone in the Lindsa guild was focused on defeating Ryuki and becoming the next leader of the guild. In the face of so many powerful attacks, the protagonist smiled. Dozens of explosions occurred as the attacks were launched. At the entrance of the dungeon, surrounded by trees, a large cloud of dust arose. The Lindsa guild wondered if they had brought down Ryuki, but the protagonist was not in the spot where the blows landed. The guild members grew desperate at Ryuki's disappearance, thinking he had used a return stone. However, one of them remembered it took at least 10 seconds to use it. Someone raised the suspicion that Ryuki had logged out, so they held their position in case he reappeared. At that moment, Gabriel approached the area where the attacks had landed, incredulous. "You caught me off guard this time, Ryuki, but it won't happen again." The protagonist appeared in a new location while sighing. The battle that marked his return had been fun, but he swore that next time he would take down Gabriel along with the tower. Ryuki had used a teleportation skill, which transported him to a pre-designated point. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he thought of something. He opened his SR skill window. A list of over 10 skills appeared. He then opened the SSR skill list, showing 2 skills. Seeing the skill list again, Ryuki became extremely irritated. "Are you kidding me? This is all I get with the 1,000 tickets I've been collecting over the past month?" Despite Ryuki's irritation, Igon stated that he should be grateful for at least getting 1 SSR skill. But Ryuki stomped his feet on the ground, unable to calm down every time he saw that list. Igon asked what the plans were now, but for Ryu there was only one. He would start now. They were going to the tower. In the world of Fantasm, there was a dungeon achievement ranking, and Ryuki was in first place. The protagonist continued to conquer dungeons, starting with the Blue Underground Labyrinth. He published the video, and people were impressed with the insane completion time, wondering what the Lindsa guild was doing in the meantime. They believed it would take at most a month for Ryuki to reach the tower, when the record for that had been 2 years. Starting from the first dungeon, Ryuki went to the Lake of Secrets. Each of his videos led people to question whether he was just using bugs. From there, Ryuki set a new record for the best time in the Foggy Prairie dungeon. With Ryuki's speed in conquering dungeons, including the Temple of Aurora, many suspected he could be the first to conquer the tower as well. In the Lindsa guild, a member shouted, announcing that Ryu had been found in a nearby dungeon, telling everyone to get ready. Many were irritated, as they already knew what the outcome would be. Some were even preparing for a break after the hunt. They had seen Ryu in the temple last time, but he was already in another place. But since it was an order from the guild, they had to follow. At the bar where the announcement was made, the bartender asked a woman if she wasn't going too, as even guildless members were desperate to catch Ryu. However, she wiped her beer-soaked mouth, stating she wasn't interested in that, and was also curious to know if the NPCs were interested in such things. The NPC who owned the bar, however, stated that it was quite fun to see that wanted criminal playing with the other players, which led the young woman to ask if he really thought so, considering that Ryu was trying to destroy the Labyrinth game where he lived. The bartender revealed that he had come from the game World Pong. This surprised the young woman, as that game had been incredible at the beginning. She realized he could be one of the oldest residents of Yggdrasil. The NPC revealed that he had seen countless closures and destructions of Labyrinth games. Long-term residents had no choice but to accept this, but the young people seemed to be different. The girl was surprised, asking which young people he was talking about. At that moment, the girl heard a shout from outside the bar. "Friends, citizens born in this world, how long will we bow our heads to the players? This is our world, our reality. We were born here, and we will live here until our old age." The man shouting wore red armor, holding a flag with a stylized emblem. Many people began to gather around him to see what was happening, most of them NPCs. The young man continued to shout, "We must expel these invaders and reclaim our world. We, the Blood Infiltration Unit, will prove that we no longer need players. Tomorrow we will attack a dungeon." The young man in red armor was surrounded by his group, several people in armor and robes of mages. At his voice, the NPCs became excited. Inside the bar, the bartender sighed, stating that this unit was a bunch of hot-headed youths who didn't understand reality. The bartender looked around and seeing that all the customers had left, decided to close up for the day. He said he would shut down the shop and then recommended that the girl leave as well. Finishing her drink, the girl used a skill to reveal her true identity, Ryuki. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist asked if the bartender had gathered any more information. While the protagonist conversed with the bartender, the little bear analyzed the blood infiltration unit, finding it quite interesting. This group had been formed by game residents, led by a guy named Kugan. Kugan had the appearance of someone who had tried to unravel the dungeon several times and was now confidently declaring he would conquer it. Egon thought this was basically giving up on life itself. The residents didn't have the system, so they couldn't level up. Moreover, if they died, they couldn't resurrect. The protagonist asked if the NPCs had found a way to conquer the dungeons. The little bear thought yes. There was a crucial part. The part was that Gaes had made a contract with the blood infiltration unit. Hearing that the Gaes guild was involved surprised the protagonist. He wondered if Asura had contacted the NPCs from the Labyrinth game. He questioned whether this had been caused by a bug. The protagonist left the bar with a bad feeling. He used his disguise skill again, deciding to follow them. The dungeon, Lair of the Predator, had its entrance as one of its great features, resembling an abyssal hole. Inside the abyss, the protagonist hid, observing a crowd of NPCs. He wondered why they were invading a dungeon, but now he discovered they had a trick up their sleeve. Egon confirmed what Ryuki had discovered. The entry limit only applied to players, allowing residents to enter without numerical restrictions. Egon was already tired of these programming flaws. However, thanks to the large number of NPCs, Ryuki managed to enter the dungeon. The protagonist analyzed some people. Observing them, he wondered if the unlimited entry really mattered, since they were weaker than the players. While Ryuki pondered how they would fight, the first monster, a giant red scorpion, appeared. The scorpion's tail moved quickly. Its stinger struck hard against the ground, forcing the NPCs to dodge. Kugan was quick to command the others, ordering the first wave to retreat and the second to attack. With the command, several spearmen advanced. Ryuki recognized that they were quite skilled for mere NPCs, but against insect-type monsters, they needed to aim for the joints or the spaces between the shell. The spear struck the scorpion, and at that moment a power that altered the data came into play. Witnessing such a thing surprised Ryuki. The spear's strikes, enhanced by this power, penetrated the scorpion, dealing damage to the monster. Egon concluded the initial analyses, detecting particles identical to those of Asura's dagger, and recommended that Ryuki obtain one of those for a more precise analysis. Seeing how the insect was defeated, the protagonist realized that the Gaes guild could become even more problematic than Lindsa. Despite having defeated the scorpion, many NPCs were injured. One of the healthy ones quickly asked Kugan what they should do, as they were in a critical condition. Those NPCs had been poisoned by the scorpion's venom. The protagonist asked Egon what happened to an NPC that completely lost its hit points, and Egon informed him that they would be absorbed by Yggdrasil, being reborn in a different form, similar to reincarnation, with a high rarity of retaining memories from their past lives. Kugan took a small vial with a black liquid and ordered them to give the medicine to the injured. The liquid from the vial was poured into the mouths of the wounded, and as if magic had been used, those NPCs who drank the medicine were healed. The NPCs were impressed by the healing of nearly fatal wounds, as if it were a miracle. The protagonist was seeing one suspicious item after another. First, the black spear, and now the black potion. He felt an evil aura coming from it, although he hadn't felt anything strange coming from Asura's dagger earlier. This difference should be caused by his intuition skill, which had leveled up. The NPCs were excited. So that guy was telling the truth. With these spears and potions, we can do this. One of the NPCs was intrigued about why such a player would give them such items, and Kugan revealed that this player had said not all of them were enemies. But for that NPC, it was obvious why the player was giving them these items. He wanted to use them as pawns. However, Kugan wanted to remain still. For him, it was not the residents who were being used. In fact, it was they who were using the players. The NPCs continued advancing until they finally reached the boss room. They faced the beast, the final boss of that dungeon. The abandoned predator was a giant ant, many times larger than those NPCs or the scorpions they had faced. The NPCs knew that the monster had a habit of burrowing underground. To prevent this, they quickly advanced to avoid giving the monster the opportunity to do so. However, before the NPCs could reach the monster, it began to dig. The protagonist analyzed the battle. In such situations, it was necessary to analyze the enemy's patterns and prepare for a war of attrition. In this situation, Ryuki would use his intuition to find the best moment to attack. The ant created a hole in the ground. The NPCs began to run around the hole to avoid an attack from below. Kugan planted a banner in the ground to activate a radar skill. Sound waves spread throughout the cave, mapping the area and locating the ant underground. Upon being found, the giant ant roared, returning to the surface. The protagonist was incredulous at the skill used by the NPC. Detection? This is cheating. How is this fair? But Igon reminded him of Ryuki's entire past. The giant ant attacked the ground, throwing several rocks at the NPCs. The speed, combined with the size of each rock, was enough to knock many of them down. Seeing the tragedy, Kugan commanded everyone again, "Injured, fall back and drink potions, just hold on a little longer, victory is right there." Kugan was on the front lines, fighting the ant in close combat. He forced his spear forward, putting all his strength into it and utilizing the power that the spear possessed. Finally, thanks to Kugan and the items given to the NPCs, they managed to defeat the predator's nest. On top of the monster's body, Kugan raised his spear in celebration, and all the other NPCs joined in his celebration. At that moment, a man appeared, clapping his hands. Kugan was surprised by the arrival of the man he knew, John Doe. The man with the traditional hat continued to clap. "How touching! I can't believe you actually managed to do this." Kugan was shocked by the man's arrival, since the dungeon should have been separated from the outside world. He questioned how long the man had been there. The man with the hat greeted Kugan, but in the next moment the NPCs took battle positions. John was surprised, asking if they were excluding him, but Kugan didn't want to talk, as he didn't trust John, thinking he was using them for something. John put his hand on his chin, recalling that it was Kugan who had said he wanted to clear the dungeon at any cost. Well, congratulations on succeeding. This achievement may give the residents of the Labyrinth games some pride, but the heroes of this change will not be you. Kugan didn't care who John was targeting. For him, what mattered was that the blood infiltration unit was just beginning, and he already had plans for what to do when they returned to the village. However, at that moment, John interrupted him. "You consumed the black potion, didn't you?" Boom! The moment John extended his hand pointing at the NPCs, they fell to their knees. That same aura of damage that circulated in the weapons given to him was affecting the NPCs, causing them to suffer. John revealed the truth behind the potion. It did not restore them to their original state. It would continue generating buggy codes in the damaged areas, and the bug would gradually infect the user's body. John revealed the goal of his guild, Gays, to conduct experiments from the beginning to see what would happen if they injected the bug into someone. He thought that closed place with 50 people was perfect for that. Affected by the bug, Kugan gritted his teeth. "What do you think we are?" John gave a small smile and replied to Kugan, "You are just NPCs from sophisticated games." Falling to the ground, Kugan cursed John. Not long after, John organized all the bodies of the NPCs while being watched by Ryuki. John continued analyzing the bodies of the NPCs, but so far the experiment had failed on all of them. John moved on to the next ones, but the result was the same. He had analyzed almost all of them, which left him upset for not having had any success. However, John was surprised. Something was happening in Kugan's body. With Kugan's body turning the black color of the potion, John threw his hat to the ground, celebrating the success. Kugan rose like a ghost. From him, black ink dripped to the ground as he repeated the same two words, "Awaken residents, awaken residents." A great power began to emerge, enveloping Kugan like a spherical cocoon. The black sphere connected to the walls of the dungeon. Seeing what was happening, John became excited. This was the first time the patterns hadn't collapsed. Watching the bug grow rapidly in Kugan's body, John realized that at this rate, the entire dungeon would be infected. While John was marveling, Ryuki used a movement skill to position himself behind him. John was surprised, but a knife was already pointed at him. "Don't look back. Tell me what Gaez is trying to do." John feigned ignorance, asking what the protagonist was talking about. Ryuki reminded him that the man had spoken about Gaez with his own mouth. The man seemed unconcerned with the threat, asking why he should say anything. The protagonist used the gunblade to force the man to explain first about the bug. John didn't mind talking much, revealing a few things. "All right, I started my research on data interference from Yggdrasil. It took some time to make this practical, but it's almost final. Some time ago, a group found Kugan when he was younger. They laughed at the NPC's claims, who kept insisting he was a resident, not an NPC. Kugan was confident that one day he would be like the outsiders who came from outside the game. He wanted to capture monsters and travel freely. The leader of the three players smiled at how serious Kugan was, deciding to make a bet with the young NPC, as he was looking for something there. Back in the present, John used a shadow attack to break free from Ryuki's block. It was a shadow tentacle shaped by a dark knight, something inspired by Ryuki's own style. When the tentacles were close to Ryuki, he used the instinct skill. The protagonist reflexively drew a light grenade. Throwing the grenade in John's direction, the light exploded, surprising him. John was blinded by the light. "You bastard! Where did that flashbang come from so suddenly?" The protagonist grabbed John, lifting him off the ground. "Did you think I would fall for that cheap shadow trick? Answer me instead of scheming. It's annoying. What is that black thing devouring the dungeon? And what did you do with the blood unit?" John began to laugh, asking why Ryuki was so angry if he had emotionally attached himself to the NPCs. Seeing that the man refused to speak, Ryuki took action. With a swift blow, the protagonist threw John to the ground with all his strength. John ate dirt and tried to log out, but he couldn't. While John couldn't log out, the bug he created continued to spread throughout the dungeon. The protagonist raised his gunblade, revealing that the logout had been blocked, and asked if John would still continue acting that way after being hacked. The protagonist lifted John again, commanding him to speak, but the man gritted his teeth, asking to be released first. Although he seemed to be suffering, John created a shadow sword. However, before the sword could move, Ryuki shot at it, causing it to explode. The instinct skill at level 1 could sense danger, and at level 2, it could identify sources that could cause dangerous situations. The only problem was that sometimes it could have difficulty detecting bugs. Just as Ryuki was about to finish off John, the man warned that there was something behind him. Behind Ryuki was Kugan, completely consumed by the bug. Kugan threw a powerful punch into the air, aimed at the protagonist. From his punch, several red shadow tentacles advanced to attack Ryuki. The protagonist managed to retreat to a safe distance. He couldn't understand what was happening and why Kugan was still alive. Kugan no longer seemed to control his actions, also attacking John, who defended himself with his bracer. However, the place he used to defend himself began to suffer a bug, consuming John's arm and melting it. Having his character infected by a bug, John became irritated. He threw a potion on his arm while finally managing to escape. "Just wait, Ryu. I will get revenge for you ruining my research." The protagonist was surprised to see the man fleeing. Next to him, Egon confirmed that he had escaped in the same way he had entered the dungeon, through a different means than logging out. Ryuki didn't have time to think about John, as Kugan was attacking with his tentacles again. Using the gunblade, the protagonist shot, opening a hole in the shadows. Kugan fell backwards thanks to the power of the gunblade. The protagonist found the outcome quite interesting. Despite the powerful blow, Kugan still seemed to be alive. Egon, however, stated that while the appearance might be the same, inside he was just a mass of buggy code. As he regenerated, Kugan remembered the past. He recalled fighting with swords against someone and constantly receiving complaints that he was too slow. In front of him was the one he had encountered for the first time. The man remembered the bet they had made. If Kugan hit him with the wooden sword, they would take him away from the village. At that moment, a woman appeared asking what Kugan was doing. Kugan recognized the woman carrying apples. She was his mother. His mother was worried, as she had been looking for him since that morning. Changing the subject, she asked if he had prepared the firewood. Kugan was refusing to do so, revealing the bet he had made. But at that moment, the players attacked Kugan's mother. Kugan saw the apples falling just like his mother. The players attacked her because of a necklace she was wearing. The leader, holding the necklace, claimed that she was the right NPC, as they had said that the clue for the next dungeon was in her necklace. Kugan was in shock, asking why they had hurt his mother. The player laughed while holding the necklace. "Did you really think we would take an idiot NPC like you? We were just using you to lure her here." Kugan fell into despair at that moment, hearing the players say they still needed to confirm whether that necklace was authentic or not. In the dungeon, the battle between Ryuki and Kugan had ended. The protagonist obtained the spear and the antidote, everything he needed for the analyses. He faced Kugan, as he still had something more to say. The boogie NPC remained on the ground as the shadows consumed him. Before the NPC disappeared, Ryuki asked for his final words, as he wanted to hear his last wish. Kugan spoke slowly. "Player, I will never forgive you." In his mind, the memory of losing his mother surfaced. This made Kugan unleash his final blow, a curse. An endless array of shadows attacked Ryuki. Drawing the gunblade hastily, the protagonist shot at the shadows. Shadows and gunblade clashed, causing a massive explosion of power. After finishing the battle with a powerful blow that left a trail on the ground, the protagonist felt that this NPC, named Kugan, reminded him of himself, as they both had the desire to change the world. Perhaps they would have gotten along well. Changing the subject, the protagonist declared that he would destroy Gaiais as well, as revenge for Kugan. He wished that Kugan, in his next life, would be born in a better maze game. During sunset, the protagonist communicated with the teddy bear, informing him that he had failed to record the video due to a bug. He was still surprised that Geiz used the blood infiltration unit as a test object. The teddy bear was asked about the analyses of the information Ryuki had sent, but he was still working on it, although the data that John Doe had was interesting. Since he was free, the protagonist decided to fulfill what had been delayed in the planning, to obtain his ghost certification. Now it was time to go to the Demon Tower, the final content of World of Fantasm. In front of the Demon Tower, many people were circulating. One of those people was Visk, who was completely irritated at having to stand still like a guard when she could be climbing the tower. With her was Noir, a young woman with black hair, who, with her arms crossed, stated that according to the guild, there was a 90% chance that Ryu 7017 would appear there that week. Noir supposed that Gabriel was nervous after receiving wanted notices. However, for Visk, he should be planning something like a snake, not acting like a human. Visk was irritated. The information they received was always wrong and the support was a joke. Because of this, people were already openly speaking ill of their guild. Noir agreed that World of Phantasm had been chaotic lately, recalling that a group of NPCs had conquered a dungeon, which had collapsed due to a bug afterward. As a result, players began to think that the NPCs were the cause of the bugs and started hunting them down, which worsened the conflict. Noir revealed that there was evidence of someone interfering with the blood unit, and since the dungeon data had disappeared, the suspect had become Ryu. Noir had already heard the details from Laguna, who treated Ryu like a deity. She also found the techniques used in his videos impressive, wishing they had a player like him on their dungeon raid team. However, Visk didn't trust those who did dangerous things, like deleting data, and Noir had to agree with her. While the two were talking, someone appeared to annoy Visk. "Look at this! Isn't it a child? The dungeon-crazy child has finally been brought out of the tower." The man provoking Visk was named Explosive Sword, and he was also a self-ranked member of the Lindsa Guild. Explosive Sword rubbed Visk's head, asking if she was working. Visk gritted her teeth at the man's interaction, who had 2 swords and powerful armor, and asked if he thought she had come there to see his ugly face. Explosive Sword smiled, asking why they didn't settle this once and for all. Whoever defeated Ryu would take the position left by Lynfell. Explosive Sword wanted to make that bet, and Visk was eager to make him her lackey. In front of the two, Noir warned that the information about Ryu was confidential, asking them to keep quiet. Explosive Sword was already losing his patience, which made Visk think he was starting to get scared and would soon come up with an excuse to run away. As the two exchanged barbs, a player suddenly received a notification. Not just him, but Noir and the other two as well. Explosive Sword thought it could be a new floor being released, but Noir knew they weren't even close to conquering floor 47. Finally, Visk was the first to understand what that notification meant. A new record for the clearing time of the first floor of the tower had been established. The new record for the first floor was set at just over 18 hours, unlocking a secret location, the Beginner's Garden. Explosive Sword's mood exploded. He couldn't believe the 18-hour time when the previous record was 72 hours, with the support of a guild. Noir also couldn't believe there was an undiscovered area on the first floor. This could mean that a new route had been discovered. Visk wondered what the hell was going on. She was even more shocked when she read the information more closely. The first-place record had been set by Ryuki, the Ryu 7017 they were trying to find. She couldn't understand how he had entered the tower and when. Explosive Sword thought it made even more sense for the record. Although he didn't know when Ryu had entered the tower, he had defeated Lynfell. Noir agreed as well. With the skill level he had, clearing the first floor should be easy. To make a comparison, Explosive Sword asked Visk if she could set a new record if she tried the first floor again, as he was confident he could. Visk thought for a moment, assuming that if she were prepared, she could manage, but she didn't believe anyone would want to redo the first floor, especially since it reset all progress made in the tower. Noir thought she had made a mistake by not believing Laguna. Ryu was someone she couldn't underestimate. She decided to face him from the start with everything she had. Looking at the tower, she understood why Gabriel was so cautious about this unknown. Together with the protagonist, Egon felt it was a shame, as he had exceeded the target time by 13 minutes. The protagonist was lying on the ground to rest and asked if that was all Egon had to say after 18 hours of fighting. Ryuki got up, irritated. "Now that I think about it, this is super annoying. You were the one who shortened the target time yourself." Despite Ryuki being irritated, Egon stated that he had proposed the goal based on his abilities. The protagonist thought for a moment, realizing that the delay had been caused by the unknown area they had found. He wondered what kind of clearing the Lindsa Guild had done. if there were still hidden areas on the first floor. Egon thought this happened because they lacked intuition, so there was no way to blame them. Setting that aside, the protagonist stood up, asking if the preliminary battle had ended. For him, the time of the first clearing hadn't been that bad. Looking at the area where he arrived after clearing the first floor, a vast forest, the protagonist decided to return to reality. It had been a while since Ryuki had logged out. Unlike when Lynfell had found him, Ryuki hadn't faced any intruders in this specially prepared place. He hoped that nothing would happen before he achieved his goal. The protagonist received a call from the person controlling both the Jushin shop doll and the programmer Bear, congratulating him on the impressive clearing of the first floor. The protagonist wanted to get straight to the main point, but the girl asked him not to be like that, as she had prepared a special place for him where no one was watching. However, for Ryuki, this was a situation where both were using each other for mutual benefit. Although this was true, Wolya, who was identifying herself as Akatsuki on the call, warned that there was a reason for contacting him, asking him to come to her, as there was something she wanted to tell him in person. The protagonist was surprised by the request to go to her personally. On the other side, the girl in a broken doll stated that it was urgent, asking him to hurry but to be careful, as more and more people were looking for him at the entrance of the district. Before hanging up the call, the girl stated that when he came to her, he would be able to see her new body. The protagonist was irritated to be called just when he was tired. He went to the rooftop, and when he was about to jump, Egon asked if he was really going to. The protagonist showed that he was indeed going there, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Egon was worried about Ryuki going outside, asking if it couldn't be a trap. The protagonist replied to Egon, "I don't trust him completely either, but I'm not planning to betray him. I'm tired of betrayals." The moment Ryuki finished speaking, an explosion occurred behind him. Ryuki stopped his hurried steps, and looking back asked what was happening. The protagonist looked at the source of the explosion, and Egon confirmed that it was the hideout where he had been earlier. It seemed he had been targeted. Seeing the explosion, the protagonist instantly became worried about the person he was about to meet. When he arrived at the Jushin shop, the protagonist found it in flames. He hid in a corner asking if Egon could locate Akatsuki. Egon scanned the area but couldn't find her. Likewise, Ryuki was unable to contact her. Egon suggested that he could hack the security cameras, although it would take some time. However, Ryuki believed there was a quicker way. Shortly after, Ryuki broke down a wall with the celestial dragon attack. Inside the location he invaded, the protagonist found a man in a suit and a floral shirt, the thug Luga. The protagonist walked slowly towards him, releasing an overwhelming aura and snapping his fingers. "I know you were keeping an eye on Akatsuki and me. You were dealing with those dark people in the shadows too." Luga was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say upon being discovered. However, Ryuki had something to say. "I let you escape because I was busy, but I didn't think you'd have the guts to do this. I apologize for underestimating you. From now on, I will treat you as someone I want to eliminate." Ryuki's dark gaze, along with the finger snaps ready to attack, instilled fear in anyone who saw him. Luga was extremely scared. His face darkened as he revealed the truth, claiming he had no other choice because Iron Blood had asked him to. The protagonist interrogated Luga, asking if it had been Iron Blood. Egon confirmed that the guy in the lab coat and the guards in the alley a few days ago were from Iron Blood. Luga spoke a bit more about this group. "They rule the entertainment district. Arson and disappearances are routine for them. Not even you can stop them." The protagonist grabbed a piece of wood, frightening Luga, and warned that the words he should be saying were not words of apology. "Spit out the location of their base. What is this? You should be begging for your life and asking for my help." Several armed men returned to the base, celebrating that they had completed the mission of destroying the building. However, these men found someone else besides their captain. They had found Ryuki, the famous unknown. The armed men noticed Luga's presence, asking what he was doing there. Luga was irritated that they had taken so long. Luga began to laugh, confident that he would defeat Ryuki now. He crossed his arms, warning that it wouldn't be like before, as his level of armament was now at a completely different level. The protagonist gripped the piece of wood tightly. "Didn't I tell you? You should be begging for mercy." Several buffs were activated by Ryuki as his expression darkened. The piece of wood in his hand also glowed, radiating power. Luga became irritated with his men, ordering them to shoot. The sound of gunfire could be heard from a distance, but the source of the red liquid splattered scared Luga. He realized he shouldn't have messed with Ryu. Following Iron Blood had been a mistake. Luga realized he should never have gotten involved with Ryu in the first place. That night, he stole his ticket. He shouldn't have gone to the random box shop. After Ryu dealt with everyone, Egon checked the security cameras, finding footage of Iron Blood taking Akatsuki. They must have been using her as bait to lure him. Egon confirmed that Iron Blood was a level above Black Snake. With their strength and intelligence, it would be difficult for the current Ryuki to defeat them. Egon recommended that he abandon Akatsuki. The protagonist scratched his head. Iron Blood's target was him, so he had to go. Seeing Ryuki throwing himself into danger, Egon asked if this was some sort of hobby. However, he stated he didn't want to lose a valuable ally. The protagonist smiled confidently. Well, if they're polite enough to invite me, I'll have to go meet them. The former player Crow was now the commander of Iron Blood. Dressed in a suit and with a burn scar on his face, he greeted Akatsuki. This is the first time we meet in person. I instructed them to bring you here respectfully. Why are you so hurt? One of Crow's employees revealed that the digital drugs hadn't worked and that she had resisted a bit. Hearing this irritated Crow, as it was obvious they wouldn't work since she was the one interfering, using a drug neutralization program. Regardless, Crow found Akatsuki's state rather lamentable. In an outfit similar to Shizuki's and with some broken parts of the doll, Akatsuki blamed Crow for not having time to cover her artificial body since he launched a surprise attack. Akatsuki changed the subject, claiming to have seen some interesting things on her way. Remembering the weapons she saw, which were quite difficult to obtain, she asked where he got them. Crow didn't think she was in a position to ask questions. Since time was valuable, he wanted to get straight to the point. He pointed a weapon at her, asking where Ryu 7017 was. Akatsuki didn't answer. Instead, she asked why Crow was after him since he didn't get along with Lindsa either. Crow began to get irritated at being answered with another question, and warned that he would burn her circuits if she kept doing that. However, Akatsuki continued not to respond. Instead, she asked if Crow hadn't stopped being a player because of Gabriel, and that it would be natural for them to join forces against Lindsa. Crow didn't want to talk anymore and pulled the trigger. With a hole in Akatsuki's circuits, Crow showed a look of anger. I told you my patience is short. But enough with the riddles. Next time, I won't give a warning. Akatsuki put her head back in place, impressed by the threatening warning. Crow asked again for the last time where Ryu was. Akatsuki, however, stated that all she knew was about the hideout she had arranged. Therefore, he could have already escaped. There was no way for her to know. Moreover, since she couldn't communicate, there was no way to contact him. Crow was growing increasingly irritated by not knowing anything. Therefore, he asked what kind of technology Ryuki used. Unfortunately, Akatsuki didn't know. She was proud of her knowledge about technology, but Ryu's abilities were an exception. Crow pointed the weapon again, tired of meaningless answers, and asked if she thought she could keep hiding information about Ryu. Akatsuki began to laugh. It's not like I wanted to hide information. I was just trying to buy time. At that moment, some information boxes appeared for her. Oh, it's the Trucadia virus chip. Hearing about the chip left Crow stunned, asking how she knew about it. Akatsuki revealed what she knew about the chip, discovered in a sci-fi maze game. When injected into a real human body, it caused irreversible and terrible effects. Akatsuki was already surprised to learn that the digital drugs were based on Yggdrasil technology, but this was too much. She remembered how there was a huge uproar 10 years ago, and such items were completely banned. She asked Crow what would happen if the public found out. Crow became irritated by the implied threat, wondering if the information had been hacked by Akatsuki while she was imprisoned. Crow grew even angrier and shouted, "Keep an eye on her until I return. If she tries anything funny, take her out immediately." 2 guards stood next to Akatsuki as Crow walked away. She couldn't help but mock, "What a coward." Crow tried to connect to another location, but the connection wasn't established. Seeing that this wouldn't be resolved this way, Crow decided to take a different approach. He picked up the frozen snow sword, an item from Yggdrasil that froze everything with extreme ice. He smiled maniacally, eager to get his hands on Ryu's technology to escape the filth of the pleasure district, reach great heights, regain his strength, and return as a player. Crow smiled maliciously, intending to leave Gabriel Darius waiting for him, for the great hole he would create in him. As he reveled in his future plans, something caught his attention. Crow returned to the room where Akatsuki was, only to see a great light emanating from the doll. That sight shocked Crow. Akatsuki smiled upon seeing him. "I was wondering when you would return. I thought I might enjoy being the damsel in distress, but life is about survival. And then, I had a good idea." The moment Akatsuki finished speaking, the doll's body exploded. The Iron Blood guards tried to run, but they were too slow. The explosion engulfed the entire building, raising a dense smoke that enveloped the area. However, thanks to the ice sword, Crow managed to stay safe, cursing Akatsuki. In the next moment, several drone-like cameras appeared. "Ha ha ha, this isn't exactly self-destruction, but it's still quite an interesting sight, isn't it?" Crow was surprised, but the voice from the drones continued. To be precise, the body exploded, but the most important part, the head, did not. In other words, My brain is hidden in one of these drones. Crow gritted his teeth, calling Akatsuki a monster. But she didn't want to hear that from a piece of trash who sold drugs. The drones began to fly around, starting a game of tag. Crow swung the sword, cutting and freezing the drones one by one. At that moment, several subordinates appeared, having heard the explosion. Crow quickly instructed them on what was happening, ordering them to split up to search for Akatsuki. He knew there was only one path connected to the exit. They just needed to use the tracking items. Crow used the Hunter's Eye, a necklace that tracked the boss within a specific area. Using the item, he located all the drones to be destroyed. The Iron Blood members used various types of weapons to capture and destroy the drones, such as bubble guns and lightning spears. The attacks hit the drones one by one. Struck by bubbles and lightning, the drones exploded, causing Iron Blood members to shield themselves. The drones continued to be destroyed, and their carcasses fell to the ground. One of the drones was hiding, observing the destruction of the others, which worried Akatsuki as her puppets were being defeated faster than she expected. The drone might have been hidden, but Crow was very close to it, irritated by the childish game. So the main body was hidden, huh? If there's one thing I can praise, it's that you're the first, besides Gabriel, who made me go through so much trouble. After being found, the drone with the main body moved away, recognizing its reliance on stealth technologies, which only worked when tracking items weren't used. The main drone didn't want to give up, but ended up being hit by a shot. With the gun in hand, Crow wasn't intimidated by a mere drone. He holstered the pistol and drew the sword again. He wanted to make Akatsuki suffer more for all the trouble caused, but he was already tired, so he decided to destroy her. At that moment, the drone asked a question that surprised Crow. "Did you enjoy playing? I don't like bets, but this time I'll bet my life." Crow's sword began to freeze the drone as Akatsuki said her last words. "I did my best. Now all I can do is wait for the outcome." Crow mocked Akatsuki. "This game brought you to your current state. Now I'll deliver your pathetic end here." Crow raised his ice sword, and the attack came down, but a golden bar blocked it between the sword and the drone. The protagonist, defending the drone, was furious. Does the drug-selling trash have the determination to face my revenge for attacking my ally? Ryuki's eyes showed the fury he felt for Crow committing so many atrocities against Akatsuki. With a horizontal strike, the protagonist forced Crow to retreat after he defended himself with the ice sword. The protagonist quickly asked Igon about Akatsuki's condition. Igon confirmed that she was safe. The drone had entered a hibernation state, so if it were connected to an external device, it would recover easily. The protagonist was surprised by the drone Akatsuki was in. Calling it a living being seemed like an exaggeration. Several men from Iron Blood appeared to join Crow. The chief was furious that they had failed to defend the stairs. The men apologized and joined the battle. They held their common weapons and those from Yggdrasil to handle the situation. The protagonist felt cornered, irritated by the predicament he found himself in. Holding the drone in his hand, he worried about the men who had appeared, regretting not having defeated them earlier since he was in a hurry. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed he was stepping on something, some chips. Igon drew the protagonist's attention. He was in great danger. Ryuki seemed to have frozen and didn't notice the attacks coming in his direction. A large explosion occurred, engulfing the room in flames. With the explosion, the Iron Blood men fell to the ground. Ryuki still held one of them, who was pleading. Seeing the man in Ryuki's hand being defeated, Crow became very worried, as even though his subordinates were weak, they used items, and yet they were easily defeated. Igon sighed. Even in that situation, he was also fine. Crow was irritated with the young man who had appeared. "I don't know who you are, but you'd better leave before I deal with you. I have no personal feelings, I just follow orders from above." The protagonist was surprised, and the surprise turned into anger. "You say you have no personal feelings?" After the death of his mother, Ryuki faced several hospital bills that still needed to be paid. He had become a stranger, and the doctors were worried that he couldn't pay, which is why the patient's body would remain in the hospital for 3 weeks. Ryuki would need to pay to receive his mother's body, otherwise it would be discarded. However, even storing the body cost money. If the amount wasn't paid, it would be put up for auction, where many research clients would buy it. To silence everyone and pay the bills, Ryuki worked hard. He joined the mining service, swinging the pickaxe as fast as he could. He had 3 weeks. He needed to gather the money to pay the debts in that time. Without recovering his mother's body from the hospital, he couldn't hold a funeral to finally move on. This last goal made him push himself as hard as possible. However, people always tried to make him doubt himself. They said that whether it was 3 weeks or 3 years, he wouldn't be able to gather enough money as a stranger. That person, who was also a stranger, offered help by providing Ryuki with the opportunity to participate in an experiment he knew about. The man showed a chip, claiming it contained security data for the entire city. With it, Ryuki would be able to infiltrate the hospital. Although it was still in the experimental stage, he needed checks. The man treated it as a good deal for both. With the chip in hand, Ryuki found it hard to believe. The Saint Hospital was a place that couldn't be hacked easily. Despite this, Ryuki accepted the offer and used the chip to download the data. Ryuki's eyes widened. He thought the hologram of the city in front of him was a lie. He couldn't believe that the chip contained the security data for the entire city, including that of the hospital. Thanks to this, he could save his mother. The morgue door was open. A chamber was empty. Through a dark alley, Ryuki dragged a coffin. He struggled to pull it until his strength gave out and he fell. Going this far brought a smile to his face, as if it were a miracle. He thanked the data on that chip, wondering where such massive data came from. Looking back, Ryuki had a vision of his mother still alive. He couldn't believe what he saw, and tears began to fall. While crying, he embraced the vision of his mother, believing she was still alive. At that moment, Ryuki heard some people clapping and congratulating him. He looked back to see Cynthia and Lynfell, who said all that was left was for him to return to Lindsa. Ryuki couldn't believe the two were there, apologizing and inviting him back to the guild. While he couldn't believe what he saw, the vision of his mother began to turn into smoke. Watching his mother disappear right before his eyes drove Ryuki insane. He fell to the ground, searching for her. At that moment, the man who had given Ryuki the chip, who was in despair, appeared behind him. "You woke up earlier than I thought. Did you have fun? Well, the test version will probably end soon. I'll give you this as part of the cost of the experiment. You look confused, you know? The 7017, the chip you downloaded that day, was actually a digital drug. I don't know what you saw, but it was an illusion." Ryuki sat on the ground. He was sure he had rescued his mother. At that moment, the man extended his hand, showing a new chip, telling Ryuki to compose himself and look around. Ryuki realized he was in a place with other people sleeping. The man was about to explain, but a punch exploded in his face. Ryuki was furious about what the man had done to him and tried to unleash all his fury. Before he could vent all his frustration, Ryuki was thrown out by security guards who nearly finished him off completely. The men told him to get money if he wanted more chips, but Ryuki just wanted to save his mother. Suddenly, Ryuki remembered something important and wondered how much time had passed. He ran toward the hospital and realized that more than a month had already gone by. Everything had already been put up for auction. He was expelled from the hospital. They didn't want him there anymore, especially after the many complaints about a stranger wandering around. Now, Ryuki could take revenge on the person who had caused him all this harm, the person who made him lose what little he had left. Ryuki's sword forced Crow's ice sword back. Crow didn't want to lose to a stranger, advancing with all his fury and wielding his ice sword. But before he could advance further, Ryuki lunged. "You said you have no personal feelings? I'm sorry, but I do." Faced with the blunt attack, Crow coughed heavily. The protagonist swung his sword provocatively. "Have you given up? It seems that Iron Blood isn't so impressive after all. All I need to do is take Akatsuki back, so get out of my way." The bandit stood up, gritting his teeth, covering the wound on his neck with his hand. He had no intention of giving up. He wanted to use the power of his snowy ice sword. Immediately, the entire warehouse began to freeze. The fallen guards on the ground felt the cold advance and their bodies turned icy. Egon warned the protagonist that the item was dangerous, advising him not to confront it with his wooden sword. Egon calculated that even if Ryuki kept his distance, his movements would slow down, his temperature would drop, and if the battle continued, the situation would become even more perilous. Hearing the advice, Ryuki decided to act, throwing a small knife at Crow, who deftly defended himself with his sword. "This is useless. My blizzard can even freeze the trajectory of bullets." The protagonist remained silent until he saw Crow advance with total confidence. "With this power, I can do anything." In an instant, the battle intensified. With each clash of the two swords, shards of ice exploded in all directions. Icy gales completely covered the warehouse, freezing every spot where the clash occurred. With his weapon being of a higher rank, Crow managed to knock the protagonist to the ground as he tried to block the attack. Even with the quick steps ability, Ryuki could barely keep up with his opponent. It seemed that the cold truly made him slower. Crow couldn't understand how that boy was moving like that in the real world. Finally, he had a hunch. "I see. You're using an item from Yggdrasil too, aren't you?" Egon felt insulted to be compared to common items. However, it would be perfect for Ryuki to let the bandit continue with his misunderstanding. Believing that Ryuki was using an item, Crow wanted to find out which was stronger, his sword or that item of his. Immediately, he created a massive blizzard, obscuring the protagonist's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he moved to Ryuki's back, ready for a treacherous attack. Noticing the movement, Ryuki quickly turned, dodging the blow by retreating. Crow smiled like a confident maniac. "Your luck ends here. If you hand over Akatsuki now, I'll let you go with just minor injuries. The protagonist sighed, admitting, "You have the strength of sword mastery level 1. But is that all your power?" At the provocation, Crow charged furiously. He attacked without any control, driven only by hatred, consumed by the desire not to be despised. But Ryuki continued to provoke him. "You're a piece of trash who can't even defeat a nobody like me. And yet you're so arrogant, living like a parasite in the shadows of the Red District." Crow's hatred reached its limit. "I will take everything from you. What you call strength. Everything." Crow's energy release caused everything in the room to freeze even more. He activated an ability to camouflage himself in his own snow, exponentially increasing his power. His sharp sword lunged towards the protagonist, who felt the imminent danger. But revealing his true abilities, Ryuki broke the attack with a series of counterattacks, using the Holy Sword technique combined with level 4 parry. Seeing his attack nullified head-on, Crow became furious, but relieved to realize that Ryuki's sword had been broken. However, the protagonist still held a hidden weapon. "Big moves require big risks. I'll teach you the basics as a player." Crow felt immense pressure from the ability Ryuki began to unleash. Using the meteor attack, the protagonist advanced as fast as light, hitting his enemy as he passed by. Crow fell to the ground, gasping after the blow, his strength draining away. The protagonist, however, felt something strange during the attack and wondered if the enemy was wearing something under his clothes. As he got up, Crow revealed his black iron armor, an item that halved physical damage. He was proud of the equipment. "It's as thin as a piece of paper, but its defense is incredible. I'm sorry, but your attacks won't work on me." The protagonist sighed, seeing how that guy was an idiot for simply not giving up. Before Crow could boast again, the protagonist grabbed him by the collar. In a quick motion, Ryuki threw him to the ground with all his strength, making him eat dust and ice. The protagonist climbed on top of him with a grim look. "I was just thinking I wanted to get used to the real feeling. How about you become my training bag?" Clenching his fists, the protagonist continued to strike the bandit, who no longer had any defenses. He wondered if this would be his end. Before him, the words of the guild leader surfaced in his mind. Losing his account would be his greatest pain. Screaming Gabriel's name, Crow forced himself to rise. Drawing strength from an unexpected place, he managed to hit Ryuki, throwing him away. With a more insane look, he envisioned attacking Ryuki and destroying him. He wanted to overcome that situation, aim for great heights, and cross as many mountains of corpses as necessary to regain his status as a player. He wanted to take everything from Gabriel, who had taken everything from him, and claim it all for himself. However, trapped in a bed and being taken to a psychiatric hospital, Crow could do nothing but lose himself in such fantasies. The police who arrived at the scene found the members of the organization frozen and were informed that the Trucadia virus chip had appeared there. All the security cameras were destroyed, so the details remained obscure. But just like the gang leader, found in a frozen state, everyone else deserved what they had received for being involved with illegal items. The police could hardly believe that such idiots were messing with Trucadia when even simple things were already hard to handle. Everyone at the scene was exhausted just thinking about the long investigation ahead. Thus, Crow was taken to the ambulance under the watchful eyes of the police, who secretly preferred that he not recover. On top of a building, Ryuki watched with Egon, who had previously scanned the power of one of the drugs and injected it into Crow, causing that massive effect. It was impressive how what was happening in his mind made him laugh so much, as if he were trapped in pleasant dreams. Egon was satisfied. With the organization dismantled, his master would no longer be watched. Similarly, Ryuki felt relieved for Akatsuki, who would now also be free. However, something still worried him. At the moment Crow began to hallucinate, he babbled something about being chosen as the best decision of the SEN. Hearing the name of the organization, the protagonist didn't know exactly what it was, but he remembered that the sources of Yggdrasil items always came from there. It was then that he recalled Lynfell Darius. Like Crow, he also carried a sword. This raised a significant suspicion. The weapons these people used might come from the same source. The protagonist returned to the underground where Akatsuki worked. However, Egon, who accompanied him, couldn't find any information about the SEN. Apparently, their security was impeccable. In the end, the protagonist didn't uncover any clues. The place Akatsuki had prepared for him was compromised, and now he would have to live in an underground storage room. With the information about the SEN coming to light, the protagonist felt irritated, as he needed to focus on climbing the demon tower, not worry about this. At that moment, a girl wearing a cat hoodie entered the storage room, waving enthusiastically. The protagonist looked at her suspiciously, asking if she was Akatsuki. The girl nodded with a proud look. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Egon showed surprise as she looked exactly like a normal human. Such a level of precision was far beyond the ordinary. As he himself said, this created version was at an absurd level of perfection. Recalling that Akatsuki usually created specific robots, he set that aside to ask what had happened to her voice and way of speaking. He questioned if there was something wrong with her personality. Akatsuki struck an animated pose, sticking out her tongue. "It's my makeover. We're close now, right? I can be like this." The protagonist sighed, commenting that it was better this way. The simple comment caught the girl's attention, and she jumped closer to him. "What's this? Is this your preference?" The protagonist didn't pay much attention to her excitement, merely stating that, considering how much she stood out now, her old body was better. Seeing his taste change suddenly, Akatsuki threw herself onto a large cushion, pouting and saying she didn't want to play with him anymore. The protagonist didn't like her jokes, as he knew there were no real desires or feelings coming from an artificial appearance. However, Akatsuki disagreed. "Not necessarily. This body is the original cyborg I created with my blood, sweat, and tears." The protagonist listened attentively as she explained why this body was the original. She spoke about the past accident. "This is a simulation of what my body should look like if I had grown normally after the plane crash that day. I call this body 00, an unattainable illusion, a dreamer's regret." Setting that topic aside, Akatsuki requested that they work hard from that moment on, since she had revealed her true body. Finishing her tea, the protagonist compared Akatsuki's current body to the previous ones she had used. This one was on a completely different level, and according to the girl, it was the first time she showed such a body to anyone, so he should consider himself honored. The protagonist then asked a question that surprised Akatsuki. "So does this mean I can only find you in the 00 body from now on?" Akatsuki smiled, contradicting him. She had to reveal that if she stayed in the 00 body for too long, she would end up feeling a tremendous emptiness. To lighten the mood, the protagonist served her tea, something he had prepared while he was bored. 00 drank the tea, savoring the delicious flavor. "Hey, this is nothing compared to instant tea. I didn't expect you to have such good skills." The protagonist felt proud upon hearing the compliment and revealed that the one who taught him had rather peculiar tastes. "I even learned to measure the temperature, to understand each degree, but in the end, I never got a passing grade." Despite the protagonist's self-deprecating comment, Akatsuki praised the tea, something she genuinely enjoyed. Curious, the protagonist asked if robots had taste sensors. Taking another sip, Akatsuki clicked her tongue, regretting having praised it. Returning to an important topic, she stated that after what happened the previous night, Iron Blood had been dismantled. Apparently, the entertainment district and the police were highly connected. However, even with all this rot in the system, they wouldn't be able to cover up the illegal items so easily. Akatsuki then questioned if Ryuki knew how items became illegal. The protagonist suspected it was because they went against social order. For Akatsuki, the reason was simple. It was because Daya decided what was illegal. This was an absolutely invincible authority. This was the being against whom Ryuki was currently facing. For Ryuki, the ability to decide what would or would not be legal was impressive. It was something worth climbing the ranks for. Akatsuki liked the kind of person Ryuki was. For her, the remaining problem was the SEN. She had heard rumors before. Apparently, an organization called SEN had suddenly emerged and made a proposal. They had even offered a significant reward, and that reward was exactly Yggdrasil items. The protagonist, however, had still not obtained any information about what the SEN's objective was, or why they possessed so many items. Facing not only geis but also unknown individuals, Ryuki was starting to feel a headache. Despite the problems they faced, Akatsuki knew they couldn't do anything for now. Still, she was excitedly thinking about something she would tell Ryuki once she was sure. Meanwhile, a Minotaur was defeated. A group was on the 10th floor of the Demon Tower. Despite the difficulty, they were satisfied to have come this far. The fact that the monsters appeared one at a time was also a relief for them. After defeating all the common monsters, they realized it was time to attack the boss. Agos, the leader of the Crimson Shield group, was confident in defeating it quickly so they could ascend to the 11th floor. Before starting the attack, he wanted to check a few things. He called the loader, who trembled due to the weight, to come closer. As they sat around a campfire, they commented on the news. Everyone had heard a lot about Ryuki lately. Apparently, he had just reached the 9th floor, setting a new record. Someone who didn't know Ryuki's name asked who he was. Agos explained that he was player Ryu 7017, the one who had declared he would take down the WAP. The person who had asked clicked their tongue, refusing to believe that someone like that truly existed, saying that his videos were probably fake. A member of the group agreed, wanting to defeat Ryuki just to gain fame. Agos believed that Ryuki was already on the 10th floor just like them, and that they could face him before challenging the boss. However, The loader interrupted them, trembling in fear. "Do you really need to fight him? That wasn't part of the plan." Agos walked up to the loader, asking if the young man thought he would lose to a stranger. But the loader reminded him that even Lynfell had lost to Ryuki. Before he could say anything else, the porter was hit by Agos, who was shouting furiously, "Lynfell was just a scarecrow from the Lindsa Guild. Why are you comparing me to a rookie with no real-world experience?" Agos grabbed the porter by the hair, ordering him to watch how he spoke if he wanted to stay in the group, as he was contributing nothing. The young porter apologized enough for Agos to let him go. Irritated, Agos ordered his companions to get up to defeat the boss and move on. The companion who wanted to attack Ryuki was upset to hear this, as they still didn't know when Ryu would appear. He also took the opportunity to insult the porter, venting his frustrations on him. The group then proceeded to the boss room door. As they pushed the doors open, they found a dark place. Upon entering the room, they noticed that the environment was strangely silent. Agos asked his companions what type of monster they would face. They told him it would be a giant minotaur of a different color, a typical monster from Latia, which they could avoid unnecessary efforts against. As they advanced, the porter warned that he felt something strange, but Agos silenced him with a terrifying look. "You baggage porter, stop complaining right now!" In that moment of tension, various error notifications appeared in the dungeon, surprising the group. Taking the lead, Agos ordered everyone to run for the exit. It was then that they heard a deafening roar, making them look back. A huge minotaur with a ring in its nose was roaring furiously, showing its huge teeth and frightening red eyes. The porter, who had fallen behind, was struggling to climb. He was being held back by the luggage, but he still had a chance to escape if he wasn't caught by the boss. Running as fast as he could, the boy saw that the entrance door was still open. If he could get through it, he would be safe. However, at the exact moment he reached the door, a foot kicked him back into the boss room. Closing the door, Agos smiled maliciously. "I'll leave it to you to buy us time, porter." The boy tried desperately to run to the door, but it had already been locked by the group outside. The group that closed the door sighed, relieved to have managed to escape, even if just barely. They couldn't believe that among all possible moments, this mistake was happening right now. The girl in the group asked what they would do since they still needed to defeat the boss. Agos, however, believed that this was the perfect opportunity, as the door would sooner or later be opened by Ryu, 7017. Meanwhile, the person they were talking about was defeating the last Minotaur, and asking Egon if by defeating the boss, the 10th floor would be completed. The little robot, however, refused to talk to him. The protagonist couldn't believe Egon was being coy right now, when time was the most important factor. After some conversation, they reached the boss room door, amidst Egon's complaints about the fact that he hadn't used any tickets during the 10th floor. The protagonist told him to shut up and deal with his gaming addiction. As they prepared to enter the boss room, the Crimson Shield group was waiting, hoping he would enter first so they could follow him and attack him from behind. Some time ago, Agos had reached out to a young man, inviting him to join his group even though he lacked combat skills, as he was not looking for that. He called him to conquer the tower together. However, at the moment when lives were at stake, when everyone was fleeing, the boy was treated as useless, as someone who could simply be discarded. Even so, the young man did not perish immediately. He used all his strength to escape, delving into the depths of the boss room. He always knew he was a burden to the group, but he never imagined he would be abandoned in a situation like that. The error present in that dungeon was 666, also known as the deadly game. In the error zone, the player could not exit the game, and the connection became unstable. If he was eliminated there, he would also lose his life in the real world. Knowing this, the young man tried to get out of the affected area as quickly as possible. However, in the midst of his escape, the giant Minotaur hit him from behind, throwing him against a stone wall. The young man coughed heavily, and his breathing became unstable. He knew his life was in extreme danger, but he still wanted to live. He tried to give everything he had to stand up and escape, but in front of that powerful boss, he wondered if he could even dodge one attack, and what that would change in the end. The monster's attack came down on him, but before he could be hit, the gigantic Minotaur was struck hard, preventing the attack from reaching its target. A gunblade released hot smoke from the shot as its wielder introduced himself. In the end, defeating such a large monster using only a gunblade seems impossible, seeing that even aiming was difficult. Ryuki wondered if he would have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Egon warned the protagonist about the ongoing error, explaining that it was the fury of Yggdrasil, something that appeared in unstable labyrinths. Ryuki knew how terrible this type of error was, and wondered how many people had perished before that boss. For Egon, however, there was something even worse. "My master, who hasn't even rolled a random box in the tower. If he perishes, not even recovering his body will be possible, and all tickets will be lost. While Ryuki discussed with Igon, the young man attacked by the Minotaur stared at him, trying to understand if this was the legendary Ryu 7017. Oblivious to the boy's thoughts, the protagonist asked him if his group had been separated or if they were planning to ambush him. Ryuki warned him to answer carefully as they were in an error zone. With the gunblade pointed at him, the young man desperately backed away. That's not it. Absolutely not. I was with my group until the last room, but suddenly an error happened and we couldn't escape. They told me to buy time and abandoned me for being weak and useless. As he looked at that young man, Ryuki saw the reflection of himself in the past. That's why he asked the boy what he would do if he survived. The young man's eyes shone with the same hatred as before, as he swore, "I will take my revenge." Ryuki smiled, satisfied with the answer. Turning to face the Minotaur, he ordered the boy to stay in a corner until the fight was over, and to survive, or all the effort would have been in vain. The protagonist then walked toward the giant bull-headed bastard, his prey. At the same time, outside the boss room, Agos's group observed that the porter was still alive. They commented that he seemed to have a talent for being bait, but Agos disagreed. To him, the porter had no talent at all, and was probably just hiding while Ryuki faced the boss. Outside the error zone, they hoped the effect would disappear soon. After that, it would just be a matter of hiding and waiting for the perfect moment for a surprise attack. After all, whoever survived in there, they intended to have the last laugh. Inside the boss room, the gigantic Minotaur from the ghost world swung its enormous axe furiously. Upon striking the ground with his weapon, everything trembled. The protagonist observed the monster's movement patterns closely. Without the defensive skills of an excellent tank, it would be impossible to block those attacks. Unprepared groups would simply be annihilated by an enemy like that. However, against such heavy blows, Ryuki was ready. The young porter, hiding behind a pillar, watched in awe as Ryuki faced the Minotaur's attacks head-on. Ryuki raised his sword every time the Minotaur attacked, blocking the advance of the axe, which sparked as it clashed with the blade. In the second phase of the confrontation, the Minotaur's horns began to release energy similar to lightning, extending in all directions. The protagonist started a countdown as soon as the monster began to gather power. As Ryuki predicted, the Minotaur let out a thunderous roar, releasing a wave of red lightning. Ryuki quickly moved away, avoiding being hit directly by the discharge. When his countdown reached 10, he looked back. Time was up, but at the last moment, he was still slightly hit by a lightning bolt too fast to be seen with the naked eye. The attacks were random. Without his sharp intuition, he wasn't sure if he would still be alive. The protagonist hoped to endure longer, believing that this way he would have a chance to win. However, the boss broke its own patterns. The giant Minotaur unleashed a cannon of lightning from its horns. As it roared, its attack spread throughout the cave. Ryuki's eyes widened as he realized he was surrounded with no space to escape. When his counter reached 39, he murmured a silent prayer for it to work. At the moment the 40 seconds completed, the lightning finally dissipated. Just as Ryuki had predicted, the red thunder lasted 40 seconds. The young porter, hidden away, could hardly believe what he was seeing. Someone had survived alone in the hellish storm of red thunder, known for recreating hell itself during those endless seconds. After the electric attack, the Minotaur walked toward the protagonist, wielding its enormous axe. Soon after, a new roar echoed through the room. The second phase had ended, exactly as Ryuki had expected. But what would come next? He still had to find out. If he could block the most powerful attack of the giant Minotaur, then he would be ready to face the third phase of the boss. His survival instincts screamed at him, ordering him to flee from that hell. Before him, the Minotaur concentrated all its electrical energy in the axe, transforming it into a weapon of pure destruction. Igon tried to warn him that they were entering an even more dangerous situation, pleading for Ryuki to stop. But the protagonist no longer listened to his robotic assistant. He just smiled in the face of danger. The Minotaur roared thunderously as lightning coursed through its body, converging toward its axe. It was the final attack. Ryuki, still smiling, showed no intention of fleeing. Then, the gigantic axe fell with fury onto the ground, releasing the red thunder. The entire surface beneath Ryuki's feet was transformed into a scene of absolute destruction. When the attack hit the ground, the porter, still hidden, widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Ryu was sane. Even being on one of the lowest floors, it was still a boss monster, an enemy stronger than many gathered players, and yet Ryu was facing it alone. In the porter's mind, not even Phantom, the top-ranked player, would dare challenge a boss like that without support. The red thunderstrike was not something that could be blocked. The most common strategy was to dodge or revive if hit. However, before his eyes, Ryu was truly trying to withstand the attack head-on. One of the protagonist's knees touched the ground as he put all his strength into keeping the sword raised. It was then that he activated a skill. A few days earlier, Ryu had mentioned to Egon that he had obtained several items and skills from random boxes, but there was one in particular that he considered the worst of all. Egon was intrigued to hear that, especially since the skill in question was the SSR system, which he had just acquired. Ryu justified his disdain by saying that the skill only allowed for temporarily evolving an item to the limits of Yggdrasil, or to the next level, within a restricted time. In his view, it was merely a limit unlocker with an expiration date, but now, in that fight, he activated it, and he fused it with his holy sword. The protagonist roared, unleashing all his physical and mental energy, pushing his strength and courage to the limit to break the attack of the giant minotaur. In the next instant, the blade of the thunder axe was destroyed. The young porter stood with his mouth agape at the scene, so much so that he could fit an entire apple in it. Egon couldn't believe how irresponsible Ryu was being in battle. That pace would lead him straight to death in some future encounter. But Ryuki didn't care. When aiming for the higher floors, risks like that were merely natural steps along the way. With the axe destroyed, the Minotaur took a step back. Ryuki's experiment was over. Now the hunt began. He vanished from his position in a sudden advance. In an attack so fast that the Minotaur couldn't react, Ryuki struck it. Not just once or twice, but in a fierce sequence, combining instant steps with his quick loot skill. The fusion of these two techniques gave rise to a new skill, an extreme speed attack. With the blows accumulating, the Minotaur roared in fury. It threw punches with its fists, but it wasn't fast enough to hit the protagonist. Dodging with precision, Ryu still had time to mock. "You're so slow, you horned cow." Once again, the sequence of attacks fell upon the Minotaur, which roared even louder. This time, one of the strikes hit the creature's heel, causing visible pain that made it bend down, howling in agony. Ryuki saw the opportunity and activated his second enhancement. After countless experiments, he had discovered his most powerful combination, adding the meteor strike effect to the holy sword, using the power of a fully charged meteor attack. With the accumulated impact in his gunblade, Ryuki charged against the Minotaur's claws coming at him, but his speed, fueled by courage, surpassed the attack. Dodging the monster's hand, he advanced straight for the creature's neck. With a clean and decisive blow, he made the giant Minotaur lose what it carried on its horns. The boss had been defeated. The protagonist let out a sigh. With that, he had successfully completed the 10th floor of the Demon Tower. Various rewards were obtained, as well as a list of achievements for the victory against the giant Minotaur. With the creature's elimination, the error zone was also neutralized. Egon congratulated the protagonist for conquering the floor, although 2 minutes passed the expected time. Despite the criticism, the protagonist reminded him that he had broken the previous record by over an hour. He was already preparing to move on to the next floor when the porter, the same one he had saved, called out, "Ryu, no! Mr. Ryuki!" The boy had a desperate and anxious look. "Before you go, can you tell me how you became so strong?" The protagonist revealed the truth, even though it was hard to believe. "I just got lucky, that's all." At that moment, the one who had thrown the porter to the boss appeared. "Congratulations on defeating the boss, Ryu 7017. The porter was surprised to see Agos and his team. Upon meeting him, Agos also congratulated him for serving as bait. However, he warned that both would disappear along with the wanted criminal. "Hey, don't even try to resist and hand over everything you obtained to the Crimson Shield." As Agos walked toward the protagonist to steal his items, he stepped on a mine, which exploded in a fireball. The porter was stunned to see Agos disappear right before his eyes. The protagonist then explained what had happened. "You were hiding in the boss room from the start, weren't you? That's why I planted landmines at the entrance as a precaution. There are still some that haven't exploded, so don't get close to the door." Facing the frightened porter, the protagonist looked at him with a mischievous smile. "You want revenge? Then first get stronger." After leaving the boss room, Egon celebrated enthusiastically. It was time for fun, time for random boxes. The protagonist, on the other hand, was crying as he remembered all the login bonuses he had saved, in addition to the accumulated mission rewards. That day, he would open all the random boxes he had so far. However, he asked Egon not to get too excited. Even with the probability modifier, there was still only a 1% chance of obtaining an SSR item. The protagonist got irritated just remembering the time he spent 1,000 boxes and only got 2 SSR items. A complete joke. When his rank U system was questioned, Egon began to argue with the protagonist, telling him to focus. Setting aside the conversation that only stressed him out, the protagonist started opening the boxes, beginning with the normal tickets. As soon as he clicked on the first ticket, he was surprised. Something unbelievable happened. He obtained an SSR item from a common ticket, and right on the first try, the rainbow box fell in front of him, and upon opening it, revealed a system item from World of Phantasm, a skill that interfered with the authority of the system, applying the specifications of World of Phantasm to the user. The protagonist wondered how this change in specifications would work, and Egon encouraged him to use the skill to find out together. He used it, and immediately the system was applied to his character. Now, he had a leveling system, something that hadn't existed for him before. Seeing his level, the protagonist was surprised. While the round Egon rolled around laughing, at that moment, the protagonist received a message congratulating him for conquering the 10th floor. He heard Akatsuki's voice, but realized she was speaking through the robot 5555. 5 stated that he had been the person to achieve the fastest clear of the 10th floor and asked for his opinion on such an achievement. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist sighed. I'm already tired of this horrible game. The outside of the dungeon looks like it was put together randomly. The design and patterns of the bosses have been reused, just like the characteristics of the monsters. Nothing has changed since I worked as an analyst. The protagonist vented his frustration and thoughts on how bad he considered that game. At that moment, the Teddy Bear 5 asked if he remembered that when she was in her 00 form, she had said she was thinking about something. Maybe it's time for me to tell you. I have a proposal for you. The protagonist was surprised to hear this. At the same time, the head of Latia was in a room filled with panels of information and various graphs. Heh. As soon as this project ends, everything will change. We, from Latia, will inaugurate a new era. Inside the cave, the protagonist finally finished opening all his boxes. While Egon complained about having accumulated so many things, Ryuki observed the results. He had used more than 20 tickets, including those for guaranteed SR items. However, obtaining only one SSR item left him confused and frustrated. Putting his hand on his head in denial, he tried to understand. If the draws followed the expected odds, he should have obtained at least 5 items of that level, but he only got 1. To console him, Egon commented that if the draws followed exactly the predicted order, they wouldn't actually be random draws. The protagonist sighed, wondering what this WOP system was, the World of Phantasm system. Egon explained that the system currently applied to Ryuki's body was Egon's UR system. Since the original system was not in effect, he should rely only on the random boxes. However, the newly obtained system would also allow him to use the statistics of this new system. In contrast, the World of Phantasm system would apply levels and status values to the user, starting at level 1, and moreover, would block his ability to gain points from random boxes. The protagonist became furious upon realizing what this meant. He would have to redo all his steps from the beginning. Despite his anger, Egon tried to calm him down by saying something. The protagonist was too furious to listen, but Egon urged him to check his achievements, as the new system had been unlocked from the last random box. The protagonist did as Egon suggested, and discovered he had also unlocked another system, the cap system, for having opened more than 1,500 boxes. Not understanding what that meant, he listened to Egon's explanation. For every 300 draws, he would guaranteed receive an item of the highest level available. This meant he would get an SSR item every 300 draws. He had unlocked the Gacha cap as a bonus achievement, therefore he now had a perfect chance of obtaining a new SSR item. The protagonist was furious that Egon hadn't mentioned this before, but the little robot was so excited about Ryuki's reaction that he had simply forgotten. Following Egon's instructions, the protagonist continued the draws. As the rainbow-colored box fell, Egon commented that there was a possibility of obtaining the WOP system item again, something Ryuki definitely did not want. The protagonist begged for something good, and upon opening the box he got a new skill, the Demon's Blessing. This skill amplified all effects of skills, increased damage, and reduced the cooldown time of all skills up to SR level. Receiving something so powerful, the protagonist praised the heavens. Despite this, he didn't remember having seen this skill before. Then Egon explained that it was a passive skill of a boss. The skill was incredibly strong, and the protagonist truly believed it deserved its ranking level. Putting that aside, he decided to review his SR level skills. Egon's system opened, showing his numerous skills. He had skills like Fireball and Tai Chi, as well as Berserker techniques and others that didn't fit his combat style. There were also several item-related skills, but among them, the only one that really interested him was the Energy Pack. This item increased energy by 10 points for compatible models and could be used with the enhanced armor he had obtained, the same one he still couldn't use due to the energy issue. The Energy Pack would allow the armor's function to be activated for about 15 minutes. For Ryuki, this was extremely useful. Organizing his skills, the protagonist finally felt satisfied. Now he could convert the remaining skills into points for the Holy Sword, as well as invest all the remaining points in both the sword and his movement skill. Ryu decided to combine his movement skill with the instant steps, thus creating a new technique. Extending his hands, a fire image appeared as the two skills were synthesized. With this fusion, he hoped to obtain an ultra-fast skill that would allow him to move and attack simultaneously. However, Ryuki's plan did not go as expected. Although the new skill indeed increased his attack and movement speed, it came with an absurd cooldown time, a full 5 minutes. This extremely long wait time left him outraged, as he wouldn't be able to use the skill effectively during combat. He fell to his knees, regretting having fused the instant steps. Seeing the protagonist's despair, Igon tried to console him, reminding him that bad things had been happening frequently lately. He attempted to change the subject by asking what Ryuki thought of Akatsuki's proposal. The protagonist was surprised, recalling what the teddy bear Cinco had mentioned. Through the plush toy, Akatsuki proposed the creation of a new maze game that could rival World of Phantasm. The protagonist was shocked by the idea, while Igon showed excitement. This is a much more sensible plan than the thoughts of other foolish humans. As he pondered the proposal, he heard Cinco's explanation. We're still in the preparation phase, but wouldn't it be fun if this became a reality? The protagonist obviously wanted to experience this new game, even if for now, it was just a concept. Thinking more calmly, if they could really surpass World of Phantasm, it wouldn't be a bad plan. However, before getting involved in any other project, he wanted to conquer the Demon Tower first. In the internal base city of the tower, players were taking care of their own matters. Rumors that Ryu had defeated the Giga Minotaur alone were already starting to spread, but many hunters believed they were just rumors. Although it was unthinkable according to common sense, everyone knew that Ryu was breaking records with each new floor he reached, even the 15th. The fact that he was reducing the time taken to conquer dungeons by a huge margin caught everyone's attention. There were even those who said his skills surpassed those of the legendary Lindsa. Two friends talking about Ryu even began to suspect that he had encountered some kind of hacker or bug. One of them was confident that as long as Ryu didn't train, everything would be under control. He believed that Lynfell had been defeated simply because he underestimated Ryu. After all, he was just an unknown without a rank. While they talked about him, the protagonist rested outside, in the shade of a tree. Cinco transmitted his voice through Igon's system, revealing himself to be impressed by that speed beyond imagination. Even though strategies for the lower floors were widely known, what Ryu was doing went far beyond the ordinary. While eating his snack, the protagonist commented with his mouth full, "This is nothing. The top of the tower is still a long way off, but doesn't it seem a bit noisy?" The noise Ryu mentioned was explained by Igon. Apparently, the conflict between players and residents was intensifying. Although it had started with the players themselves, it had already taken on huge proportions. It was at this moment of rest that someone called him. Igon then noticed the surroundings and realized that Ryuki had been surrounded by 16 people. The protagonist stood up, drawing his gunblade. "How many times has this happened already? I'm starting to get tired." The leader of the group was preparing to say something when the protagonist interrupted him. "Hey, wait, I don't care who you are, so let's skip this part." The man became furious, thinking that Ryu was being arrogant just because he had defeated Lynfell. "We, the people who caught Linsa's attention, can do that too." The protagonist cut him off with a manic smile. "Have you ever defeated Lynfell? Even if you fought with double the number of people you have here, you still wouldn't succeed." Faced with such arrogance from someone without a rank, the group charged in with all the weapons they had. A gigantic explosion occurred in the outskirts of the city, sending flames and ashes soaring as high as the clouds. Hearing Ryu's sighs, Igon asked if he was okay. Using his sword as support, the protagonist analyzed the brief fight. "As I imagine, they can't do much against simple attacks." He then began to collect the weapons left on the ground after the defeat. "Some of them probably wanted revenge, but isn't it strange? I was attacked by countless players and not a single one of them came back for revenge." Seeing his own weapon being taken right before his eyes, the former owner of the sword that Ryu wielded asked what he was going to do with it. The protagonist answered with action. He attacked him with the very sword. The attack wasn't too severe, but it was enough to make the player suffer a bit. The protagonist crouched down with a manic smile on his face as he held the other player's face. "The reason why no one came back for revenge, I'll show you now." After a simple countdown, the protagonist used a skill, delete. The first player was eliminated. He lost his game license, and his existence in the virtual worlds was erased for all eternity. In front of that scene, the other players immediately recognized the skill as the same one Ryu had used against Lynfell. They panicked and tried to exit the game, desperately fleeing from the protagonist. Seeing that repeated reaction, the protagonist grew bored. witnessing once again what always happened. Next to him, Egon commented that he had become incredibly strong and teased him, asking if he was still the same clumsy master he had known. During that moment, the protagonist received a message and initially thought it was from Cinco 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 Cinco. He was surprised to realize it was a message instead of a call. It was then that he discovered the truth. The sender, the person, congratulated him on conquering the 15th floor and said they had a proposal for him. Therefore, they wanted to meet him in person. This person wanted to share information that was apparently of interest to Ryu. However, since many eyes were watching, they preferred not to meet him inside the maze. Gabriel Darius invited Ryu to a meeting at a tavern adjacent to the entertainment district. A trap. That was Cinco's thought about what Ryuki had told him. Everyone would know it's a trap. Besides, deciding the location unilaterally and suggesting a meeting, Egon had long heard that Gabriel was a highly skilled manipulator. He didn't believe anyone would fall for such an obvious trap, perhaps just his master, who wasn't exactly brilliant. Crushing the ghost robot, the protagonist asked Cinco if he knew where the location indicated by Gabriel was. Cinco knew very well. It was a well-known place in the underworld, famous for its strong security. Commonly used for deals and confidential conversations between high-ranking individuals, it was externally recognized only as a simple tavern. Although he didn't believe anything strange could happen, he still handed Ryuki a pair of glasses. They were disguise glasses, whose level of camouflage equaled that of a full outfit. The protagonist wondered what Gabriel wanted, and if it was worth the risk to find out. Cinco then remembered that Ryuki had requested an investigation into the Santa Yggdrasil General Hospital. Although some time had passed, he had managed to gather some information. The hospital was known as an institution that received charity donations and housed good deeds. However, it was sponsored by Latia. In reality, it was used to improve the company's image. When people thought of Latia, they ended up remembering the donations made to the hospital. Initially, Cinco suspected that trafficking was being practiced there. However, the more he investigated, the more suspicious things arose. Although there were still many points to be confirmed, he decided it would be better to show the documents to Ryuki. But first, he asked the protagonist to prepare himself, as even he, who had lived in the shadows for so long, found what he had discovered repulsive. As soon as Ryuki opened the documents, he remembered Gabriel's words. The guild leader had said that the reason he lost his mother was not due to an illness. In the files that Cinco presented, his mother's name was listed. The moment he opened the folder, the greatest hatred Ryuki had ever felt took over his body, a hatred entirely directed at Lindsa. Sometime later, a bearded old man with glasses arrived at a tavern. There, Gabriel was constantly complaining to see that the unknown Ryuki had already made him wait for 8 minutes. It was then that Gabriel encountered the old man with glasses. "You've become terribly shameless since the last time I met you, Ryuki." Taking off his glasses and displaying a sharp look, the protagonist wanted to get straight to the point. He wanted to know how long Gabriel had known about the human experiments occurring at the hospital. Gabriel poured a glass of whiskey, huffing upon realizing that Ryuki already knew so much, which indicated that he had a very competent ally. Raising his glass, Gabriel revealed that when he discovered that Ryuki's mother was also one of the guinea pigs, it was already too late. Furious at Gabriel's indifference, Ryuki lunged at him, grabbing him. Gabriel tried to pull away quickly. "You didn't come here to fight, did you? Calm down and listen first." The protagonist stepped back, irritated, listening to Gabriel say that there was another mentor behind everything, a powerful figure who could destroy both Lindsa and himself at any moment. The protagonist suspected Latia but questioned why they would do this, as they already controlled the whole world. Gabriel took a sip of his drink, revealing and venting at the same time. The ultimate goal of the experiments was to create the conversion, but that's not as simple as linking the mind to the labyrinth avatar through the connector. The head of Latia seeks an advanced form of conversion. Gabriel explained that an item had appeared before the leader of Latia. Although it was just a piece of data from the labyrinth, it could manifest in reality when converted. Then the CEO thought about doing the opposite. He wondered if it would be possible to convert a human body into the labyrinth. As he opened his third bottle of whiskey and observed Ryuki's surprise, Gabriel revealed that what the young man had investigated was the result of Latia's attempts. Egon tried to calm Ryuki, who was completely furious. The protagonist wanted to know why Gabriel was revealing everything at that moment, since if this matter leaked, not only Latia, but also the Lindsa Guild would be destroyed. Gabriel, however, commented that the ranks were too important. No one would believe the accusations of an unknown person against the authority of the CEO of Latia, someone of platinum rank. The misfortune that happened to you is also linked to that authority. It would have been much better if you had just watched your mother's condition. You were probably causing a stir because of the guides and trying to make money for the surgeries, right? The real problem was that the content of those guides seemed really credible. Lynfell didn't like the interference, nor did the upper echelons that conducted the experiments. The protagonist was shocked by the direction Gabriel's words were taking. Gabriel then revealed the truth. To prevent interference in the experiments, he had persuaded his brother, following superior orders, to make Ryuki an unknown. Thus, eliminating the only guardian, even making the body disappear, would become easy. The whereabouts of the converted experimental subjects were unknown to everyone. Although the data indicated that the conversion had been successful, albeit unstable as a numerical value, the physical body was, in reality, in a state that could no longer be considered human. Gabriel had information that most of the errors occurring in the world of Phantasm were also side effects of the experiments. Given the already chaotic state of the labyrinth, forcing the reflection of unstable data only made things worse. Sometimes the targets of the experiments could become NPCs within the labyrinth. However, if they were unlucky, they could be transformed into monsters and end up being hunted, perhaps even by their own family members. Ryuki could no longer bear to hear Gabriel's words. His energy exploded, destroying the room around him as he charged at him. "You bastard!" Even in the face of the attack, Gabriel remained calm. "I'll say it again, I'm just a low-ranking subordinate. You don't want to end your revenge on a small fish, do you?" Seeing Ryuki contain his impulse, Gabriel continued, "I'll be direct. I have a proposal for you." The protagonist stepped back for a moment, questioning whether Gabriel really expected him to believe him. "The Vanguard team is on the 47th floor of the Demon God Tower, right? What kind of trick are you planning?" Gabriel didn't mind revealing his plans. He simply stated that Ryuki would find out everything as soon as he entered the world of Phantasm the following Monday. The protagonist frowned. "Don't think I'll act according to your plans. I will make sure to take down Lachia, you, and the entire Lindsa guild." Gabriel was unfazed by the threats. "I'm looking forward to that. See you next Monday." Thus, Ryuki was left alone in the room. Meanwhile, in a dungeon, someone couldn't believe that the error 666 they had created had been defeated so easily. It seemed that things were taking a very different turn than planned. Beside him, a hooded figure observed the traces of destruction left by Ryuki as he single-handedly defeated the boss. Even being an enemy of the 10th floor, that could not be ignored. However, the man reassured Asaya, telling her not to worry, for in the end, they, the Gaiis, would laugh last. He was confident that instead of others, they would be the masters of that sky. On Monday, the protagonist connected to the world of Phantasm with Egon, wondering what exactly Gabriel was scheming. Egon wanted to be honest, as Ryuki couldn't simply follow Gabriel's instructions. The protagonist was about to respond when he felt a strange intuition. He heard a girl's scream very close to his ear. "Hey, terrorist!" Ryuki only had time to draw his gunblade to defend against a heavy axe that was attacking him. The girl was extremely excited to finally find him. Defending against the attack, the protagonist was surprised to recognize her. He swung his sword, pushing her away. "You're that crazy dog, Bisque?" The girl scratched her ear, suspiciously surprised to hear that he knew her. Laughing, she joked that she was honored that a notable player recognized her. The protagonist replied, asking how anyone could not know the future ace of the Lindsa Guild, and one of the people he was determined to take down. The girl smiled with a devilish air, as she realized that Ryuki was even more arrogant than she had imagined. This made the fight much more interesting. She immediately attacked the protagonist, her heavy axe colliding repeatedly against the gunblade he was using to defend himself. In the brief exchange, the protagonist noticed that Bisque's speed and power were not on the same level as Lynfell's, but they were still impressive. It was only fair that the future ace of Lindsa would be so strong. At that moment, Bisque used a powerful ability, launching an energy attack in the shape of an X. However, the protagonist managed to defend himself, drawing the Holy Knight's shield at the last second. He was surprised to feel the imminent danger. Before he realized it, Bisque was already behind him, swinging her axe in a treacherous strike. It was then that Ryuki used the demon god's blessing, the ability he had gained from the last random box. He countered Bisque with a sudden punch, surprising the girl. Before she could retaliate, the blow sent her crashing to the ground in an explosion of energy. The power of that strike spread, destroying the entire ground beneath them in a large crater. With the single blow she received, Bisque was knocked out. The protagonist looked at his own hands, amazed at the level of speed he had just displayed, something far beyond any other fight. This SSR-ranked ability truly lived up to its level. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough RP to evolve it further yet. He wondered if that was why Gabriel had asked for his coordinates. Ryuki had expected him to send assassins, but just one was rather disappointing. Underestimating him, Bisque forced herself to get up. "Stop talking nonsense! Save the theatrics for after you win!" The protagonist liked Bisque's words and quickly advanced to defeat this future ace of the Lindsa Guild. However, in the middle of his run, he felt something affecting him, like a bug. Seeing that his information was failing, the protagonist cursed Gabriel, thinking that Lindsa was exploiting bugs. Egon appeared, urging Ryuki to exit the game quickly, as someone was trying to tamper with the labyrinth system. The protagonist was surprised by Egon and asked what the hell he meant. In front of them, Bisk also began to be affected by the effect happening in this world. Ryu 7017! What the hell are you doing? Ryuki was taken aback, thinking that this was something the girl was causing. It was then that an announcement was sent to all connected players. A critical error has occurred in the labyrinth game World of Fantasm. We warn all connected players to exit immediately. The game, labyrinth, world, critical. The announcement started to fail until nothing could be heard anymore. Bisk felt a strong agony and wondered what the hell was happening. People around the game saw it as a large-scale bug, something that happened every day, albeit on a smaller scale. Some who were already accustomed to the errors didn't pay much attention. Inside Ladia, confusion reigned. Due to the lag, monitoring the players was impossible. The analysts, faced with so many errors, noticed that all the cities in the tower were being affected. With something so large, they tried to at least prevent the error from reaching the players. In a command room, Gabriel had a serious look on his face. Before him, the screens that should have been displaying player information were completely red. At that moment, Gabriel hoped that the damn leader of Latia had already been informed. He always maintained a good mood in front of him, not because he wanted to see him, but because he made him just a part of his plan. The platinum-ranked CEO had already discovered what had happened to his labyrinth game, but Gabriel was satisfied enough, as he was about to put an end to this old era in which the damn CEO had rested for so long. Inside the game, even the Lindsa players began to be affected by the bug. Another player desperately searched for Bisk, who had disappeared just at a time like this. A group of people arrived in front of a cave, where their leader ordered everyone to stop moving. Asura, at the front of the group, was surprised to see such pandemonium, suspecting what it could be. Beside her, her partner had no doubts. He knew that bastard Gabriel was on the move. Ryuki was also sure that this was Gabriel's fault. As his character was affected by the bug, he used teleportation to get out of there, heading straight to the Demon God Tower. Arriving at a random floor, he looked around. It seemed exactly as Gabriel had said. In the meeting he had with Gabriel, the guild leader stated that Latia wanted the glory of World of Phantasm to last forever. Therefore, they were deliberately delaying the conquest of the tower. The plan was to prolong the conquest for about 2 years. The protagonist had been surprised to hear such a thing, as he himself could reach the top floor in just 6 months. Gabriel believed that Ryuki's involvement changed the situation. At first, he had thought that Ryuki's strength lay in his account, which is why he continued investigating every aspect of him based on his trail. However, in the end, Gabriel could only conclude that Ryuki's feats were inexplicable with current technology, as if the technology behind Ryuki was Yggdrasil itself. Hearing Gabriel discover information about his power left the protagonist furious and worried. "So what do you want? To stop me?" Gabriel revealed that from his guild's perspective, Ryuki should be stopped. But he, Gabriel, had no intention of doing so. Currently, the front line of the Demon God Tower conquest is the 14th floor. The top, the 50th floor, is within our reach, but that no longer matters. Next Monday, I will open the path to the 50th floor. Although he did not know Gabriel's true intentions, Ryuki understood that if things happened as he had said, World of Phantasm would be conquered soon. The Lindsa analyst, a fan of Ryuki, was incredulous as she saw the information, not understanding how this had happened. All 2,000 Phantasm players who were connected were simultaneously teleported to the 50th floor. Reaching the 50th floor, where various pieces of land floated as if gravity did not affect them, Ryuki tried to communicate with the 5555. However, according to Egon, there was no response, as if the communication had been cut off. The protagonist knew there was nothing to be done, as they were faced with an unexpected situation. The most important thing was that, being on the 50th floor, Gabriel didn't seem to be such a liar. He wondered if this was a plan involving all the players to clear the tower. However, Ryuki did not plan to let Gabriel act freely. He would make that guild leader regret putting him in his plans. At that moment, Bisk struggled to get up, asking what exactly was happening and what Ryu knew. Coldly, the protagonist told her to look at the information to find out, as they had reached the final objective of the maze. Faced with such great danger, Bisk became extremely nervous. "How can you be so calm about this? What do you intend to do now?" The protagonist smiled at hearing such a ridiculous question. "What players should do, right? Our goal is clear. Defeat this ridiculous maze." Bisk couldn't believe Ryu. This was an unknown area. She couldn't understand how he wanted to clear the area without any information. The protagonist ignored her, commenting that they needed to prepare a new weapon that matched the final stage. He then used item synthesis to merge the gun sword. A combination window appeared before the protagonist. He had 50 normal ranked gun swords, 30 rare ranked ones, and 1 super rare ranked one. The synthesis began and a great power coursed through the gun sword until it unexpectedly exploded. The synthesis had failed. The protagonist fell to his knees, cursing that horrible system. He couldn't believe that of all times a failure would happen right now. However, it was at that moment that Egon comforted him, telling him to lift his head, as it was too early to give up. Before him, the weapon that had exploded was reconstructed, and a completely new and evolved gunblade appeared. The weapon had changed its name, now called Peacebreaker, an SR+ ranked weapon. Designed for ghost beast hunters, it had an energy charge that allowed for long-range cannon attacks. Holding his new weapon, the protagonist jumped, thanking the heavens. Bisk, who was right behind him, watched the scene, asking why he was acting like a fool. Although the shape was slightly different, the girl thought it was the same weapon. Curious, she asked Ryu if he really planned to defeat the 50th floor. Placing the sword over his shoulders, the protagonist declared confidently, "Of course, now we are completely prepared. So, shall we begin?" Receiving the invitation, the girl became extremely excited. Unable to believe she would be clearing the highest floor alongside him. Believing he was as skilled as he seemed, she decided to trust him. The protagonist was surprised to see Bisk come so close to him. The girl was confused, thinking he had invited her to go with him. However, she was taken aback by Ryu's confident smile. "Why would I invite you to come with me? Where would the fun be in that?" Bisk couldn't believe that Ryu really wanted to clear such a floor alone. Left behind, she began to shout, "Are you crazy? The upper floors have a level of difficulty in another dimension compared to the lower floors. Even if we are enemies, we players should cooperate when necessary, right?" Following the protagonist, Egon commented that she had the right mindset for a player, but Ryu quickly silenced him, as his comments irritated him. And so, the protagonist quickly moved away from Bisk. However, the girl became furious at seeing him leave. "Hey, I'm not going to let you go like that." High up in a tree, a hooded man was surveying the area. The scout of the Lindsa Guild, Bion, analyzed the 50th floor, noticing that it was smaller than the lower floors. After gathering some information, he returned to the camp, where he drew 4 circles on the ground to show what he had seen of the place's structure. In the center, there was the Pillar of Light, surrounded by 4 unique terrains. He explained that in the east, there were smoking jewels. In the west, an inverted waterfall. In the south, there were tornadoes of wind. And finally, in the north, there was a mountain of thunder. Additionally, Bion revealed that he had failed to approach the Pillar of Light, as he felt as if he was being blocked by an invisible wall. The guild members understood that they could not get closer unless they fulfilled certain conditions. The scout believed that the terrains around the pillar were somehow related to these conditions, commenting that the closest one was the Mountain of Thunder. Determined, the Lindsa Guild prepared to head to the mountain. Meanwhile, Noir continued running with her companions. As soon as they arrived at the inverted waterfall, one of them asked what they would do about the other places. Noir was sure that other players had also been teleported to the 50th floor, and everyone must be trying to conquer their respective areas, especially Bisk. Noir was worried, wondering why this bug had happened, if it had been done on purpose, and how it had been executed. She suspected that Ryu 7017 was behind it. Unable to find Bisk so far, Noir wished that at least she was okay. Currently, Bisk was trying to chase the protagonist, who was running towards the forest. She wanted to know where he was going, as one of the areas, the Flaming Jewels, was exactly on the other side. She was sure they should conquer all 4 locations and then head to the center. The protagonist disagreed with her, as he knew that this would be the normal strategy, but World of Phantasm was not a normal game. Bisk, already furious for not understanding his actions, was incredulous. She knew the game was filled with errors and bugs, but she didn't want to hear complaints from someone like him. The protagonist grew tired of Bisk's nonsense. He stopped running, casting a threatening glance at the girl. "Do you think I'm going to cooperate with Lindsa? No chance, even if my life is at stake. Stop following me and disappear." Once again, the protagonist left Bisk behind, leaving her unsure of what to do. She cursed him. She believed that if the situation was part of his plan, she was the only one who could stop him. She knew her companions must also be on the 50th floor, so she would leave the conquest to them. Using a skill to advance in the blink of an eye, Bisk charged her axe. "I don't know what's going on, but I won't let you conquer this floor." Before Ryu, she used the Excalibur skill. The powerful golden axe struck against a large shield, being blocked. Seeing one of her most powerful attacks stopped like that, Bisque gritted her teeth. When she saw the girl starting to attack, the protagonist tried to warn her to stop, but she was focused only on how he had blocked her strike. She didn't realize that bugs could occur in that place. When she noticed the error beneath her feet, it was too late. A data hole opened below the girl, sucking her into freefall. In an instant, she fell into a void from which she couldn't escape the game. In a situation like this, if she wasn't careful, she could get trapped forever. She was the perfect chance to conquer the demon tower, but now that seemed to be slipping out of her reach. It was then that Bisque caught a glimpse of something. Various error notifications began to appear before her eyes. She wondered if she was still inside World of Phantasm. What she saw was madness, strange and mysterious. Bisque fell into a place where she could see real and digital elements, filled with alerts. That place seemed to be exactly where she had dedicated so much effort, the labyrinth itself. Since World of Phantasm was opened, signs from the labyrinth world had been scattered throughout the city. That's how Bisque discovered such a world. However, in her journey within World of Phantasm, everyone laughed at the rookie who couldn't even hold an axe properly. Soon, though, those who treated her that way were silenced by those who knew her. That girl has been hunting for 17 straight hours. They're already calling her a crazy dog. Her ether mining is extremely high, and reaching the Phantasma is just a matter of time. Bisque heard everything they said about her but almost laughed at it. Her goal was far beyond reaching the Phantasma. Her true objective was the Tower of the Demon God. That was her mission, for which she was willing to give up her own soul. Screaming, Bisque finally awakened from her memories of the past and found herself facing Ryu. The protagonist had used one of the items he carried, the multi-use rope, to save her. Bisque couldn't believe that Ryu had saved her, nor did she understand the purpose behind it. Wrapping the rope, the protagonist revealed that she wouldn't survive if she didn't escape that space. He didn't care about the Lindsa players, but the idea of intentionally letting someone die left a bad taste in his mouth, especially in such a lousy game. Bisque was furious to hear Ryu cursing the game, remembering that he was also a player in that world. But the protagonist didn't care at all. He just wanted her to accept the truth behind the labyrinth. With the rope ball in hand, he threw it into the space. Incredibly, the rope disappeared. To Bisque, that was unbelievable, but Ryu told her to observe the area more closely. Looking carefully, Bisque was incredulous. Further ahead, there was a tangle, a false wall. That was indeed a hologram, something that, according to Ryu, she should understand very well what it meant. Bisque was stunned. She had always believed that this game was beyond anything else, the best of the century. The protagonist mocked that thought. Even having experienced firsthand how poorly made the game was, she still dared to say such nonsense. Picking up several stones, the protagonist threw them against the holographic wall. Several holes formed, something that for Ryu had a clear meaning. That so-called final stage of the Demon Tower, the 50th floor, was nothing but a blatant, unfinished terrain. Incredulous that this could be true, that all her efforts had been in vain, Bisque tried to pass through one of the open holes, but as soon as her hand crossed the holographic wall, the data began to disappear, along with her hand. She immediately pulled it back, recovering her limb. Looking at her own hand and recalling what she had just felt, the girl was astonished. Quickly, she asked Ryu if he already knew about all of this. However, the protagonist revealed that he had only discovered it after arriving at the place, although it wasn't surprising considering how buggy the game was. Still, a thought crossed Ryu's mind. Perhaps it was possible to finish that game, even if it was still incomplete. Leaving the girl behind, the protagonist moved forward alongside Egon. Egon analyzed the area and concluded that less than 40% of the terrain had any defined function. It was questionable whether World of Phantasm could be completed under normal circumstances. As he walked through the fragmented landscape, the protagonist reached the edge of a cliff, from where he could see the Thunder Mountains. Egon didn't understand why they had gone to that dangerous cliff. Even if it wasn't an unfinished area, falling from a place like that wouldn't just result in minor injuries. However, Ryuki still intended to jump from there. Egon couldn't believe that Ryuki had gone crazy. The protagonist didn't know the reason either, but his intuition told him he needed to do it. It compelled him to jump, and the manic smile on his face made it clear that he intended to follow that impulse. Before Egon could stop him, the protagonist leaped from the cliff. He left behind the robot, which screamed in desperation. Before he knew it, Ryuki ended up crossing a portal that took him to a completely different place. Egon felt relieved at Ryuki's luck. The protagonist had shown that his confidence was not unfounded. He was indeed okay. Analyzing the new terrain, everything seemed strange. The path led upward, among various floating rocks covered in gems, and Ryu imagined he would have to climb them. The protagonist then began his walk through the field of flaming jewels. As Ryuki traversed the purple flames, Igon asked if he was okay, as he had read that the pain of a burn was one of the worst a human could feel. The protagonist was surprised, as he didn't know that what surrounded the crystals was actually fire. He approached what seemed to be just a purple mist, realizing how strange it was. Finally, they discovered that those flames had only a visual effect. It seemed that Ryuki's climb would be much easier than Igon had imagined. The protagonist was already prepared to endure burns, but as he jumped from stone to stone with ease, he began to doubt that the game was really that bad. When he reached a massive stone platform, Ryuki waited for a monster to appear. However, the monster, a gigantic minotaur, was already battling several players. When they looked back, they recognized the protagonist immediately. As Ryuki walked through the battlefield, some players got distracted from their duties, thinking about attacking him to earn the title of Ace of Lindsa. Seeing the chaos caused merely by his presence, the protagonist sighed, lacking the patience to deal with it. As the battle was intensified by large explosions, Geis arrived at the jewel field. Everyone there had already understood the situation. Gabriel must be taking the opportunity to destroy Latia. Acia didn't understand the point of destroying Latia after having been a leech on it for so long. That was a disgusting attitude. Turning her face, she asked her partner what he planned to do. The hooded man didn't intend to cooperate with any other group. Moreover, letting everything go according to Gabriel's plans would be boring, because if everything went as expected, the labyrinth would completely collapse, and then Gaz would inaugurate a new era. On the large platform, Ryuki leaned on his sword. Fighting monsters already took up a good part of his time, but dealing with players was even more troublesome. He didn't believe that Lindsa still refused to accept the power difference between them. With no way out, one of the players drew a dagger to use against himself. Just like him, several other players also harmed themselves. The protagonist immediately recognized the black dagger they carried. It was the same one that Geis had used. In an instant, the players began to transform into monsters. They took on demonic forms and united to attack Ryuki. The protagonist couldn't believe they had dared to use that against him. Ryuki knew exactly how that item was made, and that was what disgusted him, just like the other times he had seen it used. Ryuki swore, "I will make you regret using such a thing." The first demon attacked the protagonist with spikes that emerged from its back. The mouth of the gunblade's barrel shone with intense energy. The gunblade's shot created a beam of energy, decimating everything in its path. However, another demon was already behind Ryuki. With quick reflexes, the protagonist spun his weapon, striking the claws of that monster. In a matter of seconds, multiple attacks were fired, hitting all the other platforms. The demon grabbed the protagonist's sword, but with a swift twist, Ryuki threw it away, creating distance. With enough space, he could start shooting again. However, the energy accumulated for the shot disappeared, giving way to smoke. The protagonist became desperate, trying to figure out what had happened. As he tried to ask Igon what was going on, the monster that looked like a jackal attacked him with large claws. While the protagonist defended himself, Igon analyzed that the Peacebreaker had been infected by a bug, sealing long-range attacks. But that wasn't the only problem. The more he used the weapon, the more bugs would infiltrate it. Ryu couldn't believe that Igon was only revealing something so important at that moment. When the protagonist realized, dozens of players transformed into monsters were already gathered. He tried to find another solution. Igon stated that he would need to restart the game, but since the 50th floor was unstable, he might not be able to return. Seeing Ryu gritting his teeth, the robot asked what he was going to do. The protagonist smiled upon hearing the question. "It doesn't matter. I just need to use the blade of my weapon, right?" In a sudden advance, Ryuki unleashed numerous strikes, defeating each monster with a single attack. In an instant, new explosions of energy erupted at the top of that platform. When Ryu finished the battle, he received a call from Cinco, who had finally managed to connect with him. Asking if he was on the 50th floor, Cinco wanted to know how the situation was. The protagonist recounted what he had just faced and revealed that because of this, he was suffering from bugs himself. Therefore, he would send the data for her to analyze. The bear thought the situation was quite complicated. He would need to create a code to remove the specific bug and resolve the infiltration. However, having seen Gaius's bugs before, he believed the analysis would be quick. The protagonist thanked him, asking him to be as fast as possible. At that moment, new monsters, scorpions, appeared. They were creatures they recognized, but with different colors. At the same time, at the reverse waterfall, someone was jumping between the platforms. Noir believed she would reach the top soon. However, a sudden lack of energy hit her feet. She was falling into the same hologram that Bisque had fallen into. In an instant, Noir used the sacred rope ability. The rope quickly latched onto another platform. Thanks to this, Noir managed to save herself. She and her companions had been bumping into these holograms for some time. These things blocked their path. One of Noir's companions revealed that the team members who went to investigate the waterfall had not yet returned, and that there didn't seem to be anything else to investigate. Hearing her companions ask what they should do, Noir couldn't see how to move forward. So many bugs had already occurred while conquering the tower, but none were as bad as this one. This made her think that the entire waterfall area might actually be incomplete. With almost no options, Noir drew a black dagger, staring at it with a worried look. Meanwhile, on Thunder Mountain, several players from Lindsa were being struck by the lightning that fell constantly. The scout, Bion, warned that half of the members had already been eliminated. The chances of being hit by lightning were too high, and continuing would become even more difficult. However, the commander of the convoy still wanted to advance. It was then that he ordered everyone to use the daggers. One of the members tried to confront him, reminding him that the dagger belonged to Gaes. However, the player was confident in using enemy technology if necessary. Using the dagger, he could feel the power surging within his body. Bion was worried to see his captain using the dagger, as the energy surrounding him was completely evil, and his body had transformed into something that could no longer be called human. Asura could feel it. The daggers that had been planted long ago were beginning to be used. She gave a small smile upon noticing this, asking her real Cynthia to wait just a little longer, as the great show would happen soon. The protagonist continued to defeat the scorpions that attacked him. Not only them, but also bats and minotaurs, monsters he had faced before. Attacking the minotaur with the gunblade, the protagonist felt a slight bug upon hitting his target. However, even affected by the glitch, he managed to defeat it. The Peacebreaker was in an increasingly worse state, deteriorating each time it was used. Finally, after progressing for some time, Ryuki reached the top of the fiery jewel region. He found a crystal in the center of the area, what should be the core of the terrain. The protagonist hoped that from that crystal ball, he could obtain the key to the central area. The only problem was the damn system. The core should be inside the boss, but it didn't even seem close to being complete. He had no idea what to do. With so many monsters behind them, Igon warned that the bug rate had already reached 50%. If it continued like this, recovery could become impossible. At that moment, the bear contacted the protagonist again to inform him that the analysis had been completed. Apparently, Gaes was using fragments from other mazes, and by colliding data separately, it was causing damage on purpose. The protagonist quickly asked her to skip the explanations and just tell him if there was a way to eliminate the bug. The bear, however, stated that it would take some time to create the necessary code, at least 6 hours. Egon continued to recommend that Ryuki log out, as something irreparable could happen if he kept fighting. However, even with Egon trying to alert him, Ryuki became distracted. A minotaur was about to attack him, but he just stood still with a silly look until the last moment. Under Egon's warning, the attack approached rapidly, but Ryuki jumped forward, causing the minotaur's axe to hit only the ground. At that moment, the protagonist remembered something Akatsuki had said through one of her dolls. There were 3 ways to destroy the maze. The first would be if the resources of the maze were depleted. The second, if the number of players drastically decreased over a long period. And the third, if a critical problem arose and maintenance became impossible. For the resources of World of Fantasm to be depleted, it would take several years. The drop in the number of players was also unlikely for now, as practically everyone played that game. Therefore, he wanted Ryuki to focus on the third method. The plan had been created believing in Ryuki's abilities, so it was up to him to carry it out. Even being affected by bugs enough for his personality and body to be completely worn out, Ryuki smiled as he approached the core. The reason I came this far is not to conquer something, but for this. Delete. As soon as the protagonist used the ability, everyone began to be affected. The percentage of the bug effect, which had been gradually decreasing, started to rise again. The entire 50th floor was affected. All those who had transformed thanks to the daggers, as well as the terrain, began to be gradually consumed. Before Cynthia's eyes, the entire order of Lachia and Lindsa was crumbling. However, she knew that this would only be the beginning of reclaiming the world's light. Asia's companion reported that the erosion bug was currently at 47%, with only 3% remaining to reach the target value. They were eager to reach 50%. The man who was always by Cynthia's side was excited about the idea of the demon god's tower finally returning to them, the Gaes. When that happened, conquering the world of Phantasm itself would not be an exaggeration. Removing his hood, the guildmaster of Gaze 7 thanked Asia for everything she had done. Thanks to her bug control, everything had gone well. Cynthia did not want to take credit, as the creation had not been hers. However, the guildmaster still credited her for attracting John Doe. As the bug reached 49%, Cynthia remembered John. Of all the players she had encountered, he was the most despicable. Still, he was necessary for Gaze. He had the ability to manipulate the maze's data, bug control. Cynthia refused to feel regret. It was too late to feel guilt for everything she had done to them, as she had gone too far to turn back. She only hoped that Gabriel would regret his decisions, regardless of what he was thinking, because in the end, she would be the winner. As the counter was about to reach 50%, a great earthquake occurred. The Gaze group believed it was an earthquake caused by the bug. The guild leader tried to calm everyone quickly to understand the situation. The person monitoring the bug could no longer access the information, and the control of the bug had been suddenly eliminated. Cynthia panicked upon hearing they had lost control, questioning whether John had betrayed them. It was at that moment that she noticed something and turned to look at the flaming crystal terrain. Before Cynthia's eyes, the entire terrain began to crack and collapse. Seeing several particles in the air, Seven associated it with the same ability that had erased Lynfell. It was then that Cynthia told Seven to look at the sky. Simply put, the entire sky of the 50th floor had been torn apart. Seven fell into despair upon seeing what was happening. The entire demon god's tower was collapsing. One person came to Cynthia's mind. The person who, after Lynfell, had also ruined her plans. Thinking of the protagonist, she gritted her teeth filled with all her hatred. "Ryuki, I will never forgive you!" Before she could realize it, Seven saw Cynthia run. Despite his calls, the girl did not return. Several flaming jewels were falling from the sky due to the collapse. The players looked up, not understanding what was happening. However, there was something even more important. Getting out of there. They needed to escape if they wanted to stay alive. After deleting so many things, the protagonist found a doll. However, before he could approach, several demonic beings appeared. The protagonist was furious with that damn game. The entire terrain was collapsing just because he had deleted the core. Egon recommended that the protagonist evacuate, but going to a cliff, he asked the robot what the chances of surviving if they jumped were. The little robot stated that, without a doubt, it would be 0%. Still, the protagonist simply thanked him, moving closer to the edge. Egon wanted to suggest that he use the teleportation ability, but Ryu believed it would be difficult to move in a place like that. The protagonist thought of a plan which made Egon anxious. The protagonist smiled confidently, increasing the robot's fear as he saw him run straight for the edge of the cliff. As Egon screamed, fearing something would happen, Ryuki passed through a portal. In the completely destroyed jewel field, some players appeared searching for Ryu. However, the place was entirely clean. One of the players wanted to know why they needed to search everywhere since everyone there was probably dead. However, the group leader stated that they needed to confirm properly for the guild. What confused them was the fact that Ryu should have appeared. However, there was no reaction coming from the detection abilities. One of the members knew that in a situation like that, teleportation could not be used, so there should be no survivors. He was betting that even Ryu 7017 wouldn't survive that. However, Ryu was right in front of them. The protagonist had found a space where he could hide, a location isolated from all the other areas. He had never expected that his instincts would lead him to that place. Egon checked that the bug was worsening with every moment, recommending that he escape quickly. However, the protagonist classified that place as safe. At least that he was sure of. Egon decided to follow his judgments. Still, he wanted to know if this was his decision, or if it was a decision made because of the intuition ability. Egon was starting to think it would be safer to delay the evolution of that intuition ability for now. While Ryu was hiding, the group that had gone to look for him began to leave. They didn't want to waste time. However, the member who was searching had not yet finished. At that moment, a person in armor appeared. In a single attack, he eliminated the entire group. Watching the scene, the protagonist showed Egon why that place was safe. The protagonist wanted to wait for the collapse to finish. That wasn't a problem. The real problem was his weapon, which was completely destroyed. The protagonist cried at the sight of his peacebreaker in such a state. It was in that moment of despair that the teddy bear Cinco sent a message to the protagonist. Cinco 5555 sent the bug remover file to the protagonist, and immediately his body began to recover. The protagonist couldn't believe it had been completed so quickly. The teddy bear was proud, since the data was intact. Restoring it to its original state was no big deal. The protagonist thanked him, mentioning that he owed him one now. Without that, he wouldn't be able to escape without risking his life. Recovering even his sword, the protagonist appreciated the view of the surroundings. He never imagined that the entire floor would collapse just because a single core had disappeared. Cinco wanted to know what he would do next. Looking at the horizon, the protagonist thought about taking a stroll. The collapsed terrain was beginning to reveal itself. From there, the protagonist could see a giant golden tree. the birthplace of this maze game, the final destination of the 50th floor of the Demon God's Tower, the fragment of Yggdrasil. In just a few hours, the world of Phantasm will come to an end. The protagonist hoped to end this game, but as he looked at the final destination, a small eye was watching him too. Gabriel could see everything and was waiting for this. Just like the scenery, the entire sky was being torn apart, giving way to a dimensional void. As the earthquakes reshaped the ground, Ryuki quickly advanced across the now uneven terrain. It was then that he felt a sense of danger. The air behind him simply shattered like glass, unleashing a gust of wind that he barely managed to dodge. When Ryuki managed to return to the ground, he was surprised. Like a pile of unstable cubes, the ground collapsed. Immediately, the protagonist activated Egon System Skill, a technique that increased his attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 130% for 15 seconds. With his movement speed more than doubled, Ryuki jumped from cube to cube of earth, rapidly advancing downward until he was finally on solid ground. Safe, he was satisfied and relieved enough to sigh and say, although this skill has a 5-minute cooldown, it's worth it. At that moment of relief, Ryuki felt a sharp headache. Egon quickly approached with its robotic voice. Master, are you okay? Is there a problem? The pain passed quickly, easing the protagonist, who confirmed he was fine. I think the excessive amount of bugs just caused an overload. Since reaching the 50th floor, Ryuki felt his instinct skill was out of control. Even though it was only at level 2, he felt his head about to go mad. It could be even worse if it were at level 3. Egon tried to encourage and tease him at the same time. You chose this path, so you have to endure it. Despite holding his head and grinding his teeth, the pain was still bearable. So, Ryuki decided to think about it another time. What he needed to do now was to move forward. As soon as he took the first step, great explosions painted the skies with flames. Even Egon was startled to see a disaster unfolding. After the series of explosions, a large glowing tree appeared, casting a lilac hue over the atmosphere. At the same time, the young Bisque tried to advance through the path of destruction. What's happening? The path to the center was open, but this looks like the end of the world. Recalling the explosion that had just occurred, Bisque wondered if it had been caused by Ryu. Furious, she gritted her teeth. He must be the reason for this chaos. I won't forgive him, absolutely not. It was at that moment that Noir appeared, finally finding Bisque. Seeing that her friend was also on the 50th floor, Bisque was surprised. Extremely worried, Noir grabbed her friend. Where have you been until now? Do you know how worried I was? Despite her weakness, Bisque smiled. You know I couldn't just sit and wait. I wanted to catch Ryu with my own hands. Speaking of Ryu, Bisque revealed that she had found him, but they were both teleported together to the 50th floor, which made her lose track of him. Changing the subject, Bisque asked Noir where the rest of the guild was. Thinking of their friends, Noir stammered before lowering her head. They were destroyed because of the bugs. Gais hunted us from the start. Noir revealed that the bug was caused by the daggers provided by Gais, and that if she had continued to use them, the same would have happened to her. That's why from now on we need to proceed with extreme caution. Even logging out might not be safe if the collapse continues. Despite Noir's concern, Bisque acted completely differently. You know what I'm going to say, right? There's no way I'm giving up like this. I'm going to see the end of this game with my own eyes. Drawing a large double silver axe, Bisque's eyes showed an insane will to fight. Surprisingly, Noir showed the same look as she responded. That's the Bisque I know. Of course I'm going with you, partner. However, immediately after saying that, the two were startled by a scream of terror echoing around them. The scream came from the direction of the pillar of light at the center of the floor. Remembering how the guild members were collapsing, they climbed a mountain, running toward the center of the map until the path was blocked by a shadowy player. The man before them, along with that white tree that had appeared, had already eliminated countless players. That player was not unknown. Bisque was shocked, wondering what Burst Blade was doing there. The person under Blade's claws managed to turn slightly, trying to warn them of the danger. Noir! Bisque! He went mad because of the bug! Run! Fast! Those were the player's last words before receiving a game over from a powerful strike. Furious at what Blade was doing to her guildmates, Bisque raised her axe toward him. Beside her, Noir grabbed her battle item, reminding her friend to stay focused. It's just the two of us, but we have to go all out from the start to defeat this troublesome bug. The duo advanced quickly. Bisque's axe, full of lightning, thundered with power. Next to her, the mace carried by Noir emitted an energy capable of crushing everything around. With the duo's attack against Blade, a huge explosion occurred, covering the entire mountain with a curtain of smoke. After a long walk, Ryuki arrived at the place. Tired, he leaned against a tree while complaining, "These bugs appearing one after another feel more like a series of traps. Even without fighting, I almost returned to the lobby several times." Egon didn't miss the chance to tease the protagonist, reminding him of his bad luck. Changing the subject, the protagonist wondered what was happening ahead of him. In front of him, 3 people from the same guild were fighting each other. Is the Lindsa guild fighting among themselves? No matter how many times I try to imagine why, I can only think this was caused by Gai's. Seeing the fight, the protagonist thought of something. He remembered he had something perfect in his inventory for situations like this. Seeing that Ryuki had a good idea, Egon was curious. The crazed blade advanced with his claw-shaped arm. Using the handle of her axe, Bisque was forced to defend herself, gritting her teeth as she realized how much stronger Blade was becoming. At the moment she had to defend, something appeared behind her. Blade had attacked with another arm, in a movement similar to a scythe. Managing to notice the attack in time, Bisque rolled on the ground to escape. However, Blade continued advancing toward her, shouting, "I will destroy everything, smash to pieces!" When Bisque was in danger, Noir desperately jumped toward her. The red liquid was spread as Blade's attack found a target. Wide-eyed, Bisque stammered as she saw her friend Noir being hit by Blade's claw-shaped hand. Noir couldn't keep her mind stable for long and screamed, "Bisque, you have to stay alive!" Motionless, Bisque watched what happened to her friend. She couldn't react. She lacked adrenaline for that. However, fury and sadness gave her courage. "Blade, you bastard!" Outside the game, many people were surprised to see that the battle on the 50th floor was being broadcast. All around, people were incredulous to discover that World of Phantasm was about to end. Even facing the final content of the game, they still couldn't believe it. They saw the last floor turn into chaos right after it was released. Some people even sarcastically expressed their condolences to the ranked players who had reached the 50th floor. Quickly, many viewers focused on Ryuki's broadcast as they saw him step onto the 50th floor. Many wondered if he was responsible for all that mess. Although they thought it was cool to see him crushing Lindsa, no one wanted him to actually try to destroy the game. The angriest person was the game's owner, who shouted at his subordinates, "Damn it, shut down that broadcast immediately, use any means necessary." However, one of the men responsible for the game had to frustrate him. "It's impossible. The access was blocked by itself. It seems the system was directly embedded into the 50th floor. Besides, the broadcasts appear to be made through unconventional means using a Yggdrasil item." Furious, the game owner slammed the table, reminding the employees that they also possessed Yggdrasil items. "Use them. Do whatever it takes, even if the signal is blocked." Consumed by rage, the man wondered why he couldn't get in touch with Gabriel. Lartia gritted her teeth furiously. No one should have been able to reach the 50th floor. Her new game was only supposed to be released in 2 years, along with the announcement of WOP's closure. It was at that moment that someone shouted, asking the boss to look at the screen. Grinding his teeth, he looked over the programmer's shoulder. Warily, the man warned that a broadcast channel had managed to reach Ryu. A person in a small room was wearing a cardboard mask on their head while doing their broadcast. "Hey everyone, thanks for your patience. This is TV Target. Amidst this chaos caused by a mysterious live broadcast coming from the 50th floor, our channel is receiving countless videos. We're looking for that person you all want to see. Stay tuned." After showing various videos taking place on the 50th floor, the news anchor spoke again. "Just now we found Ryu number 7017. Take a look. It looks like an intense battle is happening." The video showed Ryu from behind but surprised everyone, including Lartia. In it, Lartia's own rescue team had arrived, running to save Noir. They themselves didn't know what Ryuki was doing there. People outside the game were shocked to see the main scene, narrated by the announcer. "Well, all unknown trash is the same. This is unbelievable. He's eating popcorn, wearing sunglasses, while watching the whole tragedy unfold." The first player who had been attacked by Blade began to disappear, just like Noir, who was transformed into game data. With extreme speed, Bisque advanced with tears in her eyes. In an explosive attack, she struck the claw carried by Blade, raising flames in all directions. Enraged at having lost her friend, Bisque let her uncontrolled attacks fall upon Blade. It was at that moment that Ryu started eating popcorn. Seriously, watching the Lindsa warriors attacking each other, this is the most entertaining thing I could see on a battlefield. With his salted caramel popcorn and party sunglasses, the protagonist enjoyed the view. Egon couldn't even imagine that Ryuki would simply watch while eating. Surprised, he cheered. "My master is really on another level." Bisque raised her double axe. On the blades of the weapon, a rain of fire was formed from the woodcutter's split skill. Driven by hatred, Bisque attacked. The axe fell on Blade once again, creating a large field of fire under their feet. As the smoke rose, Bisque forced Blade's arms down with her extreme power. The axe blade began to pierce the shell, covering the claws, cracking them. However, at the moment Bisque was about to break through Blade's defense, he used a bug inversion, quickly retreating to avoid the blow. Furious, He launched a counterattack immediately after. Bisque managed to dodge with agility, showing how naive he was to try to face her. It was then that Blade changed targets, advancing with a claw toward Ryuki. When the tip of the claw approached, Egon was startled and quickly warned his master, who was still eating popcorn. The red ink, a result of a successful attack, stained the grass around. With a manic look, Ryuki drew his gun blade. "I recognize your determination. I'll take care of you properly." At that moment, Blade's dark energy passed through the protagonist, who immediately recognized that power. It was the same feeling as the dagger Arca had used against him long ago, on the day of the fight against Gabriel's brother. At the same time, the woman who had appeared in the protagonist's mind arrived where he was. "I found you, intruder." Seeing Ryu, Bisque was shocked. She didn't know when he had appeared. Wiping his face, the protagonist greeted her. "Hello. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you'd already been knocked out for advancing so recklessly." Before Bisque could respond, Blade, with energy even more evil than before, attacked the young woman, who was furious with Ryu. "I don't have time to talk, but as soon as I finish with this guy, I'll come after you?" There was an even greater fury in Blade's eyes. Overflowing with energy, he threw Bisque aside with an attack, and then charged at Ryu, someone he hated. With a smile, Ryu waited for him to approach. "What a weak attempt. That won't work on me." With a single swing of his sword, the protagonist deflected Burst Blade's claw. Egon couldn't help but notice how presumptuous Ryuki had been acting since obtaining the bug removal tool. Furious at Ryu interfering in her fight, Bisque also attacked him. As soon as she approached, the protagonist immediately drew a paralysis dagger. Before Bisque's attack could hit him, the dagger had already been thrown in her direction. Bisque fell to the ground, motionless before Ryuki, who taunted her. "You can't fight properly, much less stand up." At the moment Ryu teased Bisque, he felt a powerful destructive intent coming from a blade attack from behind. A great explosion occurred, but not because of Blade's attack. Ryuki had quickly drawn the gunblade, exploding his own attack against Blade. The flaming strike hit the target squarely, throwing him several meters away as he roared. Blade collided with a stone wall and fell. Seeing how easily he had pushed the enemy away, Ryuki taunted, "Is that all? How disappointing." Blade forced himself to get up, muttering, "I am the strongest. I am the strongest. Stronger. More powerful." The rage overflowing in Blade for not achieving his goal transformed into an evil power that radiated around him. With this power leaking from his body, he exploded in crimson energy, oppressive and gasping. Watching Blade's transformation, the protagonist taunted, "The best solution you found to become stronger was to fill your character with bugs? At this rate, won't you self-destruct first?" The moment he underestimated Blade, the protagonist felt something approaching. Looking up, he saw a huge halo, like a ring of energy, launching several meteors at the ground. Ryuki gritted his teeth, extremely worried to realize those were no ordinary meteors. From the cosmic vortex, countless energy filaments fell toward the ground. It was the annihilation skill, Stardust arrows. Like hammers of justice, the attacks pulverized and destroyed everything they touched. Quickly, Ryuki tried to escape to avoid being hit by the bombardment. However, when he realized it, one of the celestial attacks was falling right toward him. With a quick movement of his sword, he split the meteor in half, turning it into cosmic dust. Blade, on the other hand, didn't have the same luck or agility to defend himself. The attacks hit him full force, making him suffer from the unexpected bombardment. On the ground, Bisque tried to crawl away, but couldn't feel her own legs. Looking down, she was shocked to discover why. They no longer existed. While the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief for dodging the attack thanks to his level 2 intuition, the skillcaster finally found him. Arca, approaching Ryuki, gritted her teeth furiously. "So you were here! How dare you! How dare you!" With a provocative smile, Ryu looked at her. "Oh, so it was you. Long time no see. How have you been?" Darkly, Arca asked if Ryuki was responsible for the destruction of the 50th floor. The protagonist thought he could say yes, although he had no intention of making it collapse so quickly. Furious, Arca accused him. Because of you, everything I planned for so long is falling apart. If I had erased you back then with my own hands..." Seeing Arcea's irritation at her own incompetence, Ryuki smiled. "If everything you planned collapsed just because of me, then your plan was doomed to fail from the start." Hearing Ryuki's words, Arca became even more enraged, almost to the point of madness, but the protagonist hadn't finished his taunts. "You are truly unbelievable. Are you really okay with reacting to me like this? Honestly, seeing your hateful face fills my heart with incredible satisfaction." After a long time, Blade regained consciousness. Looking at his own body, he was surprised. "What am I? You said this was a stable bug. Geis, how dare you deceive me?" Arca ignored Blade's screams and stared at Ryuki, asking if he could imagine what he had done, what Geis had been preparing for years. Smiling, the protagonist replied, "Of course I know. You gays and your bug control technologies. You spread bugs among the players and the labyrinth residents, didn't you? The more bugs used, the more intruders appeared in the labyrinth. In a normal place, this would be impossible, but you exploited the gaps in this flawed game. You wanted to infiltrate and control the world of Fantasm, and then take over the Lattice software company. Wasn't that your plan? Arca gritted her teeth furiously when exposed. This showed how right Ryuki was. As Arca approached him, Ryuki guessed she wanted something. So, are you coming to take revenge now that your plan failed? However, Arca went further. I haven't given up yet. See that white tree? It belongs to us, gays. I won't allow you to interfere anymore. Ryuki could hardly believe she was accusing him of being the intruder. Long ago, he had started receiving messages from Cynthia, who wanted to clear doubts. Ryuki, infatuated, would blush completely, not knowing how to respond. His mother, in the hospital bed, seeing her son's excitement, asked, "Are you going on a date with such a beautiful girl?" Hiding the messages, he explained, it was just about work. Crossing his arms, he tried to insist it wasn't what his mother thought. However, she opened the messages herself to see how beautiful the girl in the photo was. That interaction between mother and son still remained vivid in Ryuki's mind, as well as the memory of how he was dragged into all this. Clenching his sword with hatred, Ryuki revealed what he already suspected. Gabriel ordered Lynfell to do this, and Lynfell probably asked for your help with the plan, right? To create a good excuse and turn me into a stranger. You pretended to help me, and used my account to leak data. In a single night, because of you, I would have become the enemy who sold the guild's secrets. Hearing how Ryuki knew everything, Arca no longer wanted to listen to him. But he was furious beyond the point of hearing her. Was it really worth sacrificing my life and others for your goal? You traitor! Arca tried to argue, but failing immediately attacked him with a shadow made of bugs. Extending his sword, the protagonist blocked the attack, but when touched by Arcea's broken dagger, the blade began to disintegrate. Arca was extremely satisfied to see that she had damaged his sword. However, Ryuki rested the corrupted sword on his shoulder, staring at her with a look of contempt. What are you laughing at? You don't mean that was serious, do you? Arca had no idea what Ryuki's source of power was, and still imagined he used those obtained in Lindsa. Bug control was disabled. You used to use Lynfell's data. To show how wrong she was, Ryuki advanced with sword in hand, surrounded by energies flowing like lightning. I don't need anything expensive to deal with bugs, or with you. Both swords clashed, releasing a large amount of residual energy that floated like shockwaves. In an instant, the glimmers caused by the clash sparkled in the air as attack and counterattack collided several times. Gritting their teeth, both stared at each other as their weapons faced off. Watching the fight, the immobile Bisque couldn't believe her eyes. No way. Not even the best Phantasm players can keep up with this speed. She began to cry without realizing it. This is so frustrating. I couldn't even avenge Noir. All I can do is watch. Ryuki saw the bug infiltrate his sword more and more. Even with the anti-bug tool, it couldn't keep up with the speed of the battle. With the bug expanding in his weapon, Arca took the lead in combat. You talk so much, but you're nothing impressive. Seems like you can't completely stop the infestation, huh? For the anti-bug tool to activate properly, Ryuki quickly retreated to buy some time. However, Arca knew exactly what he intended to do. She immediately drew a bow in which the arrow looked more like a spear. The arrow flew toward him, carrying a corrosive energy that tore even the air apart. Using intuition, Ryuki waited for the ideal moment and exploded the arrow in a torrent of flames. The flames created by him activated the combustion jewels on the ground. The fire was intense, and the pain of real flames could be felt by Ryuki. With the amount of fire spread across the area, he knew he needed to get out before being surrounded. Quickly, he found a possible path, and with all courage advanced, using his arms to protect his face. However, Arca would not let him escape easily. Since he had dodged the first arrow, she increased the attack level, firing several at once. In an instant, arrows that looked cosmic cut the sky, descending toward Ryuki, who had barely left the sea of flames. With intuition activated, he moved quickly, dodging the first arrow. As it touched the ground, a current of energy spread like lightning traveling along a charged line. While retreating, dodging the arrows, they fell one after another, causing large currents of energy that pulled the surrounding terrain like black holes. Ryuki looked back, incredulous at the sight. Space and ground were being distorted by the force of the bugs contained in the arrows. While fleeing, Egon sent him a message. What is being attacked is the master's real body. It is recommended to retreat for now. Seeing Ryuki disappear in a cloud of smoke, Arca warned him, "You won't escape by hiding." What she didn't expect was that he reappeared right behind her. Using Egon's system again, which increased his attack speed, movement, and casting, the protagonist smiled while charging a powerful strike with his gunblade. Arca turned quickly, firing several arrows at the ground. The powerful gunblade shot came out like a laser cannon, but instead of hitting Arca directly, it hit a large portion of Earth raised by the attraction power of her arrows. However, Ryuki's attack forced its way, quickly cracking the stone wall. Behind it, Arca was hiding. Ryuki shouted when he saw how close he was to hitting her. "Almost there!" But unexpectedly, a claw-shaped attack hit him at that exact moment when he was caught off guard. Blade, who had remained silent until then, had altered his body to strike Ryuki. After the attack, Blade gasped, returning to his usual corrupted form. Seeing Ryuki fallen, Arca gloated. "This is your end, Ryuki. The end of your story of fleeing on the high seas." Lying on the ground, Ryuki felt danger approaching. Until that moment, he had resisted thanks to the anti-bug tool and his intuition ability. But the bugs used by Arca were on a completely different level from those used by the Lindsa Guild. Ryuki found himself facing the only option left. Egon quickly appeared by his side, warning, "Are you planning to further increase your intuition level?" "It's too early for that, Master. You've already been influenced by it many times. And since you reached the 50th floor, the frequency has only increased, hasn't it? Once the level goes up, it will never return to its original state. When you reach a realm beyond knowledge, your consciousness won't be able to resist." Despite Egon's warning, Arca quickly approached, sword in hand. Ryuki had only a fraction of a second left to decide whether to evolve the ability. A red fountain spread. The attack had hit its target. Ryuki was standing, gunblade in hand. The tip of his sword had pierced Arca before she even had a chance to react. Having struck his enemy, Ryuki replied to Egon, "Consciousness? I don't care about things like that." Having evolved the intuition ability to level 3, increasing the power of his sixth sense, a glow of energy crossed Ryuki's eyes. He had entered a manic state, determined to win the fight and achieve his goal. As soon as the intuition ability rose to level 3, Ryuki moved his sword swiftly, knocking Arcea's weapon away. Disarmed and confused, Arca retreated. How did you manage to counterattack under these conditions?" A glow passed through Ryuki's eyes. Little by little, he began to understand Egon's warning. Sight, smell, hearing, touch. All his senses seemed to be transforming at a perceptible speed. He felt as if he could perceive everything that existed in the world. Against Arca, he was immersed in an exhilarating illusion of being able to do anything. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he evolved his intuition level to reach the Yggdrasil rank. In that moment of self-reflection, a new pincer attack advanced toward the back of his neck. Easily sensing its approach, Ryuki moved his arm with the sword backward, blocking it. Now he felt everything, from the parts corroded by the bug to those not yet affected. Imagining attacking the space between them, he thought he would no longer need to worry about his own corrosion. Arca couldn't believe how much Ryuki had changed in such a short time. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. With glowing eyes, Ryuki stared at her, mocking, "Even this highly praised bug isn't perfect after all, huh? Your attacks don't work anymore. You might as well give up." Arca grew even more irritated by those words of disdain. Grabbing another dagger, she threw it to the ground in front of her. Immediately, a new bug affected the terrain, and a large pillar of ice rose like a tower to block Ryuki's path. Smiling, the protagonist stated the truth. "It's useless. Even your appearance reveals how fake you are." With his gunblade, Ryuki fired a new energy cannon that evaporated the ice before him. Having cleared the way, he showed how well he understood Arcea's powers. "Judging by this, you can cause bug phenomena, but you can't rewrite them the way you want." As he explained how the bugs imbued in Arcea's weapons worked, she moved quickly in a surprise attack against the young man acting so arrogantly. A dark attack headed toward Ryuki, but his gaze held the same confidence as before. Arca brandished her sword, unleashing a tsunami of dark energy, sweeping everything ahead in a massive area. Even on the other side of the field, Blade and Bisque were hit by the energy, which burned like fire. However, at that moment, Ryuki reappeared behind Arca, surprising her with his words, "You really have sharp attacks. Maybe if I were the same as before, you would have managed to hit me." In Ryuki's hands was the Sacred Knight's shield, which he had drawn at the last moment to block the attack and retreat. Arca couldn't understand when he had taken that shield. Frightened, she quickly retreated, but when she touched the ground behind her, she fell into a trap, a field that sucked in space. Ryuki, who had lured her to that spot, smiled. "Looks like you got caught in your own trap. You must have prepared several corrosive bugs around this white tree to prevent its collapse, right? You didn't want your objective destroyed, but throwing so many of those techniques wouldn't hold the ground for long." In such a difficult-to-move position, Arca couldn't believe Ryuki had planned to appear at her side just to make her fall there. With Arca trapped, the protagonist raised his gunblade. "Peacebreaker, activate meteor attack effect." Hearing the name of the technique Ryuki was about to use, Bisque was shocked. "Meteor attack? That's the ability Lynfell used. How did he get it?" Facing the gunblade's barrel, which was already gathering a huge amount of energy, Arca realized there was no time to counterattack. However, when activating the ability, Ryuki sensed something with his intuition. The attack's range was only 10 centimeters. The shot practically dissipated after leaving the weapon's barrel, unable to reach Arca, who was several meters away. Furious with Igon, the protagonist quickly retreated, complaining, "Are you kidding me? What's with this 10-centimeter range?" Igon apologized, reminding him that he never said skill synthesis would always evolve into an optimized configuration. Apparently, some mechanics had changed. Having escaped the attack, Arca swore she would never let her guard down again. She immediately grabbed a dagger she had been avoiding using. With no other choice, she applied a bug directly to her leg, quickly spreading the power. In an instant, she broke the ground around her feet and ran toward Ryuki. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked, "What are you planning by increasing the bug's concentration even more? Not even your account will hold up." With a cold look, Arca began gathering energy in her hand, aiming at Ryuki. "You won't be able to act so well anymore." While fleeing, Ryuki used his intuition, discovering that Arca would launch 3 attacks from the upper right side and 2 from the left side. Level 3 intuition was proving incredible, able to predict all the attacks. The protagonist skillfully dodged some while using his sword to block others. Amid the movement, he activated the True Chi ability, as well as the SSR level blessing. However, just when he thought he was about to turn the fight around, he felt an incredible pressure. As Arca appeared above him to launch more attacks, he realized something. Am I really just dodging? Shouldn't I be fighting? Did I really think fighting her was so dangerous that I needed to run away? Since when did I start thinking like this? Knowing Ryuki's thoughts, Igon explained the reason behind that feeling. Intuition is affecting your thoughts. I warned you, this ability prioritizes your survival, but your goals are far from just surviving. The ability conflicts with what you truly want. While running, Ryuki revealed to Igon that he had a request. Before making it, he asked if it would be easy for him to analyze the ability's code. Arrogantly, the AI tool replied not to underestimate it. Arcea's eyes had already darkened, filled with hatred. Unable to land any attack, she chased Ryuki, trying to provoke him. "Are you going to keep running? You talked so much about getting revenge, and this is the best you can do?" Like a slime, Arca unleashed an energy containing countless effects against Ryuki, but thanks to his speed, he managed to dodge once again. At that moment, energy appeared in the protagonist's hand. Arca, who had prepared for the fight, realized it was the deletion ability. She stopped chasing him just to mock, "Do you really think you can defeat me so easily? If you can't catch me, that ability is useless." At the same time, Igon responded to Ryuki, warning that it had analyzed the ability's code, but only at a technical level. What he wanted to do depended solely on him. "Keep in mind that if you fail, you will be completely deleted." Ryuki gritted his teeth, but his eyes shone with determination as he touched his own face and replied, "I know, but there's no way I'm running away." As the countdown began, Ryuki tried to remember the bug of the witch Sariel's wings, as well as the moment Lynfell's spear was erased. He needed to focus exactly on what he wanted to delete. When the countdown ended, Ryuki used the ability, transmitting the energy to his own body. Seconds later, he pulled his hand away from his face. Arca, who had watched everything, wondered what exactly he had done. Worried, Igon approached the protagonist, asking if he was okay. Although she didn't know what had just happened, Arca saw the opportunity to finish the fight. She immediately advanced with a dagger full of dark energy. Swinging the dagger, she approached Ryuki, pouring all her hatred into that attack. "Disappear from my sight forever, Ryuki!" The dagger carried vicious energy, full of the most fearsome bugs, capable of deleting someone's character, or even their very existence. However, Arcea's attack was stopped when a hand grabbed her wrist. Holding her firmly, Ryuki drew his gunblade with the other hand for a close combat strike. The explosion that followed brought new light to the floor, which had been darkened by the destruction of previous battles. Arca couldn't believe what had happened, nor how things had turned so suddenly. Ryuki had thrown her to the ground and was climbing on top of her. That was intense. Since I acquired intuition, I've never felt so much excitement. It's all thanks to you. So I thank you immensely, Arca. With a look mixing happiness, thirst for victory, and a hint of madness, Ryuki stared deep into Arcea's eyes, who, incredulous, looked back, losing much of her own body sensation. In a corner away from the fight scene, Arcea's arm lay resting. The player was completely shocked by what had happened. On the other hand, Ryuki felt as if his soul had been cleansed, relieved of a heavy burden. That's how I feel. And you, Arca? I guess this isn't the time to talk about it. As Ryuki expressed his feelings, Arca tried to get up but could barely move, and Ryuki explained why. It must be painful, right? My attacks nullify all pain reduction effects. You're already strong enough for not fainting. With a look of ecstasy, Ryuki grabbed Arca by the shirt. A traitor who ruined someone's life shouldn't leave so quickly, right? But things will end soon. At his words, Arca gathered all her remaining strength to grab one last dagger. The protagonist sensed the danger approaching and let go of Arca, who jumped away with the dagger in her hands. As she distanced herself, she smiled like a maniac, her gaze filled with a strange sense of victory. Ryuki tried to approach to stop her from using the item, but before he could reach her, Arca used the dagger on herself, staring at him intently. Many years ago, a diagnosis had become common at Santa Yggdrasil Hospital: ether immune disorder. In short, this type of ether triggered a rare allergic condition. At that time, 2 young sisters were diagnosed with the disease. Cynthia, the older sister, and Arca, the younger, both continued treatment, but doctors knew that year would be their limit. Countless people who saw the 2 girls harbored prejudice. They believed the disease was contagious, that they should be isolated, that they were frightening. The older sister, Cynthia, held the younger's hand, calling her back to the hospital room. With a smile, she fulfilled her role. "Don't worry, you'll get better, I promise." During treatment, the sisters received good news from the attending physician. The hospital had developed a new surgery. Verification and clinical trials had already been completed. Without expecting it, the twins learned they could be cured. A few days later, they were taken to the operating room. Both were present. The advanced state of deformation in their bodies caused by the ether disorder was regrettable. Putting on gloves, the lead surgeon prepared with a grim look. They think that as soon as the surgery is over, they'll have healthy bodies. But what a pity for them. Before the procedure could begin, a sharp scream was heard from the next room. Suddenly, a doctor entered the room to bring news. "Experiment number 248 has been completed." The surgeon became curious about the result. The visiting doctor held a dagger with an electric glow, leading the surgeon to the experiment site. There, he showed the victim inside a machine. Once again, the patient had not survived. The experiment had failed. No useful data had been obtained. With nothing else to do, they placed the patient inside a bag. Once again, the result was the same. The twin surgeon didn't care. To him, great achievements came after countless failures. Leaving the doctor behind, he ordered the young man to clean everything so it could be resolved once and for all. As he carried the bag with the patient away, the doctor sighed. He couldn't believe they were now even using children for experiments. Hearing the complaints, the surgeon frowned. "Don't complain if you're doing nothing. Don't you understand we're at a crucial moment? With the disease in these bodies we'll test, we might finally find a clue for conversion." While the surgeon talked excitedly with the doctor, the girls who were semi-sedated overheard the conversation. Stunned, the procedure with both would happen simultaneously. Soon the surgeon instructed the doctor on how to proceed. Arca quickly realized the surgery was a lie. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wondered what would happen. But at that moment, the older sister approached her. Cynthia whispered softly, "It's okay, Arca. I will definitely protect you." At that instant, something unexpected happened. The patient who had been placed inside the bag began to move and scream, throwing the doctor to the floor. The surgeon was surprised. "What is happening?" Taking advantage of the situation, Cynthia stood up and grabbed one of the daggers used in the experiment. Arca got up, watching her sister run toward something. Cynthia had heard that the doctors would use a machine for the experiment, and her plan was to destroy it before they could do anything. The surgeon was shocked to see that the girls were awake. He tried to chase after Cynthia, but she was already heading to the other room where the machine was. Cynthia wanted at least to save Arca, no matter the cost. In tears, Arca watched what her sister was doing. Cynthia used the dagger to attack the machine. In an instant, a large amount of energy began to overflow. The dagger in her hand got stuck, and the energy contained in the machine started to transfer into her body. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, setting the entire floor of the building on fire. The incident that day was officially recorded as an explosion caused by the malfunction of surgical equipment. Arca had managed to survive. For some reason, the disease that had tormented her all her life began to gradually disappear. To the authorities, she replied that she knew nothing. She saw no other choice but to deny any involvement. Arca couldn't see what she could do. Living quietly didn't seem like an option, much less pretending to know nothing and enjoying small happinesses alongside her co-workers. She didn't want to stay still. She wanted to do something, achieve her purpose, and avenge her sister. As soon as Arca used that dagger on herself, a major bug occurred in her character, causing her arm to be reconstructed. With memories overflowing in her mind, she attacked Ryuki using the energy she had left. Her eyes seemed lifeless. Only her desires motivated her to move forward. Ryuki had to praise Arcea's persistence. He wondered if there really was a reason for her not to give up, even after everything that had happened. In an instant, Ryuki launched a counterattack, hitting Arca one last time. Regardless of her reasons, Ryuki wanted to move forward, even if he had to go through her. Arca slowly lost consciousness. In her mind, only a brief trace of her sister Cynthia remained. She fell slowly, but before hitting the ground, a hand caught her body. The protagonist looked back, slightly frowning. "Who are all of you?" A hooded group had appeared. Their leader, a blonde man, was holding Arcea and asked, "Did we arrive too late?" With an angry look, he stared at the protagonist. "Ryuki, 7017. You did this to our companion. Are you ready to face the consequences, aren't you?" As soon as they held Arcea, Seven put her down, noting that the woman's condition looked terrible. A guildmate approached the two. As a doctor, the only thing he could do at that moment was stabilize her avatar. Seeing how they treated his enemy, the protagonist sneered. "You showed up out of nowhere and now you're sneaking away? Are you Asia's little puppies or something?" Seven, hearing Ryuki speaking to him, stood up to introduce himself. "This is the first time we've met in person, Ryu. I am the Guildmaster." Before he could finish his introduction, an enraged and corrupted Burstblade appeared behind him, attacking. "You liars! How dare you hand me a piece of defective trash!" With the claw he had created with his arm, he aimed at Seven's upper body. However, his claw only hit the edge of an axe, which blocked his advance. The one who had stabilized Arcea's avatar acted quickly to prevent his leader from having to move. While focused on his anger for missing the attack, Burstblade did not notice a sword wrapped in powerful energy appearing behind him. With a smile, Seven gave him a piece of advice. Don't interrupt when someone is talking. As if a building was falling on him, Burstblade was buried in the ground by the force of that sword attack, which released powerful energy, more like a lightning strike. That attack was a finishing blow. Within seconds, Burstblade's avatar began to disappear. Seven couldn't help but complain. As always, the Lindsa guys rushed in without thinking. Seeing the crazy dog girl further ahead, he addressed her. "This is a perfect opportunity. I'll make sure you meet the same fate as them." Seven held up his sword, raising it toward Bisk. "You got this far without using any bugs, but there's no need to leave any risks behind. No evidence must remain." Bisk gritted her teeth and, holding her axe, tried to stand despite trembling in pain. She refused to fall so easily. Unexpectedly, a cannon of light and lightning struck the man who had blocked Burstblade's attack. Holding the gunblade, the protagonist snorted angrily. "Don't irritate me anymore. Don't you dare ignore me." With Egon confirming that the protagonist's weapon system was ready, it seemed he wouldn't have any more problems. Seven didn't stay silent upon seeing Ryuki's attack. "You're quite impatient. Do you really want to finish me off with your own hands that badly?" Staring at the Gei's leader, the protagonist told him to stop talking nonsense. "You have two choices. Face me or leave Arcea and go away." Ryuki's willingness to fight made Seven smile. "As expected from the unknown, your mouth is really dirty. But don't rush, because I was already going to do that." As soon as Seven gave the command, several hooded players appeared behind the protagonist, raising their swords toward him. However, those fragile swords faced the edge of the gunblade and were completely blocked. With a swing of his sword, the protagonist quickly pushed the danger away. The players who attacked him didn't understand how they had been blocked, but to Ryuki, their moves were too obvious. The protagonist knew he would win if he managed to defeat those people. However, upon defeating the first, he noticed two enemies using stealth running toward the great white tree. Those who attacked him were just decoys. The players advancing toward the tree had only one objective: to claim it as theirs, because once they did, the entire game would be in their hands. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard a scream coming from the direction of the tree. One of the players, upon approaching it, had been magically lifted. A hand came out from inside the tree, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him without any resistance. While the player tried to understand what was happening, the one holding him emerged from inside the tree, revealing himself by deactivating his stealth ability. Seeing the blonde man with glasses come out of the tree, Ryuki shouted in fury and desperation, "Gabriel, why are you here?" Before he could hear an answer, an attack fell on him like a spear charged with red lightning. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge in time. A red flag charged with energy was planted in the ground with tremendous grandeur. Ryuki immediately recognized that flag, the same one used by John Doe during the Blood Brigade event. At the moment the flag was planted, a great amount of energy began to gather. Ryuki, being the closest, was the first affected by that crimson energy, which instantly began to drain him until he disappeared. After Ryuki vanished, Gabriel walked towards Seven, praising his achievement. "You chose an interesting method. Does Gai's do things like this?" Seven smiled as he swung his sword. "Exactly. There's no reason to be foolish and fight you and Ryu at the same time." Ignoring Gabriel for a moment, Seven asked his companions how Arcea was doing. In response, the doctor said the situation was extremely serious. She would need to abandon her game account. At the pace things were going, even the condition of her real brain could be at risk. Grinding his teeth, Seven saw no choice but to force her exit from the game. Seeing Seven worry about Arcea, Gabriel couldn't help but taunt. What a touching sight. But Seven didn't want to hear his words. "Shut up. A coward who could only hide and watch all this time has no right to speak." Gabriel frowned and corrected him. "A better description of what I was doing would be waiting for a challenge." Seeing Gabriel's expression, Seven began to fill with rage. There's one thing I've always thought in these 18 years knowing you. Your dark face has always brought me frustration. That's why I've always wanted to break that expression. At that moment, players began to rise from the ground, like zombies awakening after coming back to life. At the same time, Seven drew a dagger overflowing with crimson, thunderous, bug-filled energy. He and his companions, one after another, used those daggers to activate a power within themselves. Their eyes turned red, and the power overflowed, filling every corner of their bodies. Seeing how they seemed increasingly distant from humanity, Gabriel asked, "Can you handle that?" Seven's eyes turned black with red pupils. Several flaming swords appeared, floating behind him as he activated the seven-sword skill. With a malicious smile, he answered Gabriel's question, "I never underestimate my opponent." As soon as he completed his transformation, his now empowered subordinates stabbed their knives into the ground, transferring their energy to the earth. In an instant, water sprang from the soil, and a gigantic tsunami rose before Gabriel. With that great power by his side, Seven faced the Lindsa guild leader. "The world of Fantasm will belong to us." At a distant place, Ryuki vented his anger. "Damn it! Why was I teleported so far away? How am I supposed to get back there?" Ryuki had been teleported to the top of a mountain, from where he could see the white tree at a great distance. From there, a pillar of energy rose to the skies. Seeing Ryuki complain, Egon suggested he start moving to avoid wasting time, since the collapse was accelerating. While the sky was collapsing, Ryuki advanced at full speed. Thanks to having evolved his intuition to level 4, his movement speed had increased significantly. However, the path he took was in terrible condition. This made it clear to Egon, who informed him that there was no time left before the collapse of the 50th floor. While traveling on foot, the robot revealed it had confirmed some things based on past predictions. The protagonist grew curious, and soon heard Egon's question, "Master, are you familiar with the acronym GM?" The protagonist knew exactly what it meant. It was the abbreviation for Game Manager, a real concept that existed before the emergence of Yggdrasil. Egon confirmed his guess, explaining that such a position granted absolute authority over a game system. Now that Egon had mentioned this, Ryuki remembered something he had heard while working as an analyst. "I heard something about the predecessor of World of Phantasm, the maze game World of Genesis. There was a time when Yggdrasil's power, which governed the maze's order, ended up in human hands." To investigate further, Egon decided to connect him to Cinco. Seeing how seriously Egon treated the matter, the protagonist was confused. Is there really something significant about this? After analyzing much data, Egon reached a conclusion. This situation where players were teleported to the 50th floor, and that white tree that serves as a conduit and artery connecting Yggdrasil to the maze, the ability to move freely through it is proven to be abnormal. Egon was referring exactly to how Gabriel had moved inside the white tree, something that should not be possible. For Egon, the only somewhat good news was that if Gabriel truly possessed the power of Game Manager, then Gaze would never be able to defeat him. As Egon had predicted, Gabriel was now the only one standing before the white tree. All Gaea's subordinates had been defeated, and the only one not yet forced back to the lobby was the guild leader. Hit by his own attack, Seven couldn't believe it. Impossible! The full strength of Gaea's was defeated. "Gabriel, what power is that?" Removing his glasses, Gabriel stared coldly at Seven. "You want to know? Even so, I won't tell you. You haven't even managed to take a step toward me." Several decades ago, it became the labyrinth that served as the predecessor to the world of Phantasm. This was a place where there was a much greater influence than what is present in the current labyrinth game. One day, a certain player obtained a power in that land, the power of the Game Manager. As the name suggests, it was the supreme authority that allowed one to govern all the systems and rules of the labyrinth. The player who conquered this absolute power ended up intoxicated by it. He declared himself the king of Yggdrasil and began to rule as a tyrant. However, players who could not accept such a situation immediately formed a subjugation force, with battles that transcended the boundaries between the inside and outside of the labyrinth, and at the cost of countless sacrifices, the mission was successfully accomplished. The dark power of the Game Manager was erased. After researching the entire history, the little bear Cinco told it to the protagonist, adding his comment, "Impressive, isn't it? This is ultra-rare information that ordinary people would never know." Ryuki, who until then only knew part of the story, understood that this had not been a mere accident. For the little bear, there was something even stranger involving this case. Not a single member of the subjugation force had survived. No matter how brutal a battle was, eliminating an entire army was simply unthinkable. Since then, the whereabouts of the Game Manager became a mystery. The little bear ended up finding one more rare piece of information, something about the commander of the subjugation force at the time. This person was named Cecilia Darius. Upon hearing the surname Darius, Ryuki immediately connected the name to Gabriel. The little bear confirmed his suspicion. "Exactly what you're thinking. Cecilia, while alive, was the mother of the Darius brothers. Discovering that Gabriel was the son of the subjugation commander left Ryuki shocked. For Egon, it made no sense that Latia Soft, the company responsible for the game, would open the 50th floor on its own, exposing itself to a disaster that would bring no benefit. Ryuki had wondered why Gabriel would do such a thing, but now, everything was starting to make sense. Realizing that his enemy was even more formidable than expected, the worry in Ryuki's eyes only grew. Above all, he needed to prepare. While various information windows about items appeared around him, Ryuki sought a strategy to defeat the governor of the world of Fantasm. Outside the game, in a hospital room, members of the Lindsa guild tried to keep a girl from moving. Bisk tried to get up from the stretcher she was on but couldn't feel her legs. "I can't feel them. Didn't you say my legs would be healed with treatment?" Ragna, who tried to calm her, asked her to rest, but she didn't want to listen. Suddenly, a hand appeared from under the stretcher where Bisk was. Before the girl could react, Noir, who had been hiding, stood up. "You're quite dependent. Anyway, I'm glad you came back safely." Seeing her friend, Bisk jumped on her, hugging her with relief. "You're safe! I was so worried about you!" Ragna asked both to calm down, but no one listened. They had been lucky, unlike Burstblade. His wounds were so deep that it was uncertain if he would recover. Despite the woman's words, Bisk didn't care about him. It was understandable. After all, everyone had seen what happened through the live broadcast device. Suddenly, Ragna remembered they hadn't been able to see the battle between Gaze and the Guildmaster Gabriel, so she activated a device and created a hologram for them to watch. Bisk looked back, trying to follow what Ragna described not as a battle, but as a one-sided massacre. The attacks hitting Gaze were strange. They didn't have embedded bugs, yet they showed no restrictions or cooldown time. Bisk's jaw almost dropped in disbelief. "You're saying this is the real Gabriel? That he fights like that? He acted alone to control the situation?" Ragna, while showing the recording, commented that at some point the sound disappeared, so they didn't know exactly what had happened. Trying to show other footage, she became visibly desperate. Bisk almost jumped off the stretcher, alarmed, asking what was happening. Seeing the new scene on the screen, Ragna shouted, "Ryuki just returned to face the Guildmaster!" Back in the White Tree region, Ryuki snorted with a manic smile. He crouched and looked at Seven's avatar, mocking. "After all that bravado, interfering as you pleased, why are you on the ground?" Seven, still online, ground his teeth in anger upon seeing Ryuki back. Before being forced to log out, he shouted furiously at Gabriel, "You damn bastard, don't think this is over." After Seven disappeared, Gabriel stared at Ryuki. "Congratulations. The only players left now are you and me. This is the end." The protagonist stared back but didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked a question, wanting to know Gabriel's true goal. Gabriel's eyes didn't waver as he answered. "My goal has always been to bring down Latia. Nothing more. I don't care about playing with those filthy pigs, but I no longer want to smell the rotten stench of the world of Phantasm." The protagonist scoffed at those words and retorted, "Don't give me hypocritical excuses. This is about your mother, Cecilia, isn't it? Am I wrong?" Upon hearing his mother's name, Gabriel swallowed hard. That reaction was more honest than Ryuki expected. Egon had hit the mark. Realizing how perceptive Ryuki was, Gabriel decided to reciprocate with a revelation. "Right now, the entire 50th floor is being filmed and broadcast live. Do you know what that means? Information can be easily distorted. I am the guardian of the labyrinth, and you're just an intruder trying to destroy it. That's an engaging story, isn't it? You've become the evil that plagues this world." The protagonist was unfazed by Gabriel's words and just smiled. "That's just a fancy way of saying you're manipulating the media with fabricated narratives. But none of that matters now that I know this is a live broadcast, because that reveals you are the one who holds the power of the game manager." Gabriel was surprised by the statement. That should have been a secret impossible to discover. Ryuki, however, showed how easy it was to notice. Time inside the labyrinth moved 10 times faster than in reality. Therefore, a live broadcast would be impossible without direct system intervention, and Latia, which managed that system, was clearly incapacitated. Even the transfer of players to the 50th floor was probably caused by the game manager's power. That's why Ryuki could say with such certainty, "You're only acting powerful because of that power. Because of your self-declared goal, you've trampled countless lives." Even faced with the accusations, Gabriel just smiled indifferently. "If you worry about the insects under your feet, you'll never move forward." The way Gabriel acted arrogantly, even after being exposed, deeply irritated the protagonist, who ground his teeth in anger. Releasing his fury, he charged at Gabriel. "You bastard! Enjoy your arrogance while you can." During the charge, Ryuki activated all the skills that could grant him bonuses. With his sword overflowing with power, he quickly approached Gabriel, who in an instant extended his hand and created a magic circle from which chains of fire poured out. The sword and the chains clashed and the blade was deflected. Ryuki was thrown back, grinding his teeth. He couldn't believe Gabriel had used 8 skills simultaneously. The confrontation didn't alter Gabriel's calm expression, who only questioned, "This isn't your full strength, is it?" Wondering if it was really possible to control so many skills as a game manager, the protagonist smiled, reassuring Gabriel, who expected more. "I will finish you, just as you wish." As soon as Ryuki finished speaking, his little dragon appeared behind Gabriel. A breath of dark fire was shot by the small winged creature, but a barrier around Gabriel completely blocked the attack. Ryuki couldn't believe even attacks Gabriel was unaware of were nullified. With no alternative, he charged at Gabriel himself. Blaming the corrupted game manager function, Ryuki pointed his sword and activated the swallow flying skill, which launched multiple consecutive attacks. Before the strike took effect, several chains were summoned, binding Ryuki's body. Gabriel looked at him with disdain. "I'll ask again, is this really your full strength?" Even tied up, Ryuki didn't give up. At the tip of his gunblade, he gathered an absurd amount of energy, and in an instant, triggered a melee explosion that engulfed the entire surrounding area like a miniature sun. It took a while for the attack's brightness and dust to fully settle. Ryuki ground his teeth upon realizing Gabriel was still standing before him, even after all that. Gabriel frowned, but still praised the attack. "Not bad. You're the first person to force me to use this power in a real battle." With the power of the game manager system, Gabriel activated the authority of the world of Phantasm. Out of nowhere, a spear began to form, along with red armor that covered his entire body. Seeing Gabriel materialize that so easily thanks to the authority he possessed, Ryuki ground his teeth in anger. "So this is your power." As a robot appeared next to Gabriel, he raised the spear and declared an ultimatum to Ryuki. "From now on, I will show you the true authority of a game manager." Looking at the little robot, Ryuki quickly commented to Egon, "That looks like you." Egon immediately corrected him, explaining that it seemed more like an artificial intelligence created to assist the game manager. In other words, an inferior version. Hearing Egon's words, the protagonist analyzed the sophisticated design of that robot. Red with black details, it had the shape of an eye. Egon looked more like a shabby vacuum cleaner. Ryuki wondered who was truly the inferior one between the two. Egon felt embarrassed and demanded that Ryuki just say what he wanted. Ignoring him, Ryuki turned back to question Gabriel. "Is this the true form of a game manager? How did you get this power?" Gabriel did not answer the protagonist's question. Instead, he advised, "It would be better to avoid irrelevant questions for your own good. You better hurry. The 50th floor is practically destroyed already. Soon, the world of Phantasm will be completely obliterated by the king of Yggdrasil." With a look of pity, he continued, "I have no intention of stopping this situation with my power. And of course, I've already restricted your exit from the game as well." A slight fear appeared in Ryuki's eyes as he realized Gabriel was saying he would have nowhere to escape. In an instant, crimson energy began to concentrate and overflow from Gabriel's spear as he prepared to attack. "I'm eager to see who will laugh last." Pointing the spear forward, Gabriel launched several simultaneous attacks. Meteor Strike, Stardust Arrow, Magnum Break, Thunderblade. All these skills combined tore through the air with immense energy toward Ryuki. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he saw the attack approaching, feeling overwhelming pressure. In a flash, an explosion occurred, sending Gabriel's attack energy skyward. Before Gabriel, a gigantic crater had formed, as if a real meteor had struck the place. Suddenly, a large amount of debris began to move. A hand rose, pushing away the rubble above it. As he stood inside the crater, Ryuki began analyzing Gabriel's attack. It seemed he had not manually activated those skills, but they had targeted the enemy automatically. Knowing that both Gabriel's attack and defense were being adjusted by the system made Ryuki furious. Before he realized it, Gabriel was already behind him, ready to strike with the spear. The protagonist quickly turned and drew the Holy Knight's shield to block the attack. However, the shield, which should have had an impenetrable holy barrier, was pierced by the spear and completely destroyed. That showed Ryuki that the world of Phantasm's items were useless against the authority of a game manager. Being so close, Gabriel extended his hand, creating numerous magic circles. In an instant, dozens of spells were fired like an arcane rain, forcing Ryuki to dodge solely based on his intuition. Outside the game, viewers of the broadcast were surprised at how Gabriel could cast skills without any cooldown. Some believed this was because he was the master of the Lindsa Guild. Even fearing the power Gabriel carried, some wondered, there's no way he'll let the world of Phantasm collapse, right? Most agreed with this kind of comment. Exactly, we're talking about Lindsa. There's no way Gabriel will lose to a stranger. In a company, a manager shouted, exalted, "If the world of Phantasm collapses, it will even affect the demand for ether. Even if we're muted, keep monitoring the situation through the broadcast feed." Inside Latia, some people began questioning, what kind of skills are these? Even being the master of the Lindsa Guild, this shouldn't be possible because of the system. Not even we at Latia can do something like this. Angry, the owner of Lacha slammed his fist on the table. He had always thought the game manager's power had disappeared. He never imagined Gabriel had been hiding it all this time. Despite this problem, something still pleased him. As long as his project was ready, the world of Phantasm would mean nothing. It might even be better if it were deleted by someone else's hands. Inside a data world, a man wearing a cowboy hat watched the battle. This is getting interesting. Now that this is happening, I can't take my eyes off him. The Great King. Being bombarded by attacks while everyone watched, Ryuki tried to dodge, but the danger zones were excessive. With intuition at level 3, the Eagle Eye skill was also active, enhancing his vision dynamics. Even with the increased intuition level and improved dodge precision, it was clear that if things continued like this, such evolution would be useless. After an extensive bombardment, Gabriel ceased attacks when a curtain of dust covered the entire area, preventing him from seeing Ryuki. Still, the situation was under his control, and in his eyes, Ryuki was fighting in vain. With sharp eyes, he questioned the missing Ryuki. "Do you think the smoke will give you a chance? I can see everything through it. You should already know that these tricks don't work on me." Ryuki ignored Gabriel's words and fired a cannon with the gunblade. Seeing the attack coming, Gabriel sighed. "Looks like I overestimated you." But just as Gabriel prepared to block the shot, several fragmentation grenades appeared behind him. A series of explosions erupted, creating a curtain of fire. The impact shook Gabriel only slightly but left him confused. An item that doesn't belong to the world of Phantasm, but an attack of this level is nothing. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ryuki enhanced his gunblade. Plum Blossom Sword Art, Enchant. With power overflowing from the weapon, he activated his combined skills, fury in his eyes. "Peacebreaker, good luck!" Ryuki quickly charged at Gabriel, who reacted by extending his spear to strike him. However, thanks to his speed, Ryuki managed to dodge and passed by Gabriel, reaching his back. Turning quickly, Ryuki launched a sword slash. Gabriel, who for a brief moment couldn't keep up with his speed, was hit. Like a king losing his crown, Gabriel lost what he had above his shoulders. The protagonist thought he had won, but soon realized he was mistaken. Using the Phoenix Feather item, which allows resurrection, Gabriel's body was reconstructed. Ryuki became extremely irritated seeing him use an item he himself had only obtained once. Seeing this, Igon appeared beside him to warn, "Gabriel theoretically has unlimited access to all items in the world of Phantasm. There is no way to defeat him by normal means." Having been hit by Ryuki's skill, Gabriel reflected, "Can he also use skills from other games?" The protagonist was surprised to realize Gabriel hadn't shown any pain despite the attack. Hearing his doubt, Gabriel replied, "Pain alone cannot stop me." Raising his hand, Gabriel began to cast the Chi Meteor skill, but not before activating a layer with all kinds of buffs existing in the game. With that, a large amount of crimson lightning appeared, as if Gabriel were the lord of a red storm. The lightning rain fell on Ryuki, who swung his sword countless times. Gritting his teeth, Ryuki gave his all to keep up with a terrifying power far surpassing Gabriel's brother. Gabriel frowned seeing Ryuki dodge all his attacks. Each attempt had been perfectly blocked. This left him no choice but to use something even stronger. Ryuki's sword overflowed with power when he found an opportunity for a counterattack. But in the middle of his advance, the power in his sword disappeared. And not only that, all his skills began to be blocked. With a great explosion of energy, everything in Ryuki dissipated into the air. Falling to the ground, the protagonist rubbed his fingers in the dirt, refusing to believe what had just happened. Both his skills and items had vanished. Igon, beside him, stared at the robot Gabriel was using. "For an inferior version, you're doing very well. All data from the world of Phantasm has been sealed." Ryuki gritted his teeth. Discovering that his skills had been sealed made him understand why his attack had also failed against Asura, even in close combat. Seeing that Ryuki had understood everything, Gabriel sneered in disdain. "You understand things too quickly for a defective little brother. That skill was created for Lynfell, and yet you dared to use it as if it were yours. How pathetic." Realizing that more than half of his skills and items, obtained from random boxes, had been restricted, Ryuki wondered if this was the end. He didn't know if what remained would be useful. The only certainty he had was that worrying further would be a waste of time. Ryuki didn't know if anything else would work, but one thing was certain. He needed a single powerful attack. With such a description, only one option remained. Before Gabriel's eyes, Ryuki used a skill from another game, Item Summon, Reinforced Armor. Data began to form around Ryuki's body. Whether on his hands or feet, the armor he wished to summon began to materialize. Equipping the Galactic Empire's standard exoskeleton armor, the 10th version of the reinforced armor, Ryuki decided to place all his faith and hope in that item, betting everything to win the battle. Gabriel, seeing Ryuki equip yet another item from a different Labyrinth game, was surprised. Even though he was his opponent, this could be considered a trump card, and that was exactly why he wanted to respond accordingly. Extending his hand, Gabriel released a crimson energy that shimmered with lightning due to its magnitude. In an instant, more than a dozen magic circles appeared, pointing directly at Ryuki. Even though Igon claimed it was just a low-level artificial intelligence, the protagonist shouted as he tried to dodge the attacks. "How can you think this is a degraded version of yourself?" Igon tried to defend himself, but faced with the incoming fireball, Ryuki grabbed him, shouting desperately. A series of explosions occurred when the spells hit the ground. However, thanks to the flying mode of his exoskeleton suit, Ryuki managed to fly over the attacks. Still, he knew that merely dodging would not be enough. The various spells launched by the magic circles followed him through the sky, exploding whenever they got close. The operational time of the armor Ryuki was using was only 30 seconds, but thanks to the energy pack he had obtained, he managed to add another minute to the time. That was the time he had to end the fight, or it would be his end. Extending his hand, a series of cannons appeared around his arm. Gathering energy, they fired a burst of fire toward the target. The fireball crashed onto the ground like a meteor, exploding in devastating flames. However, Gabriel had disappeared from where he was, and reappeared behind Ryuki, surprising him. Not bad, but that's not so impressive. Flapping the wings attached to his back, he flew quickly, and wielding his sword, moved to attack Ryuki. The spear tip aimed at the armor, but upon thrusting, it only caused a scratch on the structure. Gabriel was shocked to see he had not managed to pierce the armor. Ryuki turned quickly with a smile on his face. "Even if you are the manager of this labyrinth, my items will not be affected by you." In Ryuki's hand, a dense amount of energy gathered. In an instant, the protagonist attacked Gabriel, trying to grab him. However, his palm hit a solid shield. At the last moment, Gabriel had managed to summon the barrier to protect himself. Knowing Ryuki was trying to use the data deletion skill, Gabriel planned to avoid any direct contact, as that would guarantee his safety. To push him away, he summoned dozens of magic circles again, now at close range. A great explosion happened in the sky, as if the sun itself had been shattered. With the shockwave, Ryuki was thrown downward, falling heavily to the ground. Several parts of the protagonist's armor were damaged, though he still managed to stand, albeit with effort. The deletion skill had some restrictions. It could only be used if the target was touched for at least 5 seconds. Also, it could only be used 4 times per week. Ryuki had already used 2 of the 4 possible uses of the skill, one during the fight against Asura. Moreover, one use had to be reserved for the destruction of World of Fantasm, meaning he could only resort to this technique one more time. After seeing Ryuki retreat from the attack, Gabriel landed safely. Even if your strike was defended, you had the chance to use your skill and you didn't. That can only mean there is a usage limit, and since you equipped that armor, you've been acting as if desperate. It has a time limit too, doesn't it? Just as Gabriel had deduced, the remaining time on the armor was only 26 seconds. Seeing that Gabriel had figured everything out made Ryuki furious. In that situation, he found himself desperate to use the deletion skill as quickly as possible. However, just as he was preparing to attack, something impressive happened. Gabriel multiplied himself several times, creating an army of copies. His many duplicates, in unison, extended their spears while shouting, "It's useless, this is your end. Goodbye, Ryuki." With less than 10 seconds remaining and a massive attack coming his way, Ryuki wondered if this was as far as he could go. Gabriel's attacks fell upon Ryuki, who did not move, causing a series of cascading explosions. Yet amid the wave of flames, a shield from the reinforced armor was activated. Amid the chaos of the attacks, Ryuki thought, "I've come this far. I won't give up." When the armor's usage time reached 1 second, a power from the Yggdrasil system enveloped him. The system analysis had been completed, something Igon had been working on for some time. Thanks to this, all restrictions imposed by the game manager were removed. With a sequence of characters forming a proud emoji, Igon smiled at Ryuki. "Didn't I tell you? That is just an inferior copy." Immediately, Ryuki activated his most powerful blessing, the blessing of the Supreme Chief, the one who oversaw the world of Phantasm from the top of a tower, granted an increase to all of Ryuki's stats and skills. Thanks to that, the remaining operational time of the exoskeleton armor became 1 billion seconds. The dark energy of the blessing overflowed from Ryuki's body as he drew his sword. With mastery skills, breaking all limits, he fused his power with the enhanced armor, advancing like a comet tearing through the atmosphere. Gabriel and his copies did not understand how Ryuki had managed to break his authority as game manager. However, since there were so many clones, he was confident that Ryuki would not be able to find his real body. But in an instant, using his level 3 intuition, Ryuki struck all the clones with his sword, showing why he could never be underestimated. Seeing that Ryuki even had a skill that allowed him to distinguish the clones left Gabriel deeply surprised. For him, it seemed only one last option remained: to destroy the entire area around them with a single attack, hoping to finish Ryuki once and for all. His attacks responded to the command and began to intensely bombard the entire zone between him and the enemy. But before Gabriel realized it, Ryuki was already behind him, announcing, "This is your end." Gabriel could only look back, incredulous that he could not track Ryuki's movements even with the powers of a game manager. He had no time to dodge, and Ryuki's swift attack found its mark. The spear Gabriel held shattered into countless pieces and no longer posed a threat. With a satisfied look, the protagonist said goodbye. "Farewell, Gabriel." Then, pushing Gabriel to the ground, he activated his deletion skill. While waiting for the final seconds until Gabriel's avatar was eliminated by Ryuki's skill, Gabriel murmured, "A power that allows you to freely use abilities from other labyrinths and even surpass the power of a game manager. Not even such a position reached that level." Yigon understood Gabriel's surprise, since he was unable to see him. Expecting his end, Gabriel wanted to ask one last question. How had Ryuki obtained such power? Hearing that question made Ryuki widen his eyes. Various memories crossed his mind. Everything he had faced to secure his ticket. The first time he was startled upon seeing Igon, the first skeletons he defeated inside a game. Those memories made him smile before answering, "I was lucky." Yigon, knowing he was not lying, asked him not to reveal his secret so easily. Gabriel, lying on the ground, gave a slight smile. "You're telling me you became an existence capable of turning the world upside down just by luck? That's hilarious. Anyway, I must congratulate you on your victory. Outside it must be chaos, but at least I achieved my goal." As Gabriel had imagined, the girls at the hospital were extremely anxious when the transmission was cut off. At the company Latia, their leader gritted his teeth, wondering what would happen to his game. In his last second, Gabriel whispered, "I will leave the choice to you." Thus, Ryuki became the last player standing inside that game, the only one before the Great White Tree. To Ryuki, the authority of game manager was granted by Gabriel. With a smile, the protagonist asked, "Is there any reason to hesitate? I was already planning to destroy this messed up game from the start." Touching the tree that sustained the world of Phantasm, the protagonist activated the deletion skill. All data around began to change. However, instead of the world being destroyed, he was teleported to a completely unexpected place. In that space, where the ground resembled the surface of a lake, a young man walked toward him. Hearing a voice, the protagonist turned. Before him stood a blond young man with golden eyes, whose white and gold cloak gleamed. Staring at Ryuki, he said, "So you are the source of the disturbance that destabilized the order." Curious, Igon wondered why there was a small human in that place. Quickly, Igon noticed that Ryuki clenched his teeth and asked what had happened. Ryuki immediately recognized that young man. He is the only diamond-level being in the world, the law itself, the king of Yggdrasil, Norn. With sharp eyes, Norn instilled fear in Ryuki with his words, "That is me, and you whose name and existence were torn away, I have come to settle what you have done." Surrounded by an aura of extreme power, Norn commented, "I know everything about this situation, about Lashia, about the collapse of the tower, and even about your goals. Everything." With a furrowed brow, Ryuki tried to investigate Norn's intentions, asking why he had only appeared after the tower and the world of Phantasm had already disappeared. Norn gave a slight smile, trying to reassure him. "You don't need to worry so much. I didn't come here for you. I simply enjoyed watching your journey up to this point. While Latia's stagnation dragged on, I was reflecting on whether to intervene directly. Then, unexpectedly, you appeared. Thanks to you, I finally managed to clear the stagnant and foul waters that had accumulated over the years. Now all the residents of this world will be blessed and can return to Yggdrasil, receiving the power of each villager from that game, now converted into energy." Norn smiled. In the future, they will become part of other labyrinths. Faced with that energy and the aura controlled by Norn, Ryuki felt immense pressure. Little by little, he began to understand the true meaning of being a king. Changing the subject, Norn looked at something beside Ryuki while congratulating him. "You deserve congratulations for obtaining that universal robot." Hearing that Norn knew about Igon, the protagonist was surprised. Igon also showed surprise and soon asked, "Oh, so you know who I am?" Norn ignored Igon's words and revealed what was happening outside, the fall of Latia, and it was precisely because of this fall that he wanted to ask a favor of Ryuki. Concerned and curious, the protagonist asked what he wanted. Norn, with a meaningful look, replied, "I have a job for which you are perfectly suited. I have prepared a gift that will make everyone happy." 3 months had passed since the closure of the world of Phantasm. Throughout the city, news linking the game to real life still circulated. Since the labyrinth was responsible for nearly half of ether mining, its sudden termination caused great turmoil. The main culprit behind the incident is the unknown known as Ryu 7017. Public opinion firmly demands his immediate capture. Despite the many who wished ill upon Ryuki, others aligned themselves with him like pieces of a puzzle, defending him. This was due to long-standing criticisms of Latia's monopoly, its questionable management, and the shocking state in which the game's final content was at the time of the accident. After that day, countless clandestine activities and illegal experiments came to light. These were important cases personally handled by the king, but there was no mention of punishing Ryu. What is the true intention behind this decision? While all this was happening, Latia was now trying to divert attention to the announcement of a new Labyrinth game. Within the company's premises, Latia's leader furiously pressured his employees to finish the new Labyrinth before the announcement. His eyes nearly popped out of his head from rage. Gabriel, you damn useless. First you took the game manager authority silently, and upon losing it to a stranger, you simply hid. The king, surrounded by gold and treasures before the great Yggdrasil, received a visit from Latia's leader, who was there to announce that he was developing a new game. Kneeling and with his head bowed, he tried to justify his reasons. Society was thrown into chaos by the villainous actions of the unknown. This broke the social balance. You should punish him in the future. Hearing such nonsense, Norn ordered him to be silent. His sharp eyes scanned him from head to toe. Do you really think I don't know anything? The stench of rot and blood emanates from what you locked in Yggdrasil. Desperate, the man tried to make excuses, claiming they were necessary sacrifices to ensure a prosperous future, but every word only made Norn more bored. To end the matter, Norn asked when the new game's launch conference would be. The president tried to delay the answer, but with an imposing voice, Norn repeated the question one last time. When? The man quickly lowered his head again, stating they would make the announcement in 3 months. Faced with such a short deadline, Norn nodded. Very well. If this is a success, I will ignore this matter. Latia's president, sweating nervously, raised his head with a big relieved smile. Oh, what a merciful decision. Norn did not let him rejoice completely, as he imposed a condition. In return, you must also put something at stake. If you fail, you will leave your current position. The president saw this as his last chance, so he wanted to succeed at any cost. If his platinum rank was lost, the exposure of his evil acts would throw him directly into the unknown rank. After some time, the day of the announcement arrived. Before the stage, countless excited people awaited the big announcement. Among them, many still held serious complaints about the closure of the world of Phantasm. Will the next generation Labyrinth, supposedly superior to the world of Phantasm, be able to meet the demand? The stored ether won't last more than a month, right? All this chaos was caused by an unknown. Why did the king do nothing? Among those waiting for the announcement, surprisingly, Gabriel was also there, silently. However, a woman appeared behind him, surprising him by calling out, May I have a moment of your time, Guildmaster Lindsa, or should I call you former Guildmaster? Seeing the doll appear beside him, Gabriel kept his composure to avoid revealing his disguise. Frowning, he asked, What do you want here, Shigetsu? Came to laugh at my fall? Hiding a smile, the owner of the Jushan Guang shop commented, If you were my partner, maybe, but I have no hostility against you. Gabriel then understood that Shigetsu was the collaborator behind Ryuki, but she soon clarified, Don't get me wrong, not even I can understand his power. I only served as an informant, and besides, it's a shame. If we had known we had a common enemy, Latia, we could have worked together. But you acted so recklessly even knowing you would be hated. Gabriel trusted no one. Like him, people would do anything to achieve their desires and goals. Cecilia, his mother, was living proof of that. She had not perished fighting the false king. On the contrary, she had been betrayed by those who coveted the power of the game manager. Gabriel at least chose his own means and methods. While Gabriel and Shigetsu talked, Latia's president took the stage, excitedly addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Now we will begin the announcement of Latia's next generation labyrinth. A small tree, like a miniature Yggdrasil, was brought under a dome, and the president soon explained, This is the first and only sapling of Yggdrasil, the labyrinth device created by the king. The president raised a cube in his hands and announced, And this is the data source for the next generation labyrinth we developed. Placing the two items side by side, he asked everyone to envision the opening of a new era. In an instant, the cube shone with Yggdrasil's light, and various writings appeared on its surface. Before everyone, those writings overflowed with the power of the Yggdrasil sapling. Everyone was surprised to see the labyrinth being generated before their eyes. However, something unexpected happened, an error. The president of Latia was stunned to see the failure in constructing the labyrinth. Amid his fury, the sapling began emitting a red light, signaling missing data and failure in reconstructing the information. Suddenly, someone in the audience noticed something familiar and shouted, That data source is just a mere copy of the world of Phantasm. Do you really have the audacity to act so confidently with that trash? In an instant, the entire audience began throwing cups, bottles, food, and trash at the president of Latia, while cursing him in unison. The president of Latia smiled awkwardly, trying to find an excuse. No, this must be a mistake. It must be a conspiracy. My labyrinth would never fail. In a moment, reporters began taking pictures, documenting the tragedy and Latia's fall once again. While watching the chaos, Shigetsu commented to Gabriel, "If you're already satisfied with this level, then the main event will excite you even more." The president of Latia tried to control the situation, calling security to confiscate the cameras, but instead, a young man appeared on stage. An attack struck the president, exploding in a flash of light. He fell to the ground and, when he raised his eyes, faced someone familiar. Unknown? So it was you. There was no way my masterpiece could fail. Seeing Ryuki, the president of Latia saw an opportunity to rid himself of all blame, trying to shift it onto him. Destroying the world of Phantasm wasn't enough? Now you want to ruin the next generation's game too? Ryuki even cleaned his ears, not believing what he had just heard, and retorted, "What are you talking about? You're the one who made that trash game." Trying to quickly get out of the situation, the president ordered the guards to attack Ryuki. However, before anyone could react, Ryuki advanced, not toward the president, but toward the Yggdrasil sapling. Before they could understand what he was doing, Ryuki activated his skill, Delete. The energy spread throughout the dome until it reached the plant, which began to disappear. The people in the audience were shocked, unable to believe that Ryuki had erased the only item capable of creating a new labyrinth. As soon as the sapling vanished, several reinforced guards surrounded the protagonist, warning, "Don't move." Immediately, criticisms began to be hurled at him. "You're trying to throw the world into chaos? There's still time. Stop him." Amid the crowd's uproar, Ryuki silenced everyone with his voice. "This outdated mentality is why labyrinths have never progressed until now. In the name of King Norn, I declare that from this moment, the era of Latia is over. A new era will begin." As Ryuki raised his hand, a notification appeared. It was an update note for Yggdrasil's version, announcing a new seed. Yggdrasil version 2.0 was being launched. For every person on the planet, notifications appeared on their interfaces. Access permissions have been granted to all accounts. The game area now includes the entire human world. The beta feature for converting the human world labyrinth has been unlocked. All accounts have been linked to labyrinth development tools. Please continue enjoying the labyrinth of Yggdrasil. Faced with these notifications, people began to wonder what was happening. At the hospital, the Latia girls were the first to understand what was about to happen. Bisk was the most incredulous among them, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Anyone can become a player, and this is connected to reality? An active conversion? With the announcement initiated by Ryuki, people soon realized that anyone could create a labyrinth. Latia's boss saw his dream and his money shatter before his eyes, before his hands. Before him, the protagonist declared, "Latia has been deemed incapable of developing and managing labyrinths. From today, the company is officially dissolved. How does it feel to live as an unknown? I'm sure you'll suffer enough soon." Gabriel, who had watched the entire scene from the box seats, couldn't believe what Ryuki had caused. His doubt now was what they planned to do next. Shigetsu beside him answered for Ryuki. "A new era is about to begin. Not only can anyone become a player, but if this labyrinth succeeds, it will flourish just as Latia did before. Of course, since it's linked to reality, many problems will arise. I have established a new company with my partner and it will be announced soon." Together and against all odds, she, allied with Ryuki, had created a new era for labyrinth games. A new era for all humanity. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.